wherein those mystical irradiations which spring occultly from the two foresaid opposite principles, light and darkness, with their sympathetical and antipathetical effects, as also the reason of each living or concupiscible attraction of like natures and odious and irascible expulsion in things of a contrary spirit, are detected and opened, the author, having by diligent inquiry, found out the essential root of sympathy and antipathy, as is already expressed in the first book, where he proveth it to be but one catholic or universal simplicity in essence, though of a twofold property, quite opposite unto one or other in nature and condition, no otherwise than volunty is unto nullity. He thought it not sufficient to gather by circumstances, and conclude, namely that it is so. And therefore, in this present book, he attempteth, with the tightest and highest stretched nerves of his understanding, to inquire and search out the del iota tau iota, to wit, why, wherefore, and by what means, this double act is disseminated in the universe. Indeed, he finds this last branch so difficult to be found out by mortal capacities, that he esteemeth it no small masterpiece in this his research, and for this reason is contented to be directed or guided into this difficult path of so profound a speculation by the light or pole star of such sublime and rectified, both theological and kabbalistical spirits, as have received the enucleation of so great a doubt from that highest spiritual emanation, who is the only revealer of deep and arcane mysteries, who, forasmuch as he is the essential actor, both in sympathy and antipathy, is most able to describe and set forth this doubt, which men so earnestly hunt after in her liveliest colors. By the observation therefore of the rules and axioms as well of the Holy Scriptures as learned Hebrew and Egyptian rabbis, he hath gathered, that the eternal or divine and archetypical world, which hath neither beginning nor end, doth radically spring from one simple and catholic fountain of light, and doth effuse a decupal emanation, endued with a tenfold property, into the aerial or angelical world, which hath its beginning from the eternal one but no end. And the aerial world doth in like manner pour out these divine effluxions or emanations of light by angelical vehicles into the temporal world, which hath both a beginning and an end. So that the ethereal or celestial region of the temporal world is made the storehouse or treasury of the divine influences, from whence they are more or less, according unto the will of him who sendeth them out, distilled down into the elementary world, to effect his command or pleasure, either for the good or welfare, or harm and damage of the elementary creature. By this degradation therefore he perceived that God sent out one essential emanation by his word, of a multiform and sundry condition, that things might vary and differ in this world from one another, and that the variety of properties in the manifold emanation, or flowing forth of the divine virtue, establisheth an angelical creature or spiritual organ, of a differing act, whereby and in the which it doth operate centrally, by a diverse nature. And consequently he finds it evident that, being in the divine emanations, there are properties of a contrary fortitude, it must needs follow, that there are differing angelical spirits, which correspond in nature and condition unto each divine property, under which they do administer in this world, so that by these spiritual organs, or angelical instruments, the beams and brightness of the eternal influence do descend first into the starry region of the temporal world, and afterwards are showered down into the elementary spheres, and penetrate even into the bowels of the earth and dark abyss, to operate the will of that eternal and radical essence which sent them forth, by which means the spirit of sapience is rightly said to be in the heavens above, and in the abyss beneath, and to fill or replenish all, and lastly to operate all in all, and lastly to operate all in all, and lastly taketh into his consideration some especial particular object, well known unto the world, that by the experimental inquiry, or searching out of his hidden nature, he might practically maintain and ocularly prove that unto the incredulous world, concerning the mystery of sympathy and antipathy, which before he had only expressed and verified theoretically, or by speculation. The lodestone or mineral calamite therefore is the mark at which he aimeth, or subject which he electeth for this purpose, being that the effects of its secret and occult properties do most aptly correspond unto those of the animal, vegetable, and mineral. Wherefore he prepareth in this book a way, by the anatomization and ripping up the fardel of this marvelous stone's occult nature, that thereby he might with the better speed make his entry unto such experimental conclusions and comparisons between the one and the other, as shall be at large described and set forth in the third book of this history, that thereby the nature and condition of the animal may be discovered, and demonstrated by that of the mineral. And lastly, for a conclusion unto this book, he sheweth the folly of such persons, as being masked or overlaid with ignorance do imagine, that any magnetical action can be effected essentially by the devil's artifice or power, averring confidently that the devil is able to effect nothing but by natural means, which also is rather ordained for the use of man than of the devil, and consequently that man which useth the natural creatures, which the devil hath practiced on to work wickedness, is no way culpable of cacamagy, as vain men would have it, being that the righteous use of the creature, for which God did ordain it, is not therefore to be rejected, because the devil with his adherents do unrighteously abuse them by converting them to mischief. Chapter 1. That sympathy is the offspring of light, as antipathy hath its beginning from darkness, the etymology or true signification of both words, as also the natures of them both are herein described, since the radical and essential unity, with its two opposite branches or properties, which are the characters of his nollency and volunty, have in general terms been thus evidently described unto you, with the two Catholic effects thereof, namely love and hatred, and all those passions as well spiritual as corporeal, which are derived from them, whether they be good or bad. In respect of the creature that suffereth, I think it now most fit to enter into our main discourse, and to anatomize the secret bowels of that sympathy and antipathy, which is not only seen and made manifest in natural but also supernatural creatures by effect. For no man of learning can be so ignorant and blind, being instructed by daily experience, as not to discern the hidden miracles both of heavenly and earthly things, daily shining forth in sympathy and antipathy, that is, in concords and discords which are caused, by reason of a secret league or friendship which is betwixt them, even from their very mixtion in their first creation. But before we presume to enter into this profound discovery, it will be requisite to lay open the signification or etymology of them both, that thereby we may the better conceive their distinct natures and essences. Sympathia is a Greek word, namely sigmopsilon mupathetep silonio talpha, and is derived from sigmopsilonu, that is una cum, or one with, and pithete omicron, that is passio or passion, which proceedeth from the verb pisigmaki omega, i.e. patior, or I suffer, as antipathia is composed of neutau, i.e. contra or against, and pithete omicron. So that the first imports a passion, bred of unity, concord, and love, termed more properly compassion, and the other an audible passion moved by two resisting and fighting natures, of a contrary fortitude. I may therefore rightly define sympathy to be a consent, union, or concord, between two spirits, shining forth, or having their radical emanation from the self-same or the like divine property. As for example, all creatures that participate of those benign emanations or beams, which are sent out from God by his angelical organs into the orb of Jupiter, are from thence emitted down to the earth, and are conferred upon a multitude of creatures that were created under this property, which for that reason do shine forth and emit their beams unto one another here upon earth, lovingly and joyfully, namely because they proceed all from one root, which descendeth unto Jupiter, also such as are friends to Jupiter, or like unto him in condition, send down influences in creatures, which are acceptable unto such as live from their nativities and are sustained and have their complexionary faculties from Jupiter, and therefore they send forth beams of friendship or benignity unto one another, as are also Venus inc. But contrariwise, where the influences which are adverse in property, or of an opposite divine emanation, are sent down unto the planet Mars, which is enemy to Jupiter, and from thence are poured out on creatures beneath, there will be ill and unwelcome encounters made between the secret emissions of those creatures' beams, so that one by a natural instinct doth seek to fly and escape the encounters of the other, or to resist and fight against the other, as shall more largely and plainly be expressed unto you hereafter. But because the general cause of all sympathy and antipathy is a hidden and secret emanation, or shining forth by emission of beams from one creature unto another, it will be most requisite for us to unloose the fardel of this profound business, that we may the plainlier behold and contemplate the fountain and root of all beams and irradiations in general, and thereby unfold and lay open the mystical reason of their difference, and follow their extensions, even from the root, unto the trunk, and from it unto the boughs and branches, and from those branches, to descend even unto the individual twigs, which nourish and foster an infinity of leaves, and bring forth fruit in abundance. Chapter 2. How and by what attributes or properties the Hebrew rabbis and profoundest Kabbalists do prove that contrariety of natures doth proceed from one eternal essence, as from the root of all things. It is most certain that as there are an infinity of creatures of divers natures in the universal Mashen, so also every one of them was variously first created, and then generated and maintained after generation, even until the day of their corruption, by sundry celestial influences, or many thousand of varieties of beams, descending from above.
And therefore the wisest amongst the Kabbalistical rabbis affirm quod non sit illa planta aut herba inferius, cui non sit stella in firmamento, quae percutiat medicade.
Cressy, that there is not any plant or herb here beneath which hath not a star in the firmament to beat on it with his influence, and as it were to say unto it, increase or multiply. Neither do the scriptures appear to be repugnant unto this their opinion, as hereafter shall plainly in his convenient place be expressed. But because the radical indication of this matter requireth a more profound speculation, it will be most necessary, for the reader's better edification or instruction, to make a diligent inquisition after the depth of this mystery, namely, first to discover how all creation was effected by the sending forth of the beams of God's eternal light, and whether that emanation be of one or divers and manifold in property. I told you and proved manifestly before, that all things were in the beginning created by one eternal spirit of wisdom, which was sent forth from the infinite fountain of light, in the shape of an emanation, eradication or effluxion, to inform and enact all things explicitly, which before were contained complicity in the divine puissance of that everlasting unity, which in itself is all in all. I proved it by these express places in Scripture. Solomon calleth this Holy Spirit of discipline, the vapor of God's virtue, and the sincere emanation and effluxion of his brightness, and the splendor or beams of his divine light, and the mirror without all spot of his goodness. And St. John saith that in the Word is the life of all things, and that this Spirit was light in which was no darkness, and that by it all things were made, and without it nothing was made. And the son of Sirach, that it came forth of the mouth of the Most High, and Solomon, that it was with Jehovah in the beginning of all his ways, in the creation, and was that Holy Spirit whereby he composed or made all things in the creation. And therefore it is apparent, that it was by the emanation or sending forth of the Catholic or universal beam of divine light, that all particular things were diversely framed, shaped, and animated, and that by a many of streamings forth of more particular beams of light, proceeding by multiplication from the root unto the trunk or body, namely from the unity, fountain or head, unto the general emanation, which may rightly be compared unto the body of a tree. Forasmuch as from it all boughs, twigs, leaves, and fruit do spring, and as in this progression the trunk of the tree doth immediately issue from the root, and yet is continued with the root, which is the beginning. So the divine emanation in like manner proceedeth directly from Ein Sof, or the fountain or root of infinity, by the way of emanation not divided or separated from his eternal original. And by reason of this emanation the Spirit is said to be the first created before all things, as the trunk before the boughs, twigs, leaves, or fruit. So that in respect of his essential existence he is eternal, but in regard of his emanation into the world, he is said to be avial, that is, to have a beginning without end, and therefore becometh the head and prince of all the avial world, I mean the angelical creatures. We proceed therefore in the progression and multiplication of this universal emanation. Thus from the trunk of the tree issueth the general, special, and individual branches, whereof the most strongest are all arms of the body, the next boughs, then twigs, and lastly the leaves, ampsi. To this we compare, in our angelical or avial world, the divers stations of the angels, assigned unto them according unto their dignity and riches in the divine influences, which they receive from the root or fountain of light by the mediation of their body Christ Jesus. He is the image of the invisible God, the first begotten of all creatures, for in him are made all things, both in heaven and earth, as well visible as invisible, whether they are thrones or dominations or potestates, all by him and in him are made, and he is before all, and all consist in him are made. And he is before such that all angels do no otherwise proceed immediately from him, and are continuate with him, than the branches of a tree proceed from the body thereof. But as we see, that the greater arms of the tree are nearer in distance unto the trunk, and therefore are more substantial, and strong, and beautiful, than the rest, so are these angels of the imperial or supercelestial heaven nearer to the body, to wit, the everlasting stream of light, and therefore more rich and abundant in divine light, and that by degrees and order, according as they are nearer the face of the divine essential influence, that bestoweth that most excellent light and glory on them, to deck and adorn them with so perfect a formal beauty and existence. And as we see, that each main arm of the tree hath a dimension and longitude, in the which as it departeth from the body of the tree, it waxeth lesser and lesser, so each of the 9 orders of angels are of a lesser proportion of light than other, and their preeminence in light is ever more diminished by little, as it is remote from the body that giveth it that light and life. Then as we see the lesser boughs, which by a subdivision do proceed from those arms of the tree, do immediately spring out of them, but have a place distinguished from them, although they are continued, and no way disjoined or separated from them, either in substance or essence, so also the Olympic or ethereal angels have their lights and souls poured out from the imperial diversely, and that according unto several measures, and again, they send forth their beams or bright effluences from the starry orbs, which they possess and illuminate, unto the elementary spirits, which have dominion over the winds with their legions, which we compare unto the many twigs which spring out of the said boughs. For as the twigs are small in substance in regard of the bough, and yet are continuate unto the bough, and have all one natural life, so those angels are not so illuminated as the Olympic spirits, as also the Olympic spirits are not so bright and affluent in divine riches, as those angelical intelligences which approach the excellently bright throne of eternity. All this in effect we may collect from the Fathers of the Church, for Dionysius the Areopagite, Saint Dionysius saith, that an angel is the image of God, and the shining forth of his hidden light, a mirror pure and most bright, without spot, without wem, and without defiling. And for this cause he calleth the angels Algamatha, that is, most clear mirrors, receiving the light of God, arguing thereby that they are the 4 Scriptures say, that the Spirit of wisdom is the brightness of the eternal light, a glass or mirror of the majesty of God without spot, and the image of his goodness. And Bartholomew saith, that an angel taketh his hidden light from God by influence, and sendeth it forth unto those angels which are of a lower order or condition. And Austin and Damascene say, that angels are intellectual lights, receiving their light from the first light. Again Bartholomew saith, that they are called gold, by reason of the beams which they send forth. Also they are called fiery rivers, by reason of the bright influences which they receive, and send forth to those of a lower region. Also St. Denis saith, that the higher orders receive most plenteously the light of God, which afterward they impart by influence unto such spirits as are lower. And this law is observed in the order of angels, namely, that some be the first and some the second and some the last. For this cause therefore the Seraphins are angels so called, because they are said to burn and be set on fire, by reason of their immediate presence before the face of God. But letting all these testimonies passe, we are instructed by many places of Scripture, that angels are bright shining lights, that they are above in the third heaven, attending on the throne, that there are 7 which are presidents in heaven, as there are 7 candlesticks which import the 7 planets, and that there is one great angel that is head or master over them all, which held the 7 stars in his hand. And that there are 4 angels which have dominion over the 4 winds, who have power to hurt the earth and the seas, and that they are commanded and overruled by one great angel, who beareth the sovereign seal of preservation, and that there is a prince of darkness who is that great opposite spirit which hath dominion in the air, and that there are as well deadly as hurtful principalities, potestates, and governors in this world, which are adverse unto God's creatures, as good angels, or angels of light, which are friends unto them. To conclude, the multiplicable fruit or seeds we compare unto the stars of heaven, and the leaves unto the creatures below, which have their natures and mutations from those internal or spiritual organical agents, so that we may see that eternity giveth life unto eviality, and eviality unto temporality. And as we see that in the eternal world, the first person added a being unto the principalities, potestates, and governors in this world, which are adverse unto God's creatures, as good angels, or angels of light, which are friends unto them. To conclude, the multiplicable fruit or seeds we compare unto the stars of heaven, and the leaves unto the creatures below, which have their natures and mutations from those internal or spiritual organical agents, so that we may see that eternity giveth life unto eviality, and eviality unto temporality. And as we see that in the eternal world the first person added a being unto the second, and third proceedeth from them both, so the avial or imperial angels pour down the influences of life into the Olympiacall or heavenly ones, and the Olympiacall or starry spirits do send them down to the elementary. In the same manner the imperial spirits are the soul or life unto the starry or ethereal heaven, which animateth by his influences the elementary, and the earth is animated by them all. Thus therefore we see that God operateth by his divine organs variously, and all in all, which being well understood in the first place we may boldly conclude, that also all the peculiar angelical lights do proceed from one and the selfsame Catholic emanation, and consequently we find that the diversity and opposition of their natures proceedeth from the multiplicity of properties which is in that general emanation, proceeding from the throne of God or unity before all beginnings. And this is the reason that this eternal creating spirit of wisdom is termed by Solomon, unicus and multiplex, one and manifold, one in regard of his essence, and manifold, in regard of the multiplicity of its properties, by which it worketh variously and sometimes by opposition in the world. But all this is excellently expressed by the learned Kabbalistical rabbis in the description of their Nimerical or Sephirotical tree. You must therefore understand that as the mystical theologians did observe but 10 special names or attributes, which were ascribed unto God in the Hebrew Bible, a proprietate, so they did perceive that each of these did import a diverse operation to be effected, so that the Hebrews did call upon this or that name of God, mentioned in the holy text, according unto the nature of the several necessity they had of God's assistance. And though they collected, by the word of God, that as the divinity or Godhead is but one internal immutable essence, and therefore hath but one only essential title to be expressed by, namely, Tetragrammaton or Jehovah, which is his inseparable name, forasmuch as it is appropriated unto him only, for it includeth and argueth by a pure signification the substance of the Creator, without any respect or participation that it hath unto the creature. Yet nevertheless they found that the other names ascribed unto him in Scripture do note or signify God, as he participateth with his creatures, or as he hath relation unto things that are created, and consequently are known by the effect of his works. As touching his essential name, it was had amongst the Hebrews or Jews in that high esteem and reverence, that it was never uttered but in the sanctuary, and that by such priests as were consecrated and made holy only unto the Lord, and then it was pronounced in that benediction which the high priest uttered in the day of fasting. For this reason that name was had in that honorable regard, that it was never rashly spoken or uttered, because denota deum esse and fui super omnem essentium quatnus, antequam ulla res esset, existeret, that is importeth, that God is and was above any essence, forasmuch as he did exist before that anything was existent in the world. And this was that precious name of God, which Moses was so desirous of him to hear and know, when he received from him this answer, Hoc est nomen meum in aeternum. Jehovah is my everlasting name, which name is so pure and simple, that it cannot be articulated or compounded or truly expressed by man's voice. As for the other denominations appropriated unto God, they do not express him according unto his essence, but only in respect of his works, namely, as he appeareth all in all, and existeth in all things. We must understand therefore for our better instruction, that seeing the divine nature is and operateth in all created things, as also without them. In this regard his essential name Tetragrammaton is the common agent in every bough or branch, of the Sephiroticall or Kabbalisticall tree, and hath the dominion or preeminence over all the trunk or body of that tree, and consequently all the other 10 names are assigned unto it, as having relation unto the properties or the effects of this multiplicity of virtues or actions, in one individual essence, and therefore all the rest are subject unto it, and are wholly comprehended within it. For it contains the property as well of nullity as volunty, of privation as position, of death as life, of cursing as blessing, of evil, in regard of the creatures, as good, of hatred and discord, of love and concord, and consequently of sympathy and antipathy. All these opposite effects are testified by Scriptures to spring from one essential fountain, forasmuch as it comprehendeth the power of life and death, and induceth unto the brink of the grave, and reduceth or bringeth back again. It is Jehovah that is light, life and health, and it is he that dealeth with darkness, death and sickness. It is Jehovah that is gracious, full of compassion, that extendeth his benignity and mercy unto all his creatures. And it is he that is severe against nations, and doth destroy the wicked. It is he that reprehendeth by his anger, and chastiseth in his displeasure. And it is he that is gracious and the only Saviour. It is he that woundeth and healeth again. It was Jehovah that threatened to send vengeance, vexation and death on the disobedient. It is he that causeth the plague, the consumption, the burning fever, the leprosy, scabs and botches, hemorrhoids and ulcers of Egypt. It is Jehovah that striketh with madness and blindness. It is he which causeth fear and a trembling heart, yea, throweth down sorrow, vexation, timidity, and sad melancholy, as in Deuteronomy we read of, and consequently produceth antipathy and discord. And contrariwise, it is Jehovah that bestoweth benedictions or blessings on his creatures. He blesseth the bread and drink that the creature tasteth, for refection's cause, so that they preserve and do not destroy. And it is he that removeth and taketh away all diseases, banisheth sterility from the earth, and multiplieth the days of his creatures, and by consequence is the cause of loving sympathy and concord. To conclude, it is Jehovah, the great God of gods, that formed light, and created darkness, made peace or love and concord, and produced evil and contention or trouble, as the prophet teacheth us. Now forasmuch as this essential unity did bring to light these contrary effects, therefore did the secret theologians ascribe unto him divers general names, which they gather out of the Holy Writ, and are appropriated unto him, according unto the effects which follow them, whereof some incline to darkness and privation, others to light and position, some to severity, and others argue the fruits of his benignity. Some by a deprivation of his act, which happeneth by a reflection of his beams in himself, produce the effects of darkness, namely, an essential frigidity and stupidity, immobility, congelation, contraction, etc. Others by an actual emanation from the center unto the circumference, do generate the effects of light, as are motion, heat, dilatation, subtiliation, etc. I will therefore rehearse or reckon up unto you those divine attributes which are ascribed unto the sacred essence, in order as they are numbered in the Kabbalistical tree, from the which the divine beams of different natures do descend, to accomplish the various will or volunty of him that sendeth them forth into the world, to act and produce a multiplicity of effects. The first name therefore of the divine attribute is Ahia, and this attribute importeth the fountain or original of all creatures, and the foundation of misericord and clemency, because the effluxion or irradiation that springeth from this head is full of grace, and spareth all, for it argueth the Father of pity and misericord, and the God of all consolation, unto whom our Saviour bids us pray in this form, Our Father which art in heaven, etc. And hereupon it is elsewhere said, that the Father judgeth no man. Again, it is the part of a father to deal favorably and mercifully with his children. So God under this attribute is esteemed to be the Father of all, and is therefore benign and merciful unto his creatures, according to that of Solomon, Thy creatures might fall and perish by the persecution of thy justice, and be ventilated or blasted by the spirit of thy puissance. But thou hast disposed all in number, weight, and measure, for that thou canst do much was ever present with thee. But thou hast therefore pity on all, because thou canst do all things. And thou dissemblest the sins of men, that they might wax wise and amend, for thou lovest all things that are, and thou dost abhor nothing that thou hast made, neither didst thou ordain anything to hate it. Could anything exist which thou wouldst not have to be, or could it be preserved, if thou didst not send it the means of its being? But thou sparest all things because they are thine, O God, which art the lover of souls. Lo, this is the fruit of the name Ehie, namely, to create and beget all things as a father, and to have a care of their preservation in his paternal affection. For this reason, therefore, it is the president of the capital or radical bright port, gate, branch or numeration, called cheater or corona, which is the root of the whole tree, by which and through which the clear beams or lucid and sacred emanation of Jehovah, in his creating affability or positive volunty, doth descend unto the creation of all things. For Ahia signifieth the Father and root of all creation. The second cognomination of Jehovah in the divine numeration, or spherical tree, is Jah, which imports the blessed and gracious emanation of the world, and extraction of the humid or created nature, namely the waters out of the womb. The womb or bowels of the dark and deformed chaos, and therefore the Kabbalistical port, by which these active and all operating beams do descend into the world, is called Chokmah in Hebrew, Sapientia in Latin, wisdom in English. And Solomon, meaning of this divine emanation, speaketh thus: when Jehovah did frame and fashion the heavens, when he did establish the fountains of the abyss, when he gave limits unto the sea, and did appoint a foundation unto the earth, I wisdom was with him as a helper to compass all things. And we must note that this name Jah, whose influence or emanation is sapientia or wisdom, appeareth sometime to be conversant as well about the effects of severity, as clemency, although it happen but seldom. And therefore Jehovah said of the angel, which was appointed for the conducting of the Israelites through the desert, Ne exacerbes eum, quia non fera defectionem vestrum, quoniam nomen meum est in eo, do not displease him, for he will not endure your defections or errors, for my name is in him. Whereby it is evident that this princely angel, which is taken for this emanation from Jah elsewhere, hath a double property, but his greatest inclination is to preserve the creature which it made. The womb or bowels of the dark and deformed chaos, and therefore the Kabbalistical port, by which these active and all operating beams do descend into the world, is called Chokmah in Hebrew, Sapientia in Latin, wisdom in English. And Solomon, meaning of this divine emanation, speaketh thus: when Jehovah did frame and fashion the heavens, when he did establish the fountains of the abyss, when he gave limits unto the sea, and did appoint a foundation unto the earth, I wisdom was with him as a helper to compass all things. And we must note that this name Jah, whose influence or emanation is sapientia or wisdom, appeareth sometime to be conversant as well about the effects of severity, as clemency, although it happen but seldom. And therefore Jehovah said of the angel, which was appointed for the conducting of the Israelites through the desert, Ne exacerbes eum, quia non fera defectionem vestrum, quoniam nomen meum est in eo, do not displease him, for he will not endure your defections or errors, for my name is in him. Whereby it is evident that this princely angel, which is taken for this emanation from Jah elsewhere, hath a double property, but his greatest inclination is to preserve the creature which it made. The third cognomination is Elohim, and the bright port through which the reflecting beams of his property do stream forth, is called in Hebrew Bina, in Latin Prudentia, in English Prudence. And this name Elohim, according to the Kabbalistical interpretation, doth signify fear and terror, because they have observed that by this property or attribute of God, there happeneth unto each world punishments and stratagems, for under this denomination Jehovah doth exercise his power, as well for the sudden alteration of the world, as unto the punishment of the wicked. And therefore the spirits which do receive this divine influence are called Ben Elohim, the sons of Elohim, which are his instruments in the elementary world, for the effecting of his will in this property. By virtue whereof, also the commotions of the waters were made in the first creation, and the production of them out of the dark chaos, which was not affected, but by the extreme contradiction and oppugnancy which happened between the fire and the water, and consequently not without the dreadful dissension and war of the elements, causing terror and many thundering commotions in the dark abyss or deformed waters, when each word fiat was divinely uttered. For it was by the spagyrical or high chemical virtue of the word, and working of the Spirit, that the separation of one region from another, and of the distinction of one formal virtue from another, was effected or made, of the which business the psalmist meaneth where she saith, By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and by the Spirit from his mouth each virtue thereof. Ye may therefore perceive, that the whole power of the Kabbalistical tree is comprehended in these three first branches, no otherwise than the typical world is comprehended in the archetype, which consisteth in a triple property, most aptly referred unto the Trinity of persons, for therein the intelligible world doth import, that which seven doth in this material and watery world. For two is the root of matter, as three is the root of form. As therefore one is the formal root unto three, and the material root unto two, so verily is two the material root unto four. And therefore four, which is the symbol or character of matter, and three, the figure of form, being added together, produce the universal substance of the world. Consisting of form and matter, we must therefore with diligence observe, that those three first denominations do belong unto these properties, whereby Jehovah did create the three first days' works, wherein the whole world, with his heavens and elements were created, and received their due positions. The seven following branches of the Sephiratical tree do appertain unto those various alterations or mutations, as well propitious as unfortunate, unto the creatures which do befall them in this world, being thus completed and finished by the virtuous properties of the three precedent emanations or streamings forth of the divine beams. Wherefore the fourth branch of this tree hath for its president the gentle and merciful attribute of God or Jehovah called El, whose bright port, numeration or channel, by which it poureth forth its beams into the world, is for that cause styled Chesed in Hebrew, which in Latin is Clementia, in English clemency. Because the divine influence which shineth out of it is full of grace, benignity, life, and goodness, as by the consequence it shall appear. For it is the fountain from which the good and fortunate planet Jupiter receiveth his benevolent emanation or beams of life. The name therefore Moses used for the healing of Miriam when she was made leprous for her disobedience, saying, El Narafa Nala, Deus gratia, queso sana ilam. The fifth name, which is assigned unto the first branch of the Kabbalistical tree, is called Elohim Gibber, and it is an attribute which sendeth malevolent and unwholesome influence down unto the creatures, making disturbances and troubles in the world, by thunders, lightnings, comets, wars, contentions, anger, pestilence, and hot diseases A&C. And the celestial magazine of this influence is the planet Mars. For this reason therefore the port or channel, through which this fiery influx doth immediately stream forth, is called in Hebrew Gehura, which importeth power, force, violence. The next branch or numeration being the sixth, hath for its lord the name Eloksh, whose inflection or emanations are full of life and golden beauty, and therefore the trunk or port by which it passeth, is termed Tifereth in Hebrew, which noteth grace, ornament, beauty, and delight. By the golden emanation which floweth from this channel, the visible sun of this world receiveth his bright beauty, and is adorned with that admirable vivifying virtue, which by effect doth manifest and testify itself unto the whole world. And this is that grace and ornament of which Job meaneth, when he saith, Spiritus suo ornavit caelos, he adorneth the heavens with the beauty of his spirit. The seventh divine cognomination or attribute is Jehovah Sibaoth, which is as much as to say the God of armies, the God of jubilation, rest, and perfection, and therefore the port or channel by which his beams or irradiations do pass is called Netzeth, which signifieth triumph and victory, as also justice, charity, and love, and therefore the influence of generation and multiplication and delight issueth from this emanation, which maketh the rolling globe of the celestial Venus his storehouse. The eighth name is Elohim Sabaoth, or Deus Exercituum, the God of armies, and his port or channel by the which he sendeth forth the influxes or beams of this his property into his celestial treasury, which is the globe of Mercury, is called by them Hod, or praise, honor, and formosity, by which afterwards he operateth in this property, by his will on the earth by changeable and mutable effects. The ninth, Elkai, that is the living God, or Sadai, that is the omnipotent God, and his numeration, or the gate or channel by which he sendeth down his bright influences, is called Jezah, that is to say, the basis or foundation, redemption or rest, and these are received by the sphere of the moon, which is as were the celestial earth, unto the which all the influences in general do fall, and this is the reason that it is subject to so many and divers mutations. The effects whereof as well to generation as corruption, is observed on the earth and in the sea. The last name or attribute is Adonai, or Dominus, and his port or gate by which he sendeth forth his illuminations or the active beams of his nature, is termed by the Hebrews Malkuth, that is regnum or imperium. And this numeration importeth severity, and servility unto the creatures through God's anger and wrath, and his inflection is directly into the elementary world. By which collections and observations of the wisest rabbis, we find that in these 10 general properties of God, signified by the 10 attributes unto the divine essence, all things in the world, be they esteemed good or evil, or positive and primitive, or concordant and amiable, or discordant or odious, or in a word either occultly or manifestly opposite, or else concurring in nature or quality unto another, do originally descend from this fountain of unity, which though it be one in essence, is nevertheless manifold in property, and that property is therefore divers and altering, according to the multiplicity of volunity in the Father, or fountain that sent it out, according unto whose mind all things as well concordant as disagreeing, are ordained both in heaven and in earth, and that by a multiplicity of special emanations of different qualities, from that eternal general Catholic effluxion, and every of those specific emanations do branch themselves again into an infinity of individuals, even as 10 may be multiplied, in infinitum, so that every one of those specific properties do shine forth from the star in heaven, as well fix as erratic, which is their receptacle or storehouse, unto an infinity of earthly and watery creatures, which are generated or do grow upon the earth, and under the earth, according unto the influences of those planets and fixed stars over creatures, be they animal, vegetable, or mineral. And the reason why the divinity created or sent forth one specific radiation so contrary unto another was, as well for the preservation as destruction of the creatures, for as the last effect of each of these contrary emanations or radius effluences, is the creation or generation, and preservation of creatures of their own nature and condition, so also are they to be applied, either for the preservation or restoration of the decaying creatures, namely when we apply any venomous simple, either animal, vegetable, or mineral, to expel a dangerous disease, or to poison a nature which is found, as, in the animal kingdom, is the venomous viper, scorpion, toad, spider, or blistering cantharides, and, in the vegetable kingdom, the somniferous and stupefying poppy or opium, the searching and inflaming or burning flammula and euphorbium, the fretting scammony, the vomiting groundsel, daffodil, acerabaca, bear's foot, titamol, and the venomous aconite. In the mineral rank, the corroding arsenic, the quick, piercing, and infecting quicksilver and sublimary, the destroying risalgar, the vomiting antimony, and such like, which have all as well the property to take away dangerous diseases as to bring them. For in some cases they take away dolorous maladies, and in other some they bring them quickly and hasten on destruction upon the creature, so that all things in some cases both wound and destroy, and in other some they heal and cure, yet unto him that sent them the beams and irradiations of their form from some of his particular properties, they appeared all good, being they were ordained not only to heal in his benignity, but also to destroy in the reason why the divinity created or sent forth one specific irradiation, so contrary unto another, was as well for the preservation as destruction of the creatures. For as the last effect of each of these contrary emanations or radius effluxences is the creation or generation and preservation of creatures of their own nature and condition, so also are they to be applied, either for the preservation or restoration of the decaying creatures, namely when we apply any venomous simple, either animal, vegetable, or mineral to expel a dangerous disease or to poison a nature which is found. As, in the animal kingdom is the venomous viper, scorpion, toad, spider, or blistering cantharides, and, in the vegetable kingdom, the somniferous and stupefying poppy or opium, the searching and inflaming or burning flammula and euphorbium, the fretting scammony, the vomiting groundsel, daffodil, acerabaca, bear's foot, titamol, and the venomous aconite. In the mineral rank, the corroding arsenic, the quick, piercing, and infecting quicksilver and sublimary, the destroying risalgar, the vomiting antimony, and such like, which have all as well the property to take away dangerous diseases as to bring them. For in some cases they take away dolorous maladies, and in other some they bring them quickly and hasten on destruction upon the creature, so that all things in some cases both wound and destroy, and in other some they heal and cure, yet unto them that sent them the beams and irradiations of their form from some of their particular properties, they appeared all good, being they were ordained not only to heal in benignity, but also to destroy in and to conclude, to effect his will one way or another, even as it pleaseth him, who only worketh essentially all in all. And therefore, saith, could anything exist which thou wouldest not have to be, so that all is good unto God, although unto wicked men which suffer them they may appear bad.
Opera Domini Universa, bona valde, all the works of God are very good. Ecclesiasticus 39:30. Bona bonis creata sunt ab initio, sic necissimis bona et mala.
Good things were created originally for good men, but to evil men they were in effect good and evil. There are spirits created for vengeance, and in their fury they execute their torments. In the time appointed they pour out their virtue, and effect his fury that made them, namely water, hail, the teeth of beasts, as of the scorpion and serpent and such like. All these rejoice to execute his commandments upon the earth, and so on. Even for this cause therefore, namely for the secret opposition of natures in the world, originally proceeding from the streams of those variable properties which radically do spring from that one incomprehensible fountain, love and hatred, and consequently sympathy and antipathy were created to justle, and as it were shoulder one another in this world, as well generally under the titles of light and dark, as particularly in that friendship and hatred, which is observed and testified in scriptures, to be first between the very angels themselves, then amongst the stars which receive these opposite natures from the angels, and thirdly, amongst the winds and elements which have their spirit of contention from the stars, but because amongst all other opposite qualities in the world, this sympathy and antipathy are most occult and hidden, we will dive so far as our sterile capacity will give us leave into the bowels of this mystery. Chapter 3. Here it is demonstrated that the occult action as well of sympathy as antipathy in creatures proceedeth from angelical irradiations or shinings forth, that is, by the emission or ejaculation of their secret beams, the one against the other, out of such creatures as are created or generated under their dominions, such as are well seen in the mystical theology, affirm that angels are all of one kind in respect of their own creation, though the one is more or less illuminated, according to the importance of the office, whereunto they are called. Psalms 104:4, or the Creator's will and mind is to employ them. For we must consider that the angels are the immediate organs, by which and through which the eternity effecteth his will, and pronounceth his word, fiat, after that his will is decreed in himself. For that very reason David saith, Angeli de validissimi robor, effluentes verbum ejus, auscultantes voci ejus, ministri ejus facientes placitum ejus. The angels of God are most strong in power, and do or effect his word, and listen unto his voice. They are his ministers, to perform his will and pleasure. So that it is evident that nothing is effected in the world, be it in heaven or in earth, but it is performed by one of these organical spirits, Reuchlin. And therefore Reuchlin saith, that all bodies, as well celestial as terrene, have by the ordinance of God allotted them certain spiritual directors, and rulers of their virtues, and presidents of their operations, namely, as well they which are reasonable, namely, man as unreasonable, to wit, the stars of heaven, and earthly creatures, both animals, vegetables, and minerals. In Commentario in Kabbalah DG, and therefore Archangelus the Kabbalist maketh many degrees in the offices of angels, for some do stand before the divine tribunal of God, still praising him, some administer unto him, and unto us also, some have the custody of the watches of the night, of which Christ maketh mention, if he come in the second or third watch of the night, and so forth. Some have the government of the 4 quarters of the year, and these are presidents over the 4 stations of the sun, others are ordained rulers over the 7 planets, and some do dispose of the influences and virtues of the fixed stars, and 12 signs of which St. John doth seem to make mention, saying, that in the 12 gates, that is the 12 signs, which are the ports of heaven, are the 12 angels, some are tutelar angels, and are ordained for the creature's safeguard, some have the custody of beasts, others of plants, others of precious stones, and minerals. All these the secret theologians and wise men do affirm, averring withal that God worketh all in this inferior world, by the administration of angels. And therefore St. Paul saith, that all are administering spirits, sent to effect that office. Thus far Archangelus. And again, Reuchlin argueth, that the influxion of angelical beams from the stars, must be divers and of sundry natures, because that the angels do not by their voluntary action, move the celestial orbe always after one manner, though by reason of the violent motion, it doth move daily by a diurnal motion from east to west. But what needs many words, when the progression of the foresaid Kabbalistical work, doth open and discover all the mystical operation, and variety of action, in the angels. For if once the 10 names of God, which produce 10 divers emanations, of different conditions which are sent by the 10 foresaid numerations or sephiratical ports or channels, do breed contrary effects, both in heaven above, and in earth beneath, it followeth by the foresaid testimony of the prophet David, that there must be so many angelical vehicles, to conduct them into the lower world, as there are Kabbalistical ports and channels, and consequently as many diversities of the divine properties proceeding from the variety of his will, as also varieties of vehicles to conduct them. For I would have each judicious reader to conceive, that the Hebrew doctors did judge of the nature and property of each name or attribute ascribed unto God in Holy Writ, by that self-same effect which it produced, after the uttering or expressing of it therein, no otherwise than the philosopher useth to judge of the nature and property of the complexion by the aspect of the physiognomy, or as by the signs which he beholdeth in the heavens, he determineth of their effects, to wit, of rain, winds, thunder, and so forth, namely because such presages in the heavens do use to bring forth such and such effects. Now if it be the divine influence of light which animateth and informeth each angelical spirit, it must needs follow, that every one of these angelical conductions, or vehicles of these influences, must have also a divers property, because the formal influences which do animate these intelligences which carry them, are different, and therefore they will be naturally prone and inclined to operate the will of the Creator according unto the nature of emanation, or beams of that property, which it receiveth from his proper port. As concerning therefore those angelical receptacles or organs which are ordained to receive the divers kinds of divine influences, or irradiations, I purpose briefly to express them in the first place, for the better understanding of the reader, with the channel they do belong unto, and then the order of angels which doth first receive them. After this I will set down the celestial orbs or stars, into the which, as unto their particular storehouses, they are conveyed. And lastly I will speak somewhat of the effects that these influences which are conveyed down from their starry treasury into the elementary world, do effect, both in the air, seas, or water and earth. Touching therefore the names or attributes of God, as also their emanations, or streaming forth of beams with their peculiar properties, I have in few words written them, in the precedent chapter. As for the rest, I would have the reader to know, that those 10 several divine emissions of 10 several lights, out of so many sephiratical or Kabbalistical spouts or channels, into the vast cavity of the world, to accomplish the will of the Creator, have their particular angelical wagoners or conductors, for in this the best theosophers agree, that as the upper order of the angels do receive their light and bright emanations immediately from God, so do they emit them and manifest them unto the inferior orders. And for this reason they are called mirrors, because they receive their light from the face of God, or his eternal Catholic emanation, which is the head and fountain of all these angelical lights. And again, as the secret theologians have, by their serious observation of the Holy Bible, espied 10 distinct properties, as also 10 divers cognominations, or names of God appropriated unto them, so they perceived, that there was a singular angel appointed to receive each of these emissions of beams, endued with the selfsame property or condition, as the lights which they receive do possess. Forasmuch as these spirits do live, and are animated by them, being that as the external of the angel is a spiritual air, so the internal of it is the formal irradiation or emanation, which is according unto God's will emitted into it. And this is a general note amongst all the secret theologians, unto whom Bartholomaeus and St. Denis do adhere, touching this point, that no angel can intermeddle with another's business, or take upon him the work that belongeth unto another, except it be such inferior angels, as are destinated to serve under their archangels in the same function or property, as shall be said more at large. We must therefore understand that the office of the great and Catholic angel Metatron was so universal that it was employed first about the information of the whole world, and the division of light from darkness, as also for the vivifying of the watery spirit of the world, and the diurnal ruling about of the heavens. And therefore it is said, and not without a good cause, that it was the divine and general emanation that is the eternal sapience, which for this reason is said to be created before all things, by whom afterward all things were made or created. And for this reason it is said, that this angel doth contain in it all the angelical perfection, no otherwise than the universal beams of the sun are comprehended in the body of the sun. Wherefore we do with the Hebrew rabbis justly apply the essence of the first emanation unto Metatron, which emanation is said to enter by the royal port or gate cheater or corona. For know that this Catholic angel is said to be the first creature, because it importeth the spirit of the world, which did first receive the firstborn son, or the imperial emanation, from the attribute of God called Ahh, which is a name of eternity, for that it containeth and doth respect the time past, the time present, and the time to come. For this cause therefore doth this great angel style itself Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. The first influence therefore, which was of universal life and essence, is received by the angel Metatron, which is for this reason called Donum Dei, after it was showered down from the portcheater, into the highest order of the angels called Seraphim, which by reason of their propinquity unto the throne of God, are said to burn or be set on fire with divine love. And hereupon these have their excellent beauty and clearness, by reason of this sacred influence, which is so full of the loving benignity of the Father of light. From thence this potent angelical nature conducts the beams of this light into the convexity of the ethereal heaven, and there bestows it as in a general magazine or storehouse, which place it afterwards in forms or viviseth, insomuch that by the admirable action and motion thereof, it is called primum mobile, or that sphere which moveth first in the heavens, and by his motion it turneth the natural or temporal world round about, from the east unto the west in 24 hors. The mover is this Catholic angel of the world, full of this eternal emanation, by which it animates the world. Therefore also is Sapientia said to be omnium rerum prius creata, the first of all creatures, and fluxus virtutis Dei, and emanatio claritatis ejus, omni re mobilior, penetrans ubique propter suam munditiam and permanens in se, omnia innovans. It is an influence of the virtue of God, and the shining forth of his brightness, which is the most movable of all things, penetrating all things by his pureness, and being one in essence, reneweth all things, that is, it reviveth everything. By which it is plain, that this Catholic emanation is the soul of the world, having endued or put on the universal angelical spirit, and therefore is called by the holy text a creature, so that the Catholic created spirit of the world is the primum mobile, for by this firstborn emanation from God, it is animated and moved, as by the swiftest mover in the world, and the mover is termed primus motor, both together, or called mundi anima, which therefore is defined to be, in respect of the created spirit thus animated, primum mobile, sponte, and per se mobile, the first thing moved, which is moved voluntarily and by itself. And for this reason also the animal faculty in man, which is seeds anima intellectualis, is said to move voluntarily, when the action of the vital and natural faculty, compared unto the ethereal and elementary heaven, do move involuntarily, that is, at the will of the first mover. And this work is therefore assigned unto this sphere, with the legions of intelligences that are derived from, and created there by their Catholic head, which is the said grand archangel, as beams from one sun, partly to hinder the starry lights, which were after created, from burning the elementary world, or working by their long-continued impression, to violent and unnatural alterations, as also to make a proportionable day and night unto the earth. To conclude, by this angelical act, the whole spirit of the world was generally enacted, the divine emanation which issued from the second Sephiret or port, called Chokmah, which is sent out by the attribute Jah, passeth into the order of the cherubims, and is received of the archangel Zophiel, which, by the etymology of his name, argueth pulchritude, as being replenished with an infinity of particular beams of life, but another calleth this keeper, and conductor of these beams Ruziel, who immediately doth direct them into the firmament or heaven of the fixed stars, and principally into the broad girdle of the starry heaven, which is called the zodiac, arguing by the etymology of his name, that the beams of this emanation do chiefly work, and fashion out ideally, the lineaments of an infinity of particularities in the elementary world, as shall be demonstrated hereafter. The third effluxion, which is made from the port Bina, under the protection of the name Elohim, descendeth immediately into the order of the thrones, and is received by the archangel Zabkiel, or, as others will have it, of Caspiel, which is as much to say as genius cholerae magnae, and this effluxion is conducted down into the next sphere below the firmament which it informeth, according unto the natural property of the divine influx. And it procreateth the globe of Saturn, which it replenisheth with spirits, or inferior intelligences, called by the name of Saturnine intelligences, which send down these influences into the elementary world to produce effects according unto their nature, as well in the air and water as in and upon the earth. The fourth emanation, which is derived from the conduit pipe of Chesed, over which the word El hath dominion, is received of the Angelical order of dominations, which import power against evil spirits, and the benefit of life and breath, and then is committed unto the archangel Zadkiel, which is by interpretation genius justitii. And this angel, according unto the nature of the influence which it carrieth, is a friend unto the true justice in the proportion of the elements, and a friend unto the creature's life, wherefore it conducteth the beams of this property into the next orba below, Saturn, which they make a dwelling place for an infinity of spirits, that are created out of the same informing influence, and therefore are of its property. This Terra Angelica Olympi is termed the star of Jupiter, and these kinds of Olympic spirits are termed jovial intelligences, which do pour forth the streams of their influence into the elementary regions, and animateth the spirits of its nature, which work effects appropriated unto the property of this influence. The fifth irradiation, or emission of divine beams, is out of the Sephiratical numeration or port called Geburah, whose president is the divine attribute Elohim Gibber, and these beams are said to pass directly into the order of Podestats, and the archangel unto the which these beams are committed is called Samael, or as others will, Hamael, and it is a genius which importeth horror, and this intelligence doth conduct the beams of its emanation into the sphere, which is below that of Jupiter, and informeth the spirits thereof with the burning fire of this nature or property, making the starry globe of Mars their residence, from whence they pour out their influences unto the elementary spirits, which are of that nature. The next emission of divine beams is out of the gate or channel Tiphirith, over which the divine attribute Eloah hath dominion, and these are infused immediately into the angelical order of the virtues so called, because the divine virtue doth shine forth of it, for, as Isidorus saith, the angels of this order do receive illumination, purgation, and perfection from God. And this order doth send them down by the archangel Michael, which signifieth quis tanquam Deus, into the next region below the sphere of Mars. And there these golden and vivifying beams do inform and animate such bright intelligences with their like property, as do dwell in and illuminate the visible sun in heaven, and therefore are termed solar spirits. From whence this mighty archangel, which is called Custos Animarum, the keeper or preserver of living souls, doth order that they be hourly poured out into the elementary region, to vivify and refresh those spirits, which are formed out after their own image and nature. And this intelligence doth conduct the beams of its emanation into the sphere, which is below that of Jupiter, and informeth the spirits thereof with the burning fire of this nature or property, making the starry globe of Mars their residence, from whence they pour out their influences unto the elementary spirits which are of that nature. The next emission of divine beams is out of the gate or channel Tiphirith, over which the divine attribute Eloah hath dominion, and these are infused immediately into the angelical order of the virtues so called, because the divine virtue doth shine forth of it, for, as Isidorus saith, the angels of this order do receive illumination, purgation, and perfection from God. And this order doth send them down by the archangel Michael, which signifieth quis tanquam Deus, into the next region below the sphere of Mars. And there these golden and vivifying beams do inform and animate such bright intelligences with their like property, as do dwell in and illuminate the visible sun in heaven, and therefore are termed solar spirits. From whence this mighty archangel, which is called Custos Animarum, the keeper or preserver of living souls, doth order that they be hourly poured out into the elementary region, to vivify and refresh those spirits, which are formed out after their own image and nature. The seventh effluxion or irradiation is out of the Sephiratical port of Netzeth, over which the attribute of God Jehovah Zebaoth is Lord, and they pass immediately into the angelical order of principalities. And this influence is committed to the archangel Aniel's custody, who conducteth them down into the next sphere below the sun, where it animates, according unto his good property, all such Olympic spirits, which do inhabit the globe and sphere of Venus, which are therefore termed Venerian spirits, from whence the like vigor and force is sent out unto the creation of elementary spirits, of the nature of these formal influences which are radically sent down from the divine influence. The next flux of divine beams issue from the spout or channel called Hod, over which the attribute Elohim Zebaoth is president, and descendeth immediately down into the order of archangels, and from thence is conducted downward by the archangel Raphael, into the next sphere below Venus, and there it createth, and continually vivifieth those Olympic spirits, which possess and adorn the orbe or globe of Mercury, and are therefore termed mercurial spirits, which send down such mutable and changeable influences to animate those elementary spirits, which were created first by this attribute, and therefore do sympathize with the nature of such beams as are sent down from this sephiratical gate. The ninth effluxion or irradiation springeth out from the eternal fountain, by the bright port Jesed, whose rector or president is the attribute Sadai, and passeth down unto the order of angels, and is committed unto the custody and conveyance of the Archangel Gabriel, who directeth it downward unto the lowest ethereal or starry orbe, where it animateth those spirits which inhabit the globe of the moon, and are thereupon styled lunary spirits, from whence they rain down showers of these influences upon such spirits or demons in the elementary world, as have received their creation from the influences of this property in God. The last effluxion or flowing and streaming forth of the divine beams is effected by the channel or gate Malchut, whose president is the divine attribute Adonai, and this descendeth immediately into the order of the blessed souls, from whence they deem them to be conducted directly into the elementary world. By the continuity therefore of these several and opposite irradiations, or emanations of beams, from God unto the imperial angels, and from them unto the Olympic spirits, and so continuated from these unto the elementary spiritual shapes or demons, we may gather thus much, namely first, that God doth onely operate essentially all, in and over all. Next, that according unto the variety of his volunty, he worketh diversely in this world, and therefore we must know that his volunty is manifold in property, because that things are effected, as well in heaven as in earth, after a manifold operation. Wherefore if God operateth all, and in all, the diversity of his work must proceed from the multiplicity of his volunty.
And for this reason, Hermesait, voluntas Dei summa est rerum perfectio, quam necessitas sequitur necessitas vero concomitatur effectus.
Asclep, Cap. Volunty of God is the highest perfection of things, which necessity doth follow, and the effect doth accompany the necessity, so that what God doth will must be perfect, and consequently the effect must follow one of itself. And therefore he concludeth that God accomplisheth at an instant of time both his will and the effect thereof, but what he would not have that cannot be, and therefore what existeth in rerum natura, of what property soever it be, it is effected according unto the will or volunty of one of these divine attributes.
Nec credibiles Deo displicitur esse quod placuit, cum amp futur mediam placitur multo anteciveret.
Neither is it credible that should displease God which did please him, being that he did know long before both the thing that was to come, and what should be pleasant unto him. Sap 11. And therefore Solomon, could anything exist which thou wouldst not have to be? Thirdly, that according unto the variety of his divine volunty, things were created, the one either sympathizing spiritually in affection with another, or antipathizing among themselves by reason of beams of a contrary disposition, according unto the concordant or opposite nature of the angelical irradiation, or shining out of the beams of one spiritual creature another, which contrariety of conditions did proceed from the varieties of properties, which is in the volunty or will of one and the same radical and eternal essence. Thus therefore were all creatures in the world, as well spiritual as corporal, composed, and thus were they vivified and animated by beams, the one either contrary unto the other, or else by reason of their concordance and likeness of nature, rejoicing greatly when they meet together, by irradiation of all one influence. And we must know and understand that, although each creature had its radical information by these emanations, yet in their generations and multiplications, they may vary from the condition of their created or generated parents, by the uniting together of two different irradiations at the hour of their birth. So therefore it comes to pass that a man, both in shape and condition, may be unlike his parents, a horse more fierce or sluggish than his sire, a plant or fruit more lax, waterish, or unwholesome than the stock from whence the seed or sap came. And consequently, by the application of angelical beams of an opposite nature, in the birth of a man, it may happen that the radiation of a plant or flower or beast or such like thing may forever antipathetically align with this man, which did aptly agree and sympathize with another. And whereas the opposition which is made between the contrary elements is apparent and manifest, namely in respect of the fight or discord which is made betwixt dissonant qualities or natures, as are cold and heat, moisture and drought, so that in this case, the sympathy and antipathy of elements are well known to everyone, namely betwixt the water and fire, and betwixt the earth and the air. We must know that there is yet a more latent and internal cause of sympathy and antipathy in things, which by some is ascribed unto the occult natures of the stars, but in verity it proceeds from those angelical influences which do invisibly and after a most occult manner stream out of creatures that are born under a discordant emanation, which Reuchlin doth passingly well describe in these Reuchlin words.
Philosophus peripateticis idi probatur, quod caelum quod libet sphericum praeter formam suam essentialem, habet assistentem intelligentiam orbis sui nutrisem quae evocatur angelus, eo quod ad hoc officium missa, intelligence volens compliat usa creatoris. Tanquam inter Deum et naturam, Virtus media qua sunt operationes in rebus, quas natura erum vel no faceret, vel no sic faceret, quas ali provenire di conta proprietate occulta et alicia tile.
It is approved by the peripatetic philosophers that every spheric heaven, besides its essential form, has an assisting intelligence which is the mover of its orb. This intelligence is called an angel, because, being sent to perform that office, it doth understandingly and willingly accomplish the command of the Creator, as a middle virtue between God and nature, by which are effected operations in things, which their nature either would not effect or would not do in that fashion, the which are said by others to proceed from an occult property, and others because it is so. Whereby it appears that the hidden sympathy and antipathy in things, as well celestial as terrestrial, proceed from the mystical and arcane actions of angelical spirits or intelligences, who first receive that hidden property from a peculiar influence or irradiation, which descends from some of the divine influences, which do inform and endue that angelical spirit with that virtue. But because it is not the office of an astrologian to penetrate thus profoundly into these hidden mysteries, which belong unto the avial world, forasmuch as his custom is to make the visible stars the fountains of all those effects, which by way of influence and irradiation do descend to operate, as well by sympathy as antipathy, in things below, I will here, after the astrologian's manner, make the wellspring of all sympathy and antipathy to arise from the manifold influence of the stars, as shall more at large appear in the next chapter. Chapter 4th. The astrological reason of sympathy and antipathy is herein expressed, where also it is proved that, being all inferior spirits receive the influence of their nature from above, and being that the elemental creatures are but the images of the celestial, so also it must consequently follow that, as there are both sympathetical and antipathetical aspects or irradiations between two or more of the heavenly bodies, and therefore there must of necessity happen that there is an emission of essential beams from one earthly body unto another, which, according unto the nature of the creature, is either sympathetical or antipathetical. I will leave now a while to speak radically with the mystical Hebrew and Kabbalistical theologians, and will open this mystery of occult radiation, or streaming forth of hidden beams betwixt two creatures, whether they be celestial or terrestrial, of a like and sympathizing nature, or unlike and antipathetic condition, after the manner of an astrologian, namely, taking the visible organ for the invisible agent, the external creature for the internal angelical virtue, the starry influence for the hidden supercelestial emanation, which is poured out into the spirits or intelligences which inhabit and illuminate the stars, and send it down again from them into the elementary world, to animate the winds, and by them the Catholic element, altered after a fourfold manner, and by the element so altered, to inform the meteorologic bodies diversely, and by them the several compounded creatures, both in the sea and land. We ought therefore to know that there is a manifest opposition and agreement, not only in respect of the manifest qualities of the elements, which are observed to be as well in the fixed as erratic stars, but also in a more hidden regard. For the best astrologians have noted that Jupiter, Sol, and Luna are friends unto Saturn, so Mercury, Mars, and Venus are his enemies. Again, all the planets but Mars are friends unto Jupiter. Moreover, there is not any of the planets that is Mars's friend, but Venus only, and especially Sol and Mercury are his greatest foes. Also Jupiter and Venus are friends unto the Sun, as contrariwise his enemies are Mars, Mercury, and Luna. All the planets are said to love and favor Venus but Saturn. Mercury's friends are Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. His enemies are Sol, Luna, and Mars. The friends of the Moon are Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. Her enemies are Mars and Mercury. The friends unto the head of the dragon are Jupiter and Venus. The enemies are Saturn and Mars. Lastly, the enemies of the tail of the dragon are Jupiter, Luna, and Venus, as contrariwise his friends are Saturn and Mars. Besides all this, we ought to note that there is another kind of friendship or enmity between the planets, namely when one of them has its exaltation or dignity in another's house. In this case, therefore, the things subject unto the influence of the one will lovingly embrace the aspect of the other, and contrariwise the depression or detriment of the one in the house of another makes the spirit of the one creature to aspect antipathetically a thing that is under the other. By this means, I say, the presence of the thing born, or springing forth, under the planet of that house will be ungrateful and odious unto the other person or thing whose detriment is in the said house. Contrariwise, we must note that two creatures will well sympathize and joyfully agree with one another, where their planets do consent together in nature, quality, essence, and strength, as are Mars and Venus, for these sympathize by a natural instinct. So also Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, and the Moon agree together, and so likewise the unfortunate planets do agree in the multiplying of misfortunes. We ought also in like manner to know that the sign which has most dignity of a planet, as house, triplicity, face, exaltation, term, or such like, does best sympathize with the geniture of that planet. Whereas contrariwise the signs or fixed impression of the firmament, which is opposite in nature, or full of misfortunes, does by its beams cause a secret hatred and abhorring, when the things appertaining unto one another do occultly by their beams aspect one another. Also, the manner of casting out of their beams does make a wondrous alteration in the two subjects, for as the beams of the stars were unto one another, in the nativity of the animal, or sprouting forth of the plant, so shall the true character of them abide, and be expressed in the thing born or produced. I will therefore express the nature of these beams, of secret irradiations, which accompany the influence of the stars, in a more ample manner, because therein consists the secret astrological mystery of the sympathy or antipathy which happens between such things as are below. Alkindus de Radius. First, I must have you know that the most internal and profound astronomers are of opinion that every star of heaven has a nature or condition appropriated unto itself, in which the projection of its beams with others is contained, and as every one of them has a proper nature, which is not totally found in any other, wherein the emission of beams is comprehended. So these beams are observed to be of a diverse condition, even as the stars themselves are diverse in nature. For every star has its situation in the heavens, clean, distinct, and different from another, and therefore it follows necessarily that each of them has a respect different from one another, and unto all other things or places contained in this world. Now it is certain that the variety of the aspect does vary the effect of the beams, as also diverse other properties of the stars perform the same, whereupon it comes to pass that each star does operate otherwise, and affects another thing in diverse places and subjects, how little soever, or how small a difference, being that the whole operation of the stars proceeds of the beams, which do vary in every diverse aspect in themselves. For the beams which issue from the center of the star unto the center of the earth are found, and by experience are justified, to be the strongest in the manner or kind of their operation. But the beam which is ejaculated or emitted obliquely is debilitated and weakened in effect, according unto the proportion of its oblique motion, unless it is strengthened and comforted by the concurring beams of other stars in the same place or point. For each particular star casts its beams to every place, and therefore the diversity of beams being collected or gathered together does alter the content of each place or subject. Being there is a diverse manner of beams in every diverse place and thing, which is derived from the general or total harmony of the stars. Hereupon it happens that in every place, and at every time, diversity of individual creatures are produced in this world, all which the celestial harmony is said to effect, by the projection of beams into this lower elementary region, which do continually vary and diversify themselves. By this, therefore, it is evident that the irradiations of all the stars have diverse operations in the things of this world, according unto the diverse properties of things, forasmuch as everything does rise or spring and exist by these emanations, or streaming forth of beams. Moreover, we ought to note that the condition of the heavenly harmony is such that all the stars are of the condition of the heavenly harmony is such that, since all the stars are of diverse natures, and by reason hereof, all their beams are of diverse effects in the elementary world, it happens that the beamy operations are assisted or aided about the same matter or subject, and again, in another matter, are hindered of one another. Moreover, we must observe that over everything in this world, there is ordained a predominant star, and again there is some celestial sign that, in the work and government of the same thing, bears the rule above all others. Out of this condition, therefore, of the starry beams between themselves, there arises so great a difference and diversity in things of this world, that there can hardly be found two things or more which are alike in all respects unto one another, although human sense is not in some cases sufficient to apprehend the difference. To conclude, the celestial harmony works so differently in diverse places and times that now it generates or produces like of like, and at other times it brings forth things that are unlike. Also it produces like things at this time by a like motion, and at another time, unlike by an unlike motion, now by a slow motion, and then by a swift motion. Thus therefore, we see that by innumerable kinds of other varieties, the things of this world, and their motions, are observed to vary according unto places and times. This being well pondered by every wise man, and seeing it is evident that the elementary world is made after the example of the heavenly, so that everything that is comprehended in it does contain his image, we ought not to make any scruple in affirming that all things in this world, whether they be substances or essential accidents, do emit beams unto one another after their manner, by the imitation of the stars from whence they are derived. For else it were not possible that they should contain in them fully the figure of the starry world. But this is manifestly and sensibly confirmed by certain things, for the fire does send forth heat unto the neighboring parts, and contrariwise the earth does expire or bring forth the beams of its coldness. Also, medicines taken inwardly or applied outwardly do send forth the beams of their virtue into the body. We observe also that the collision or dashing together of two hard bodies makes a sound or noise, pouring out or dispersing itself by beams after its fashion. Again, all colored things do send out their beams, by which they are seen, which being so, we may boldly aver that everything which has actual existence in this elementary world sends forth beams on every side, which fill all the cavity thereof after its fashion. And therefore Alkindus avers that every place of this world contains the beams of all the things which do actually exist in it, and as each thing does differ from another, so do the beams of every subject differ in nature and effect from the beams of all other things. whereby it happens that the operation of beams in all diverse things is varying or different. Thus far I have expressed the opinions of the learned astronomers touching the celestial radiations, and thereby also it is manifested unto us that each creature in the elementary world is not only informed by these celestial beams, which have been poured out upon them, but are preserved by an assiduous succession of their beamy influence. Consequently, all things that are so made by the celestial influxion are the type or image of those celestial spirits whose beams did make them. Wherefore it must needs follow, by Alkindus's rule, that if they are the types or images of the celestial shapes which did fashion them, they must in like manner emit their beams, though invisibly, no otherwise than the stars do, from which they draw the influence of their being. For we must know that the essential beams descending from God to the angels, and from the angels unto the stars, and from the stars unto the creatures, are continual because indivisible. For there is no formed virtue issuing from God that can be separated from its fountain, which being so it must needs follow that they shine forth out of the body in which they are, unto other lights which are sent out from other creatures, no otherwise than one star of heaven doth behold another in this or that aspect. Wherefore mark me well, what I now say, I told you that each star in heaven has his friend, and he has his enemy. I told you that the reason of this opposition, as well among the angels as stars of heaven, was the diversity of the volunity of God, which was the cause of such opposite attributes, as are by the Hebrew text which the Kabbalistical rabbis expressed and avouched. I proceed therefore thus and say, that if in the heavenly harmony it happens that there is a potent aspect or streaming forth of beams, which concurs with the irradiation of the ethereal or starry Lord of life, of the thing generated or produced, being animal, vegetable, or mineral, and that if by emanation the star so partaking with the Lord of life be an utter enemy unto the Lord of life, then will the spirit of that creature so generated or made be subject to discordant passions, as fear, anger, sadness, and suspicion. This is especially true when the enemy unto the Lord of life, being more potent in the celestial scheme or horoscope, does apply unto the Lord of life, being any way debilitated by an evil aspect, so that this way happens a kind of insensible antithetical perturbation unto the spirit of the thing so generated or produced. Also if the thing produced or generated begins its nativity when the enemy was most potent in heaven, then when his proper Lord, and he be joined with the first Lord, in any bad aspect, if at that time that creature be brought into the presence of that other creature which was first mentioned, there must needs be an antithetical distaste in the spirit of the first, because the genius of the last is timorous and afraid of the genius of the first, which is his enemy, being more powerful. And therefore, the two earthly subjects of these different stars being present, and emitting the beams of their nature, those beams must of necessity work antipathetically with one another, and the strongest must prevail no otherwise than the two stars of heaven, which made the mixture of beams were enemies. But you must note and observe, that though the stronger beams be antipathetical unto the weaker, it follows not that the weaker beams be antipathetical unto the stronger, being always that the stronger passion is in the weaker, as the action remains in the stronger. But if the subject of a star in heaven be brought in on earth unto the subject of his enemy in heaven, if there was not in the nativity any aspect between them, they operate not antipathetically with their beams being present, and yet their natures or beams will be by so much the more inclined to actual opposition, if at the time of their meeting, the enemies aspect on one another with an evil aspect in heaven. As for example, if that Jupiter be lord of the nativity or production of the thing, and Mars does aspect him in a quadrat or opposite aspect, and this creature, suppose it be a man, does meet with a cat, the lord of whose nativity is Mars, most powerful in heaven, aspecting Jupiter with a malevolent irradiation, then will the sight of this cat be unpleasant unto that man? But the truth is that there may be some fixed star, which is the assigned original or protector of the cat or animal of what nature soever, which may be antipathetical unto the fixed star with the planet in it, that has dominion over the cat. But contrariwise, if the beams of two planets or signs or more do meet or concur in one, and the same generation or production of a thing, where the star which has most dominion is lord of the thing, be it animal or vegetable, or mineral, and these planets are friends to one another, then if any other subject present itself, which is fashioned by the beams of the other planet, these two subjects, emitting their beams upon the earth, will love each other, and sympathetically agree with one another, and so much the greater will their sympathy be unto one another, by how much they accord unto one another in nature, property, and benevolence of aspect, in the instant of their nativities or beginnings. As for example, if Jupiter be lord of a man's nativity, and aspects Venus, and Venus him, in a sextile or trine aspect, and again Venus is the most powerful in the nativity of a cat or dog, and that relation by his beams unto Jupiter in a good aspect, then I say, that there will be a reciprocal affection and sympathy betwixt both creatures. Also, if the like friendship be made in heaven, at the bringing forth of any vegetable, the man or beast will be well pleased at the presence, view, and taste of that vegetable, and if he eats of it, it will well agree with his nature. And all this is to be understood in things which from their creation were not ordained quite opposite and antithetical unto the creature, as are vermin and such like. which nevertheless are made by these concordant irradiations of heaven more amiable and less harmful, yea, and more convenient for the use of man's or beast's bodies also. There is since the fall of Adam, enmity set between the serpent and man, and yet, by the like confluence in heaven, some affect serpents or snakes, some, by the concurrence of contrary beams, do loathe and fly from them with an exceeding detestation, and do abhor them beyond all measure. But to return again unto the root of this business, the evident cause of sympathy and antipathy of things proceeds from the radical mystery of the opposite attributes or properties in God, which have the original of their emanation from the secret and hidden volunity of eternity, as I have told you here before. And yet these astrologians have such reasons from their starry experiences that they all take their original of sympathy or antipathy from them. And hereupon did the philosophers in general conclude that inferiora a superioribus reguntur, and did the philosophers in general conclude that inferiora a superioribus reguntur, and that mundus inferior sit corporibus superioribus contiguous, inferior things are governed and directed by the superior, and the inferior world is contiguous unto the superior bodies. And Ptolemy vultus huius seculi subjecti sunt voltibus cali, the effigies or shapes of this world are subject unto the images of heaven. And Aristotelis mundus iste supernus lationibus fer continuus, ut inde vijus universa regatur, this world is almost continual with the supernal motions that thereby his universal power may be governed.
And Hippocrates de celestibus autem rebus, et sublimibus mihi nihil descendum viatur, nisi quatenus homines, animali etc. in terris digont, et ginontur in attacca sunt, principiat originem in habere demonstrabo, et quod anima de celo est, quod dolor, languor, mori, et denique quicquid bonim alive, est in homine de celo proficisitur.
Touching celestial and divine matters, it seems to me that there is nothing to be said, save only, that I will demonstrate that men and beasts which live upon the earth, and are begotten and born, have their beginning and original from thence, and that the soul is from heaven, and to be dolorous, to languish, and to die.
And finally, whatsoever is good or bad in man doth proceed from above. And for this Halley says medicus qui astronomiam ignorat, est tanquam secus viam baculo antiquarens, miserabiliter residens hucatque illuc examinans.
Pro qualibet boni malive operentia, the physician who is ignorant in astronomy is like a blind man, who examineth and searcheth out his way with a staff, miserably reeling this way and that way, according to every appearance of good or evil. But to come nearer the point, Shekenses Shulamazes saith, that every one of the 12 signs receiveth his particular and special name from the nature or property of some beast, because the nature of the one doth seem to symbolize with that of the other. And Moses Arabicus saith, that every animated thing hath a peculiar star, which sendeth down its influence to defend and preserve its like upon earth, and that by the divine will and command. As for example, the stars which are in Aries govern and send down their influence upon the terrestrial ram and on sheep, and the celestial scorpion upon the terrestrial scorpion.
And Rochlin saith, non etibi ulla planta aut herba inferioris, qui non estella in firmamento que non percuciat iem.
There is not a herb or plant here below, which hath not a star in the firmament to beat upon it by its influence. To conclude, you may discern by this the astronomers' and philosophers' intention, namely, to take the visible body's action for that angelical spirit or virtue, which ruleth and vivifieth all things that are beneath, and breatheth forth influences out of the starry organs and not the starry sphere, as the worldly ethnics did imagine, who went no deeper into the mysteries of God and his nature, than their corporal went no deeper into the mysteries of God and his nature, than their corporal eyes and ocular experience did guide them. But they which have dived more profoundly into these secrets, have evidently discerned a more hidden principle in these occult influences.
Hereupon Hermes saith de, in astrorum ides cum signis, erum conspiciabantur de numeratae sunt stellae secundum eos, qui inhabitant illas, Deos.
The gods were discerned in the ideas of the stars with their signs, and the stars are numbered according unto those gods which do inhabit them. Where by the gods he meaneth the variety of angelical emanations, which proceed from one unity, or he may take the archangels, which are the conductors of those several emanations.
For the apostle doth rightly accept, when he saith die quidem sunt qui dicuntur in coelo et in terra, nobis tamen unus Deus pater ex quo omnia.
Et unus Dominus, Jesus Christus per quem omnia, there are such creatures as are called gods in heaven and in earth, but unto us there is but one God the Father, from whom are all things, and one Lord Jesus Christ by whom are all things. As if he had said God the Father, or the radical unity, is the fountain from whence all things spring, and his Catholic emanation the immediate act by which all virtues, actions, and vivifications are diversely effected, according unto his will which sent it out both in heaven and on earth.
So that it is not the angel but God in the angel. Wherefore Picus Mirandolanus says, ad celum non est referendum si quid a nobis sit, quod nostras viers videtur exeter.
Sed podius vel ad angelos vel ad Deum, If there be anything from us that exceedeth our power, it is not to be referred unto the heavens but rather either to the angels or to God.
For this reason therefore Rabbi Moses says, Angeli non movent semper orbis celestis eodem modo, quofit ut non semper eodem modo fiant mutationes horum inferiorum, maximum namque, vimatque, potestatem angelica exercet conditio, in res corporeas qua propter intellectus agens, aqua influent forma, nominatur angelus, et appellatur praefectus universitatis, ut dixerunt sapientes nostri. Vocaturque mitatron, aquo quidem gubernantur, omnes virtut singulares quae pariter angeli dicuntur, quorum est multitudo quod nos infinita.
Sed quod creatorem determinata et finita. The angels do not always move the celestial orbs after one manner, and hereupon it cometh to pass that the mutations of inferior things are not made after one fashion, for the angelical condition hath a great force and power over corporeal things, and therefore the intellectual agent, from which the forms of things do issue or stream forth, is termed that angel, which is the president of all the world, as our wise men have testified. And it is called Metatron, of whom all singular virtues are governed, the which are likewise called angels, of which kind there is an infinite multitude in regard of us, though unto the Creator they are limited and finite.
And Rabbi Brestius doth seem to confirm thus much, in these words Creator quotidie crea totum angelorum, quos alii vocant formas, quod sint substantia formalis, quibus tota sphera generabilibus et corruptibilibus absque numero plena est.
The Creator doth daily create a company of angels which other men do call forms because they are formal substances, of the which kinde, the whole sphere of generable and corruptible things are replenished without number. Now by this intellectus agens or Metatron, forasmuch as it is the president over the whole world, which I said before to be that anima mundi of the Pythagoreans which did animate every particular thing, by sending out of an infinity of his formal beams, we may perceive that these mystical Hebraic theosophers did understand that very power, which the apostle doth in the place before mentioned assign unto our Lord Jesus Christ. Being that as they made this Metatron the Catholic angel, or Praefectum Universitatis, the ruler of the world, proceeding by emanation from Ensof or infinity, so the apostle saith in 1 Corinthians chapter 8 that all forms, and what else proceedeth from God the Father, and have their being from our Lord Jesus Christ. To our purpose therefore, as God ordained from his infinite fountain of unity, two principles of a clean contrary nature, namely, light and darkness. So the firstborn of darkness was Litigium, or the prince of darkness, which was termed Satan, and his rule is in darkness and over all dark things, or privative properties. B. And he hath his fourfold angels or demons of a different nature, which have their dominions over the winds and elements, and are ready to effect their prince his behests in a business of darkness, and therefore of discord and privation, be it of the property of what wind that bloweth, according unto that of the Apocalypse chapter 7. I saw 4 angels standing upon the 4 angles of the earth, being presidents over the 4 winds of the earth, unto whom it was granted to hurt the earth and the seas and so forth. Now each of these angels have many divisions, and subdivisions of legions under them, who do then act at their volunity, when they have dominion to blow under them, who do then act at their volunity, when they have dominion to blow and trouble the air. All these are animated by the influences which are sent down from the Olympic spirits, as they likewise have their animation and times of dominion appointed them by the imperial archangel. And these are the immediate dispensators of the will of their eternal head and wellspring. For this reason therefore, as we ocularly behold that the sunbeams do illuminate wholly what object soever the same looketh upon, being enlightened by reason of an infinity of beams which are united in and upon it, so also all emanations which are carried down unto the stars do fill them with an infinity of beams, which are instead of subdivided angels, having the nature of all that whole emanation which did animate the stars. And therefore all the Olympic spirits of each star are alike in property. The selfsame reason also there is, from the angelical beams which issue from each wind, and fill the whole air, and water, and earth, with an innumerable number of hurtful spirits of their nature. And yet it is sure, that as God made all things to exist and be, as Solomon saith, he had a care to appoint over the winds as many good angels, with their inferior spirits which arise from their good beams, to overrule the malice of the bad spirits with their subjects which also have their abidings in the air. And, that each of these hurting or harmful angelical presidents of the winds have a master to curb his malice, it appeareth by the consequence of the foresaid text in the Apocalypse.
Chapter 7 Id vidi angelum ascendentem, ab ortu solis habentem signum Dei vivi, it clamavit vos magna quatur angelis, quibus datum est nocer terrae mari, descens, nolit nocer terrae mari, nec arboribus etc.
And I saw another angel ascend from the east, having the seal of the living God, and he cried with a great voice unto the 4 angels, in whose power it was to hurt the earth, and the seas and the trees etc. So that we see here, that there is an imperial angel, which is a spirit or intelligence of goodness and preservation, who hath power over the angels of the world, as well bad as good, and consequently is a lord and commander over the harmful angels not only of that easterly quarter, but also over all the other three, and that was Michael, unto whom the government of the sun and east is ascribed. And this great and sovereign angel by others is said to be Metatron, of which we have spoke before, whom others esteem to be the image of the eternal sapience, by which all things were made. Howsoever it was that imperial angel, that had victory over the dragon and his angels, and therefore hath them his vassals, so that as Satan is the prince of darkness, and an enemy unto light, and therefore unto Christ and his creatures, so this great angel, in whom is Jehovah's name, in which is life, and in whom is light without darkness, is the prince of light, and hath power over light, position, and life, and therefore an utter enemy unto darkness, with the prince thereof. And for that cause, as Satan hath his armies scattered in the air, by the four winds, so also hath the imperial and victorious prince of light, his conducting angels dispersed over the face of the earth and waters, and in every place over the Catholic element of the air, to resist the violent and subtle or invisible assaults of the army or spirits of darkness, which good spirits also are under the conduct of four good captains, of the nature of the four winds, which captains are full of goodness and grace. Therefore the mystical theologians and Kabbalists do aver, quod ut in exercitu de quatuor suntantes ignani, Nempe, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael, as it is written in Leviticus. Likewise in the army of Satan there are broad-bannered standard-bearers, avengers of wrath, Samael, Azael, Mahaziel, as Menahem Reconati affirmeth in Liber Primus. Whereof the first of each kind do war in the east, the second in the north, the third in the south, and the fourth in the west. For these four spiritual captains of Satan are thought to be the four harmful angels, which are said to cause the four winds to blow. And as for the other four of God's captains, that they are also presidents of the four winds, we find it confirmed by Rabbi Tadeus Levi in this sense.
Deus quatuor ventis creavit quatuor angelos, qui praefecti sunt super eos in die, et in nocte mical, qui et expat clementiae et misericordiae constituitur mamona, ie praefectus super ventum orientalem, uscat dimidium die, et uscat noctem regitque ventum occidentalem, Raphael, qui similiter et de part clementiae, tum Gabriel in virtute judici, et severitatis, praefectus es cum vento boreali, super dimidium noctis, et duas mensuras mundi noriel veru vel oriel praesidet austro.
God created for the four winds four angels which are rulers or presidents over them, in the daytime and in the night. Michael, which is of the part of clemency and commiseration, is made the lord and ruler over the east wind, until midday and until night, and Raphael, which is also of the part of mercy, doth govern the west then. Gabriel in the power of judgment and severity is constituted lord over the north wind, and Noriel or Uriel is made overseer of the south. So that we see, that as well there are good beams or benign spirits, which by a secret and hidden emanation, do stream forth from the fountain of the winds, namely those which are poured out by Jehovah's benign attributes, as are El by Jupiter, Elok by the sun, Shaddai by Venus, and then Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, etc. Do by their legions execute God's will, and there are bad and corrupt or privative emissions of spirits, of a contrary fortitude from the winds, which have their original from Elohim, Elohim Gibber, and Adonaiah, which make Saturn, Mars, and the moon their storehouse. Neither would I have anyone to wonder, that I should derive the multiplicity of the good and bad properties, which are affected by the winds, from one divine essence, which imparteth his will by the diversity of his lively properties unto the four archangels, since the prophet saith from the four winds, and breathe on these slain persons, that they may live again. Here the prophet acknowledgeth, that it is but one essential vivifying spirit that effecteth all this, and consequently, that the four opposite properties in the four angels which are the governors of the winds, are the influences or essential beams, of one and the same spirit of life in essence. By reason of these spirits of a contrary fortitude in the air, sometimes good and propitious events befall the creatures of this lower world, namely when the good spirits reign, and wholesome winds do blow, which happen when the benign stars and planets have dominion in heaven, and consequently their influences below, and again sometimes bad and disastrous accidents, armed with privative and destructive effects, befall the creatures of this elementary region, by reason of severe emissions of beams from the winds, which animate those evil spirits, that in infinite multitudes do hover, though invisible, in the air, who are rejoiced and revived at the blasts which issue from the stations of their cruel princes, and are as it were summons and all arms to stir and excite them unto wrath, and to blow the coals of their sleeping malice.
All this we may gather from this speech, extracted out of Joseph Casaliensis. A terra usque ad firmamentum non et locus vacuus sed omne plenum formis, exilis purae, exilis capaces gratiae, misericordiae, et sunt infernis, multae effigies, fuedae, noxiae, tentatrices eum necomorantes, et volitantes in aer. Et non a terra usque in caelum locus vacuus, quin totum sunt species exis ad pacem exis ad bellum is ad bonum, exis ad malum, exis ad vitam, exis ad mortem, et omne die in habitation inferiore in quanus sumus.
From the earth unto the firmament there is not a void place, but all is full of forms, of the which some are pure, and some are capable of grace and mercy, and there are beneath many foul, hurtful, and tempting shapes, and of all these do abide, and fly up and down in the air. And from the earth unto the heaven there is not one spare place, but all is full of forms, whereof some are inclined to peace, some to war, some of them are given to goodness, some to naughtiness, and some of them are agents to life, and some unto death. And all this chanceth in the lower habitation, in the which we are, etc., whereby he signifieth that the whole air is replenished as well with spirits of darkness as with spirits of light. And therefore there is a continual conflict made here below, betwixt these spirits of opposite conditions, whereof the one do attend upon their prince of darkness, being always ready to accomplish his behests, and consequently are very familiar unto the humid nature or matter of the world, which is the child of the dark chaos, and for that cause have naturally a great dominion and power over it, which by reason of its inclination unto darkness is easy to be tempted and allured from the society of formal light. And hereupon the material world, the flesh and the devil are joined together, as also Satan is termed by the apostle the prince of the air, which is the offspring of the waters, from whence the material substance of the world was taken. The other do wait on the Prince of Light, their master, who is the eternal wisdom, which springeth from the bright word of eternity. And these two dignify the world with life, and do employ their greatest care to animate, vivify, and preserve it, with such salutary beams as they receive immediately from the eternal emanation or fiery word, in which is the essence of life and being. By this means therefore, namely from the opposition of these two spirits of a contrary fortitude, all the passions in the spirit and consequently of the soul, yea and body, have their immediate beginning, namely, the good passions as are joy, charity, hope, confidence, mercy, humanity, in the little world, which are caused by dilatation of the heart and conquered, appetite, sympathy, desire or concupiscence, delight, audacity, and jocundity, caused by dilatation from the center unto the circumference, and by consequence antipathy in the great world. And again the bad passions in the little world spirit, as are sadness, hatred, desperateness, timidity, anger, fury, and bashfulness, which arise from the contraction of the heart. And in the great world and its creatures, as are stupidity or condolation, discord, hatred, irascibility, fear, etc. And in conclusion, antipathy, which comes by contracting from the circumference unto the center, all which are certain passions, either well affecting and reviving the vital spirits with comfort by dilatation of those spirits with the beams of a kind of joy and delight, or else choking or suffocating them with the gloomy fog of darkness by contracting those spirits with the mist of grief or privative sadness. Chapter 5. What actions in the spirit or soul in general do produce sympathy, and what antipathy, how sympathy or compassion proceeds from a certain dilatation of spirits in two or more particulars, or an emitting of their internal beams of life or essence positively and benignly, from the center unto the circumference, attempting thereby to make a concord or union between two or more like or homogeneous natures, and contrariwise, antipathy, by contracting the said beams from the circumference unto the center, moves after an opposite manner, namely by division or discord, that is quite contrary unto the beams of the other which are emitted. I have signified unto you first in my precedent discourse, that two properties were archetypically, or ideally, and after a complete manner comprehended in one radical unity, or essence, namely, the one effected by its nullity, the other by its volunty. Lo, here the root and original foundation, or point, from which all antipathy and sympathy do spring, namely the first from the privative property or its nullity, the second from its positive or volunty. I told you next, that from this one root or unity in essence, a twofold branch or member did spring forth, expressing typically and explicitly the effects and conditions of these two contrary properties, or dispositions, which were contained complicately in the ideal root, namely darkness and light, the true character or badge of his volunty. And then I proved unto you that these two were the beginnings of all things. Lo, here the two principles of antipathy and sympathy, extracted out of one root. Thirdly, I demonstrated unto you that by the separation of the pure from the impure, from the dark chaos, the humid or watery nature of the world was created, that is to say, essentially informed by the lively presence of the said all-informing spirit. So that through that union of two contrary natures in one, namely the informing essence or naturating nature, and the informed substance or the nature naturated, the spirit of the world was animated, and afterwards by the wisest philosophers termed the anima mundi, which is that angelical composition of two, called therefore by the sages alteritas, as God in his simple nature is called identitas. Now the passive portion, of which alterity was made, is said to be the humid created nature, or naturated matter of the world, whose active essence is the ever-living emanation from eternity, which doth vivify all things, and filleth all things, and is all in all. The union of these two maketh the Catholic soul of the world, called in respect of the simple creating and vivifying emanation, mens, in regard only of the spirit informed, spiritus, and as these two are united in one, anima. Lo, here the third degree of the sympathetical and antipathetical progression, from the simple root of eternity, namely, the created matter or spirit in the soul of the world, being the child or offspring of darkness, or the dark chaos, which is therefore naturally prone unto offspring of darkness, and consequently apt in its own condition to receive any discordant and antipathetical impression, which the angelical spirits of darkness shall imprint upon it. For as the sacred light which animates the humid spirit of the world, and consequently the whole mass of the waters, whereof the heaven and the earth were made, is the most movable, agile and active of all things, so, on the contrary, the matter that is informed, and therefore the created body and spirit, is most degenerate from it, in that it is no way inclined of its own nature unto motion or life. For the philosopher's words are, materia semper se ad motum insufficientum, et ab ipsa anima sua lus degenerans. Wherefore of itself it endures its mother chaos or hiles her condition, and is inclined to rest, immobility, darkness, cold, solitude, and congelation. For this cause, therefore, it suffers the impressions and characters of both oppositions, to wit, sometimes it inclineth unto darkness, and then it groweth sterile, opaque, cold, immobile, thick, and ponderous, and tendeth in that its property downwards to the cold center, or the seat of darkness, which is its mother, and then it is in rebellion and opposition with light, motion, and heat. And so it is antipathetical unto the actions of light and life, as we see the airy spirit of the world, which is clear, light, diaphanous, thin, movable, and soaring upward by the operating power of the descending light, becometh by the northern cold congealed, opaque, sterile, and immobile, or fixed into snow, hail, ice, frost, and such like. So that by this antipathetical accession of the cold characters of the dark rise, so that by this antipathetical adhesion of the cold and dark abyss, it is discordant from the loving union and symphonical access, which it had unto the region of light. Contrariwise, the bright form of the soul, which is the essence of that eternal emanation, doth give the matter or spirit of the soul's life, action, motion, heat, tenuity, and diaphaneity, and that more or less, according as it hath power and dominion over it. And we must note that the more the spirit approacheth unto the nature of light, the firmer are the bonds of its sympathetical accords. For as sympathy doth consist of things of a like nature, so the nearer the spirit approacheth unto form, the greater is the sympathy and accord, the surer the tie, and the more virtuous the effect. So the more that the created spirit is illuminated, the less it remembers that natural inclination and love that it had, unto its dark original, insomuch that by such an extreme purified exaltation it becometh as it were deified. And therefore Plato's opinion is that if the middle spirit, which is between the mental beam and the dark bodily substance, doth more adhere unto the divine or mental beam than the dark body, then it will become a good demon or angel. But if it respect the body more than the divine beam, it will descend unto the nature of a cacodemon, or spirit of darkness. Also, by Scripture we are taught that by adhering unto this divine light, namely unto Christ, we shall be transformed into the same image, to wit, if we forsake this dark world, and the lusts of the obscure body or flesh. But to return unto the soul of the great world, if the airy spirit be given over unto the power of darkness, it becometh bodily, and turns into the same image, namely, frost, snow, rise, so that by this antipathetical adhesion of the cold and dark abyss, it is discordant from the loving union and symphonical access, which it had unto the region of light. Contrariwise, the bright form of the soul, which is the essence of that eternal emanation, doth give the matter or spirit of the soul's life, action, motion, heat, tenuity, and diaphaneity, and that more or less, according as it hath power and dominion over it. And we must note that the more the spirit approacheth unto the nature of light, the firmer are the bonds of its sympathetical accords. For as sympathy doth consist of things of a like nature, so the nearer the spirit approacheth unto form, the greater is the sympathy and accord, the surer the tie, and the more virtuous the effect. So the more that the created spirit is illuminated, the less it remembers that natural inclination and love that it had unto its dark original, insomuch that by such an extreme purified exaltation it becometh as it were deified. And therefore Plato's opinion is that if the middle spirit, which is between the mental beam and the dark bodily substance, doth more adhere unto the divine or mental beam than the dark body, then it will become a good demon or angel. But if it respect the body more than the divine beam, it will descend unto the nature of a cacodemon, or spirit of darkness. Also, by Scripture we are taught that by adhering unto this divine light, namely unto Christ, we shall be transformed into the same image, to wit, if we forsake this dark world, and the lusts of the obscure body or flesh. But to return unto the soul of the great world, if the airy spirit be given over unto the power of darkness, it becometh bodily, and turns into the same image, namely, frost, snow, hail, etc. But if the hot effect, or the formal act of light, prevail a degree over the stupid cold of darkness, it leaveth its opaque quality, and becometh diaphanous, and returneth from an earthly, fixed, and obscure nature, unto a clear, transparent, and flexible substance, and by another degree of the divine act, it is made more subtle, more dilated, more invisible and pure, and it is called air, by a third. It is purified unto fire, by a fourth unto aether, when it loseth all the appetite of mutation, and forgetteth the privative stock from whence it came, by a fifth. It becometh angelical or imperial, and so it is exalted more and more in dignity, according as it is more and more obedient unto the actions of the eternal and Catholic influence of form, which shineth forth from the fountain of infinity. For we must understand that the whole inclination of the eternal emanation is to reduce this child of darkness unto eternal light, unity and life. As contrariwise the endeavors of the potential darkness, which is the stamp of God's nullity or privative nature, are clean contrary. So that all the end of the creating light's action is to unite all by the symphonical band of love and unity, and consequently of sympathy, namely, by making the Catholic child of darkness like itself, and therefore to make two to compassionate each other. But contrariwise that of darkness is ever more inclined to make duality of unity and to breed discord, by violating the bands of concord, and so to procreate a new antipathy and hatred, thereby to destroy the fruits of love. So that the spirit which light hath redeemed out of the dark, chaos is the intermediate subject betwixt both the extremes, that is to say, between light and darkness, and therefore is the passive subject ordained by the Creator to endure the impressions of each opposite extreme, whereupon it becometh sometimes the subject of sympathy, namely, when it is obedient unto union and light, and sometimes of antipathy, to wit, when it rebelleth against that light. Thus do we see the true subject of all passion in the soul of the world, and this was the only reason why the philosopher Heraclitus avowed with such confidence that all things were composed of strife and friendship, and Empedocles, that the soul was made of amity and enmity. I will now therefore express unto you that concordant order which that eternal love, who shined out from the Father of light and love, hath put and placed in each region of this world, to distinguish the two different natures from one another, by placing between them an intermediate subject which doth agree with each extreme. And first I will speak of the orders in the universal spirit of the world, and lastly of every particular vivified and enacted spirit, as well in the intellectual or imperial, as vital or ethereal, and natural or elementary heaven, and that in order. We must place the two opposite principles in this world, in the two extremes of the semidiameter thereof. And first, we imagine the seat of the God of light, or of the divine act, to consist in the convexity of the higher and purer orbs of the angels, or imperial heaven, that is, in the circumference of the vaulted world, and then we deem the throne of darkness, or the divine puissance, to be in the center thereof, as the furthest place from its opposite in nature, which is light. Here you may see the two principles of concord and discord, of love and hatred, and consequently of sympathy and antipathy, of the effects whereof all the scripture and each member of philosophy is full. The Catholic matter which was originally extracted out of darkness, namely the waters, which was made the material substance, was by the celestial alchemy, or spagyric virtue of the divine illuminating emanation, divided according unto the contrary and discordant natures of the said two principles, into the upper waters and the lower waters, whereof the first or higher waters were good, and obedient unto the bright divinity, and were converted into a fiery nature, being thereupon termed the imperial nature, for their obedience unto the bright emanation, and were full of intellectual fire, and angelical light. And therefore this portion of the waters was ordained for the seat of the good angels, the lower waters contrariwise as being fecal, gross, impure, and therefore more rebellious unto light, and obedient by participation unto darkness, were placed next unto their dark beginning, namely, the earth, and did possess all that space between the starry heaven and the earth, which is called elementary, and for this cause is subject to all changes of generation and corruption. And this was ordained to be the seat of Satan and his angels, which is for that cause called the prince of this world, the prince of the air, and his prime subjects are called principalities, potentates, and governors of this world. Lo, here the two extremes in the created nature, from the upper whereof a general sympathy and love, or a symphonical consent of things, is made and effected in this world. By the other, namely the lower, and universal antipathetical jar is by turns effected, and intruded into the symphonical accord of things in the lower world, namely when the severe attributes of God do rain down into the starry world, influences of a contrary nature, which afterward by their emissions unto the lower world, give liberty and power unto the bad angels to work their destructive and antipathetical effects on certain creatures thereof. As for example, the attribute Elohim doth send down into the starry world, or planet of Saturn, the fruits of his chill and frozen effects, whereby the spirits of that sphere are corroborated, the which again do pour down their boreal or northern nature unto the spirits which are their substitutes in the elementary world, to wit, those which have power to harm by the northern winds.
Hereupon archangels, Kabbalists ognomenel, quod nos Deum habemus interpretatum, omnia fovet, et omnibus succurit, summa pietate, et clementia, id quod, et illi proprium. Et ideo illi, oratia, attribuitur et per ipsum nomen, Elohim, veniunt severae punitiones estras. Et angeli ein servientes dicuntur ben Elohim, io, filii Elohim. Elohim ergo terrorem significat, et pavorem hinc locus aquilonaris ei signatur, e quo procedet omne malum.
This name or attribute El, which is by interpretation God, doth foster or nourish all things, and assisteth every creature by his piety and clemency, which is appropriated unto him. But by the name or attribute Elohim come severe punishments and stratagems, and the angels which are his ministers to effect his will are called Ben Elohim, that is to say the sons of Elohim. Elohim therefore signifieth terror and fear, and for this cause the northern quarter of the world, from whence cometh all evil, is assigned unto this property, etc. By this therefore we may discern how the spirits, which are dispensators as well of salutary as malevolent and destructive influences, are in the mass of the lower elementary waters, whereby man and the other creatures of God may be either preserved or destroyed. To conclude, that middle spirit in the world, called the firmament, which divideth both the extremely differing waters from one another, and is that intermediate spirit of the world, which doth equally participate, and behold each extreme, is the central mansion of that eternal spirit, which emiteth his beams from his stately solar, or sunny palace, even unto the center of darkness, and extendeth his emanation even unto the seat of light, which is his root. For his brightness is emitted from the attribute Eloah, by the beautiful or glorious port or gate Tifereth, which importeth grace, beauty and pulchritude, by the angelical order of the virtues, into that purified palace of the sun. So that by his emanating presence, he penetrateth everywhere, and filleth all things by his presence, and vivifieth all things by his virtue, and is the Father of life, vegetation, multiplication, and preservation, and hath made his seat in the center of the heavens, that by one most perfect consonant, namely a spiritual diapason, he might illuminate the angels above, and the stars round about him, and that by a more material diapason he might penetrate into the center of the elementary world, to communicate his perfection to each creature thereof, that they might be beautified by his bright presence, and vivified by the penetrating beams of his essence, and consequently that the imps or spirits of darkness may be debilitated by the appearance of his glory. As if one cord were extended betwixt the fountain of light and the abyss of darkness, which being struck, made a unison, but being pressed down and divided directly in the middle of it, each part will render, being struck, a double diapason, unto that unison, importing a double perfection, proceeding from the bright Catholic emanation, whereof the one respecteth the adorning of the lower waters with life and virtue, and the other maketh an accord of friendship among the higher. Now as the body of the sun, and substance of the aether is of a middle or mean spiritual matter, or consistence of the waters, it is evident, that it also is subject to be altered by passion, as well antipathetically as sympathetically. For else it would not be the immediate receptacle of those opposite and contrary emanations, which descend from the differing attributes, but by effect we find the contrary, for some stars are friends, and sympathize in nature with some creatures below. Some again do hate one another deadly, and consequently send down into this lower world contrary influences, which move contrary passions or impressions in the vital spirits or souls of certain elementary creatures. Again, we find that the life of the animal doth consist of opposite actions, namely of systole and diastole, that is, of contraction by the property of matter, and dilatation by the act of the formal light. So that the nature of matter is to draw by contraction from the circumference unto the center, but the condition of the formal essence is quite contrary unto it. For it doth dilate or emit its beams from the center to the circumference. Also the philosophers testify that in sleep and rest the spirits are contracted from the circumference to the center, after the manner of the dark chaos or cold north wind, which bringeth by that contraction the agile and volatile spirit or air of the lower world to rest, and fixation by condensation. cc. But contrariwise, in watchfulness or waking, they conclude that there is an emission or emanation of spirits from the center unto the circumference, which is an argument of two contrary effects, of the firmament's vivifying operation in the souls or spirits of the creatures below, and yet by reason of the equality of each action and passion, they have a compound disposition, according and agreeing in the natural operation of life which descendeth from above. Thus therefore you see, that even from the starry heaven there descendeth sympathy and antipathy. As for the elementary world, it aboundeth manifestly with the effects of these two contrarieties, and therefore lest there should follow any continual unnatural perturbation, which may deprave this great formal workman of his expectation, which was to put concord and peace in the machine which he had ordered and framed, he divided each region in this lower world, that there might be interposed an indifferent friend between two extreme enemies, which he effected by weight, number, and measure. So that unto the weightiest portion of the lower waters is imparted the least proportion of form, that by its grossness and weight it might fall unto the center, and remain fixed in it, and it was called earth. Then unto another portion he bestowed a double measure of light, to make it reside in a higher region, and thereby the matter which was next the earth became more thin, light, and movable. And therefore this augmentation of light melted the frozen waters a little, and did make them flexible and transparent, so that he partly by reason of the continuity of his matter with that of the earth, and partly because of its cold nature, it is a temperate friend of the earth, and taketh its place next unto him. So that it is not so cold as the earth, nor so moist as the air, for it is not enough subtiliated till the bright agent of the world bestoweth on the dark watery abyss, above the water 3 portions of his light. So that it converted part of the gross lower waters into a thinner and more light shape, and that was the watery element. And it was the air which by reason of the triple proportion of formal light was hotter and more dilated than was the water. Wherefore as the water was cold and moist, so the air is hot but not so hot as the fire, and moister than the water. By reason therefore of his moisture, this portion of the Catholic element is friendly to the water on the one side, and on the other side unto the fire, because of his heat. Lastly, that increated spirit of life did yet multiply a part of those waters by another or higher degree of subtility and purity, so that it became the most subtile and highest portion of the general elements, and is consequently hot and dry, wherefore by reason of its drouth, it agreeth on the one side with the earth, which in circulation is next unto him, and on the other side with the air in respect of his heat, but it is hotter than the air, and not so dry as the earth. Lo, here you see the effect of that sympathy, which the peace and love of God did put among the discordant enemies of this world. For thereby the water, as a friend to both the air and earth, becometh a stickler and mediator of peace between them. The air, as a friend unto the two enemies fire and water, is made an indifferent judge betwixt them both, so that the one contrary is kept from struggling and tugging with the other by the supercelestial and golden tie of peace. Thus you see that this spiritual Christ doth bear and sustain all things by the word of his virtue, and as Hermes said, the humid nature by the assistance of the world, is ordered and disposed harmoniously into elements. So that by this virtue, all sympathetical action was effected in the sublunary world, of which the wise man speaketh thus.
In se elementa dom convertebanor, sicut in organo qualitas sonus immutatur, et omnia sum locum custodiant.
But when this harmonical rank and symphonical proportion is violated, then the enemies come together and rage against one another, unto the disturbance of the whole sublunary fabric, for air and earth do struggle against one another, as also the water doth cruelly invade the limits of the fire, and all will be out of order, and in a destructive war with one another, were it not for the presence of this lord of misrule. Thus, as you see, will discrecy and antipathy reign by their turns in the nether region of the world, when the tie of the elements are loose. Thus will friendship be quickly changed into hatred, when Jehovah is pleased to send forth his altering winds, and to corroborate and animate by his influence from above, the ministers of his wrath here below, against the sublunary creature. Now come I to prove, that all sympathetical and antipathetical effects do proceed from the secret and occult actions of the ministering spirits of this world. That there is a mighty difference amongst the angels, no man of wisdom can deny, for though all angels were at the first united unto the divine unity, yet by reason of the rebellion and ambition of Lucifer, that knot of union was broke, and then the waters were divided from the waters, that the good angels might be separated and distinguished from the bad, by the interposition of the firmament, as a diaphragma or middle bar, between each of their habitations. So that the dark angels were enclosed in the lower or dark fecal and dreggy waters, and the light angels were lodged in the higher waters, which were illuminated and dignified by a super-celestial light and glory. Thus you may see that the very angels of heaven, forasmuch as they are created of air, or the humid spirit of the world, and the bright emanation from unity, are subject, by reason of their material substance, which participates of both extremes unto affections or passions, as well sympathetical as antipathetical. And consequently they are able, by reason of their contrary properties, to produce both sympathetical and antipathetical accidents in the spirits of the elementary creatures. As for example's sake, we will compare the Catholic sympathy and antipathy, which is in the soul of the great world, unto that peculiar soul or spirit which is in man, being that every particular was framed out of the universal. We ought therefore to understand, that the whole essence of the soul or spirit of man, though it be invisible, extendeth and manifesteth itself by her virtues and faculties. For by her irascibility it contemneth and hateth, and by her concupiscibility it doth covet and desire, and by her rationality she distinguisheth and discerneth between them both. And verily the whole effect of the soul's essence consisteth in these three powers, whereof the first is compared to the action of the lower waters, which is apt to jar and disagree, and is the region of litigium, or the prince of darkness. The second is referred unto the nature of the firmament, which is the region of life and salutary love. And the last unto the angelical and intellectual heaven, which doth discern between things that belong unto the lower heavens, or regions of the whereupon it appeareth, that from her rational property, every sense belonging unto the soul of man doth proceed, as from the other two, every affection, motion, or passion of the mind doth arise and spring. Now there are known to be 4 affections of the soul, whereof 2 do proceed from her concupiscible power, namely, joy and hope, and the 2 other issue from her irascible faculty or virtue, namely, grief or dolour, and fear. For now we grieve at that which we hate, or we fear that which would make us grieve, or be dolorously affected. And verily we shall after a due inquisition find, that these four affections of the microcosmical soul are not only the beginnings and common matter or subject of all moral vices or virtues, but also the originals of metaphysical or occult, and physical or elementary, and apparent sympathy and antipathy, as well in the little as in the great world, and every creature thereof. For I would not have you ignorant that being the soul in man is derived from the vivifying emanation, dwelling in the world's spiritual vehicle, it must follow, that that soul in the great world must needs have in it the faculties which the little world's soul hath for, quod facit tail est magis tail. But these faculties in the soul of man were derived from the great world, and the eternal soul that vivified it. Wherefore it followeth, that there is a rationality, a concupiscibility, and an irascibility in the soul of the great world, though not made manifest unto us first, because it hath attributes of irascibility and displeasure, for from first, because it hath attributes of irascibility and displeasure. For from his attribute Elohim Gibber, he sendeth down by the port Geburah, the fiery beams of his displeasure, by his archangel Samael, into the globe or sphere of Mars, who is for that cause president of the irascible faculty of the greater world, wherefore his influences do cause wrath and angry effects in the air and earth, as thunder, lightnings, comets, and other wrangling accidents, which are the arguments of God's wrath and vengeance, also war, famine, and pestilence, and augmenteth the angry nature and spirit of men and beasts. And again, God's attribute Jehovah Sabaoth poureth down the beams of concupiscibility, by the archangel Aniel, upon the globe of Venus, according to philosophers and astronomers who for that reason, being moved thereto by experience and observation, have made this star the president and rectrix of the concupiscible faculty. As the attribute El doth pour out the beams of reason, justice, and religion, yea, and natural vegetation and life, into the sphere of Jupiter. But principally this natural faculty is reined into the soul of the world, by the attribute Jah, through his port sapientia or wisdom. The second reason is because the great world hath an intellectual or rational heaven, and a concupiscible property manifested in every creature, and an irascible, which is apparent also by reason of hatred and horror, which appeareth between one thing and another. Also, that there is an irascible quality in the elements, that deadly hatred which is betwixt the fire and water, and the air and earth, doth manifest. That also there is a love and concupiscence between things, it is evident because one nature rejoiceth in his like, and therefore by a natural inclination, everything doth move and convert itself unto his like by all possibility, but especially it is most inclinable unto itself. So we see that fire doth naturally affect and move unto fire, water unto water, and earth unto earth. But above all, the vivifying spirit of every living thing, which is celestial, and therefore exceedeth the place of the elements, doth with fervency affect and thirst after his like, and is rejoiced at the presence and concurrency thereof. And for this cause, this passion of what creature soever, will be the more truly sympathetical, and the sympathy between things will be so much the greater, and of more force, by how much the nearer the spirits of the things, either present or dispersed, are in nature and consanguinity to one another. As for example, if that both be of one minior or thing, in number, also like specific individuals, though they differ in form, as the usnia fat or blood of one man do sympathize with another, add distance, the lodestone of one mind may affect harmonically the iron of another, add distance. And I told you before the true reason thereof, as well radical as immediate, namely, because both the natures belong unto one divine influence, or proceed from angelical beams or an emanation, sent forth from one and the same star as well fixed, namely of the firmament or eighth sphere, as erratic and planetary. For I told you, that there is not one animal, or vegetable, or mineral upon the earth, or in the seas which hath not a peculiar star, that poureth out upon him his proper influence, as well to produce and generate its like, and to continue it in succession, as to preserve and maintain it in essence. Now each angelical nature hath his appropriated beams, from the radical emanation of some divine attribute, which conveyeth it to his destinated or starry storehouse, and from the Olympic spirits of that star, it is sent down unto such spirits in the elements, as are their inferior ministers, which operate according unto the selfsame nature in each specific, and every individual there. As for example, the stars in the Ram or Aries of the zodiac have chiefest influence over such like cattle on the earth, and the scorpion over the like creeping things thereof, the crab over such like creatures of the sea. For we find by experience, that if the crab be taken when the sun and moon do join together, according unto the longitude or degree of the equinoctial, in which the great star of the celestial crab's claw is found, it is of mighty virtue and power against poison, and if it be collected or taken at another time, it will have but small effect. Again, we must note that each fixed star or constellation of the zodiac has its proper planet, whose peculiar house it is, which concurs in the fortification and alteration of that influence. For the diversity of application of other planets unto it causes a variety of operation, even in the same animal sperm or plant seed, and meritless secret spirit. And yet, however, they do more or less agree and sympathize in nature, as the beams of each planet, so applying unto one another, will give them leave. For if the concurrence be between friendly planets, and of one and the same triplicity, namely, where their houses are of friendly elements, then the sympathy will be the stronger.
And thus much Agrippa does seem to intimate in these words in rebus proprietates occultas non ab elementali natura, sed celitus infusas sensibus nostris occultas rationivix denicnotas. Quae quidem vita spirituca mundi, per ipsus stellarum radios proficis contur, quae a nobis non aliter quam experientia, amp conjecturis indagari possunt. Sire ergo debis quod una quaeque res movet ad sum simile amp inclinat ad sepsum secundum totum posse suum.
The occult properties in things, which are not grafted in them by an elementary nature, but descend from heaven, are hidden from our senses, and scarcely known unto our reason, forasmuch as they are derived from the life and spirit of the world, by the beams of the stars, the which cannot be otherwise scanned and found out by us, than by experience, and that conjecturally or by guess. You must therefore know, that everything doth move unto his like, and by all the means possible doth incline unto itself, etc., whereby he argueth that the Catholic angelical spirit, which vivifieth the world, in whose diviner part consisteth the Sephirotical power or virtue of all the divine attributes, in which also is contained the virtues of the four wind, is the main actor, who by his several subdivided emissions, of diversely conditioned beams doth operate in and by his starry organs, all these occult and hidden effects below, which cannot fall into the sphere or capacity of a common man's understanding. Though by effect we find it to be thus and thus, so that there is not a particular beam that is emitted from it, which hath not a secret disposed act, no otherwise varying from one another than, by ocular experience, we find the effects of them to differ, for whatsoever was originally decreed in the secret council of the archetype, is effected from a generality unto many specialities, and from each speciality unto an infinite number of individual particularities, so that the avial or angelical effect is the image of the eternal idea, and the temporal world is the similitude of the avial, and again, in the temporal or typical world, every stellar shape is the likeness or pattern of the angelical idea. And again the elementary things are the shadows of the spiritual shapes or images in heaven, wherefore as God sendeth out his emanation which is his image, unto the angelical world in a diversity of fashions and multiplicity of respects, so the angelical spirits do send out their several different lights unto each other, namely every order unto his inferior, and every upper sphere unto the spheres which are below them. And so from the stars which also apply their lights unto one another by several aspects, infusing them in and upon the creatures by degrees downward, even unto the very center of the earth, which creatures after the manner of their pattern do also shine forth unto one another by beams, which are either sympathetical and harmonious, or antipathetical and discordant to each other. Neither ought we to doubt that there are such agreeing and disagreeing beams here below, seeing that in the fountain of unity from whence all things do flow, we observe an opposition of properties, namely a privative nullity and a positive volunty. Nor yet ought we to deem otherwise, than that the passive spiritual matter of the world's soul is the subject by which the divine virtue worketh, and in which it stirreth up as well loving and positive, or good and sympathetical passions, by pouring out plentifully his positive and vivifying beams of life, adding delight and joys with a completion of the spiritual created matter's appetite, so that it forgetteth the rooted nature which its dark parents or mother chaos, and the divine puissance did in her nativity bestow upon it, and is converted into a child of light by adoption. And therefore in this case it doth sympathize with those golden showers of charitable and vivifying light which are sent down from the benign attributes of God, and begins to hate and dread and loathe or eschew all such privative influences as are poured down from the severe, insalutary and destructive attributes. No otherwise than light fleeth from darkness, and being delighted at the presence of more light, and life, avoideth and hateth the presence of his contrary, namely, of darkness and evil. Hence therefore it that the children of light, which are grafted unto this Catholic illuminated spirit, do fly, as from a pestilence the children of darkness and their works. And the reason is, because this humid created spirit, finding now the pleasure, volunty and felicity of its illuminated estate, is afraid lest the privative beams of darkness, or the dismal emanations of God's wrath, should dim their light and obscure the brightness of life, that is to say, lest they should turn their sympathizing passions of joy and gladness into the antipathizing storms of sadness and mourning, by sucking or contracting the beauteous emanations of joy, love and gladness, from the circumference into the center of the spirit, and so deprive it of that salutary and spriteful irradiation of love and life, by hiding of God's face which he did emit from the center to the circumference of the creature, to recreate and rejoice it. According unto that of Moses, God forsakes the wicked and hideth his face from them, that much evil may befall them, or unto that of David, God hiding his face from the wicked they are troubled, receiving their spirit they expire, that is, vexation and privative passions befall them, which may also be understood of the Catholic Macrocosmicall world spirit, as of the Macrocosmicall and other creatures, all which have their being from the Macrocosmicall spirit. For when the divine nature which animateth the Son of Heaven was displeased at the passion of our Saviour, it did centrally withdraw his beams from it, and it lost its beauty, and became dark, against the common course of nature, so that the pleasant sympathy which it produced by its presence unto the creatures beneath, and in the heavens above, was quite changed into antipathy for a while. This therefore was a privative passion in the heart of the great world, or as a man may say, a syncope or swooning of the world, when Eloah did abstain for that season, to pour forth his influence of beauty by the port of Tifereth. Also that palpable darkness which happened in Egypt, was a privative passion, caused by the hiding away of God's face, or by the contracting the beams of light within himself. Such privative passions also are menaced unto the sun, moon, and stars, towards the latter end of the world. For if the world was made by the sending forth of God's bright emanation, it followeth, that by taking it away, all will return again unto darkness, and play nothing or deformity, 11 as it was before. But this producing of good and sympathetical passions by emitting of light from the center to the circumference, and again the effects of antipathetical passions which do oppose the concord and sympathy of life, is excellently described and painted forth, by the due examination of the vital action in man, for as there are noted to be in general, two several active virtues in man's spirit, whereof the one is voluntary, which is the prince over the other, and commandeth and moveth the inferior actions, even as the divine angel Mutatron doth in the primum mobile of the great world, which is referred unto the volunty, and moveth by it the celestial orbs, and elementary world, so in the microcosmical fabric. The first mover is that divine mental beam which is the head of man's soul, and the other kind is involuntary, because it is commanded and ruleth after the will of the intellectual or rational beam. No otherwise then, all the lower orbs are constrained to move, after the will of the mover in the primum mobile. So the vital action in man is one of those branches which is involuntary, and no otherwise subject unto the volunty of the mental beam. Then the starry heaven is commanded by the empyreal spirit. Now as we find, that according unto the will of the divine essence poured out into the heavens, and consequently here below, as well joyful and compassionate effects do spring from the positive and dilative property of unity, to recreate and stir up volupity and pleasure in the creature, as also trist and sad effluxions proceeding from the contractive virtue, whereby God hideth the face of his benignity from the creatures, and thereupon as well concupiscible as audible or irascible passions are caused in the world. Even so we find it manifested, as well by experience, as by the observation of the learnedest in physic and philosophy, that the vital action, which is overruled according unto the mind of the superior volunty, either is opened or enlarged by the dilative property of the first mover's will, and thereby openeth the cabinet of the heart, to produce in the vital spirit those good passions, which sympathize with life and light, namely gladness, hope, confidence, love, misericord, and affability. Or it is contracted and thereby gathereth together also the spirits in the heart, whereby is engendered in the vital spirit such bad privative passions, as do antipathize with those good ones, which rejoice and comfort the life, and these passions are termed antipathetical, because they are wholly contrary unto the nature of those which are good, of which number, proceeding from the heart's contraction, are sadness, care, despair, fear, hatred, anger, furor, bashfulness, and so forth. So that as by the former, the spirit by dilatation did look up unto the fountain of light, and did rejoice to see the voluptuities and pleasure thereof, so by the later the spirit was forced by contraction, to be deprived from the vision of light, and to look only downward into the abyss of darkness, and so participate with the dark passions thereof. And by this desiring and opening therefore of the two opposite passions, in the little world, we may easily collect the reason and manner of them in the great world, being that as idem est ratio partia totius, so also the passions of the great world may easily be considered by those of the little world. As for example, the lodestone is in comparison of its mother earth, even as man is to the whole world, wherefore man is called the son of the world by Hermes, as Cardanus, Baptista Porta, D. Gilbert and others, have made the lodestone the child or son of the earth. We find, I say, in the lodestone, all the passions, as well sympathetical as antipathetical, which do affect his mother earth. For it hath his poles with the earth, and it escheweth all in conformity with the earth, it flieth from that which is contrary unto its nature. And again doth sympathize with that which is its like, it hath its equinoctials, colliers, meridians, and tropics, as the earth hath. And, in conclusion, it argueth not only a sense in motion, but a kind of reason in its action, namely, its refusing that which is contrary unto it, or embracing and desiring that which is agreeing and conformable unto its harmony, as shall be more at large expressed, as well in the second part of this present book, as in the Magneticall experiences, which shall be set down in the third or last book of this treatise. To conclude, how this mental beam receiveth the behests or influxions of benignity or severity from above, is expressed in my precedent discourse, namely, by permitting of bad spirits of darkness to reign and have dominion, or helping the good spirits to execute their offices of joy and delight. Lo, here is contained the sum of all mystical and hidden sympathy or antipathy in the world, which some do therefore, by reason of the profundity and difficulty in the inquisition thereof, justly attribute unto the secret act and operation of an angelical power, which is a middle virtue betwixt God and the creature. And for this reason an angel is defined to be tanquam inter deum and naturam virtus media, a qua sunt operations, in rebus quas vel natura eram non faceret, non vel sic faceret, quas alii provenir dicanta proprietate occulta, and alii quietale, as it were a mean virtue between God and nature, by the which certain operations are effected in things, which their nature would not produce, at the leastwise would not so effect, as that which is said to happen or come to pass by an occult property, and, as others will, quietale, because it is so to conclude, how this mental beam receiveth the behests or influxions of benignity or severity from above, is expressed in my precedent discourse, namely, by permitting of bad spirits of darkness to reign and have dominion, or helping the good spirits to execute their offices of joy and delight. Lo, here is contained the sum of all mystical and hidden sympathy or antipathy in the world, which some do therefore, by reason of the profundity and difficulty in the inquisition thereof, justly attribute unto the secret act and operation of an angelical power, which is a middle virtue betwixt God and the creature. And for this reason an angel is defined to be tanquam inter deum and naturam virtus media, a qua sunt operations in rebus quas vel natura eorum non faceret, non vel sic faceret, quas alii provenir dicanta proprietate occulta, and alii quietale, as it were a mean virtue between God and nature, by the which certain operations are effected in things, which their nature would not produce, at the leastwise would not so effect, as that which is said to happen or come to pass by an occult property, and, as others will, quietale, because it is a diverse proportion or disproportion of matter, or mundane spirit, guided by one and the same eternal soul. Veni spiritus, a quatuor ventus, demonstrated by a pipe whose notes vary according unto proportion, in spirit or air moved by one and the selfsame blast, whose proportions when they disproportionably meet, do jar, but when they proportionably meet, accord and agree. All spirits and creatures are proportioned by more or less air, all in spirit of life moving and acting, and according unto the proportions in concord or discord, they agree or disagree, as the weights of Pythagoras his hammer, in bodies proportionate or disproportionate. Also two strings being as one stretched up, give concording or discording sounds, according to their greatness or shortness, as for example, in this case of air in a pipe. The creature's quality doth good or evil, not the devil but the devil by it, ergo diabolical and to be abhorred. Book 2 Part 2 wherein the Magneticall nature is truly anatomized, and the reasons of sympathetical and antipathetical actions ripped up. Chapter 1. The author maketh a preamble in this chapter unto this his magnetic discourse, and then proceedeth unto the chaos of opinions touching the original and attractive virtue of magnetic bodies. I did manifest unto you in the precedent member of this book, the principles and originals of sympathy and antipathy, but because it is not everyone's gift to soar so high at the first, as to be capable of a theory or speculation, which penetrateth into God's storehouse or treasury, contained in the abstruse bowels or center of his created nature, I will stoop a little for your better instruction and more clear information, and elucidate or make more plain the abstruse subject we have in hand, by some vulgar or ocular demonstrations, which may guide them and persuade them to believe that, which may otherwise seem uncredible. That I may therefore proceed more methodically, I will only in this member lay down the chief platform, on which I purpose to build such experimental conclusions, as shall direct the misbelievers, yea, and such as by their ignorance do remain hitherto obstinate in their misbelieving error, into the more assured haven of faith and solid belief. And because the exploits of sympathy, and also those of antipathy in everything, are effected by a magnetical power, which is both to expel by an irascible or audible expulsion, and allure and draw unto it by a concupiscible attraction, I think it most fit to search out diligently, and that with the Argos eyes of my brightest senses, or to penetrate deeply with the Linsen optic of my sharpest understanding, unto the dark mystery of the lodestones or magnets' nature, that we may with the more assurance make our ingression into the practical demonstration of so arcane and occult a contemplation. Foreseeing that the secret operation as well of the weapon salve so exclaimed on by the ignorant, as the extraction of the mummy, both corporal and spiritual, out of men or beasts, as also the transplantation of the animal's vitals, in firm or wholesome nature, into any vegetable or animal, with the manner of the stealing of the virtue and strength from one animal, and infusing of it into another, the secret allegation of the planet's spirit, with that of man, or any other animal, so that what befalleth the one, namely, either wet or dry or cold and heat, the other also shall partake of. Seeing that these operations are termed magnetical, because they imitate the active virtues of the magnet or lodestone, I will bend all mine endeavor to make an open passage unto the anatomizing of all those mysteries, by the unripping and undoing the spiritual fardel of the lodestone, thereby to pry and look into the fountain of its formal, interior, or central and essential actions, and to espy the grounds, as well of his irascible as concupiscible passions. For if once we shall be able to find out, by the subtlest aspect of our reason, the invisible passages and lurking places thereof, and can after that observe the point, or punctual root of their essences, and discover the internal cause of each action, we shall with ease conquer and surpass all the rest, being that what things appear alike in external effect, must needs prove homogeneal and all one, in their internal and hidden natures, as shall be proved more at large unto you. But alas, why should I, being the least of 1,000, presume to make so dangerous a voyage unto that unknown island, where this occult magnetic nature doth dwell among, or in the middle of such dangerous and inaccessible rocks, when so many wise philosophers have sailed and wandered on the variable and tempestuous seas of opinion, and have at the last returned home, only with the tidings of what others have related of her being, her essence, and her active virtues, and so know nothing of their own, but what they have attained to by hearsay, or perceived by external operation? Good God! How many such ships of fools are there in this world, who, when they have traveled in their studies and learning many years, floating through the wide seas of vain and scarce probable imaginations, have returned home now in their old age unto the port of their infancy, having their wit or understanding only laded and charged with the poor fragments or merchandise of ipse dixit, or other men's opinions, but are able to say nothing centrally upon their own knowledge. So that we Christians, after we have traveled, and made our peregrination of life and studies in the world, think it sufficient in the end to say, Aristotle, Plato, Galen, Hippocrates, and, in conclusion, this man, or that man said so, ergo, it is so, when scriptures do teach us a truer philosophy, which is quite contrary unto theirs. 2 Timothy, chapter 3 verse 7. This kind of students therefore are rightly pointed at by the apostle, and numbered amongst those which are, semper dissentis, sed ad scientiam veritatis nunquam pervenientes, ever learning but never attaining unto the truth. For how is it possible, that the blind should rightly lead or conduct the blind, others having long steered the helm of their bark this way, or that way, for to find out the abstruse seat or habitation of their bark this way, or that way, for to find out the abstruse seat or habitation of this stone's virtues, have scarce dashed their vessel against her rocky island, but have thereupon returned with wondrous relations, of what they have by that means collected, and in fine have proved their new imaginations but as superficial, as the effects of their search have been, and in conclusion, all have proved but conjectural. Others have so far been guided and directed in their search by the pole star allurements, that they have stuck fast in the frozen seas and have gone no further. But, at the resolution of the ice they have returned with imaginary wonders conceived of magnetical mountains and iron castles, even by 8 degrees above the moon, that is, in the 8th sphere. Yea, and others soar above that place also. Whereby we may conceive, how every man according unto his chimerian fancy, imagines variety of castles in the air, yea and above the stars also, for the magnetical soul's habitation. Some boggle not a jot from the continent of the earth, but imagine it to be numbered amongst those stars which have the sun for their fixed center, about the which they move perpetually, so that they feign the earth to have the form of a star, which is far different from the peripatetical form. In conclusion, every one hath his opinion somewhat differing from another, and that you may know all this to be true, I will express and recite some of their news touching this inquiry, which after their long voyage they have made in the muddy seas of their serious contemplations, and registered them in their written monuments, as in the chronicles or histories of their studious adventures, speculative and spiritual travels. Amongst the which, some soar upwards, and of speculative and spiritual travels, to confirm their assertions, some sail unto the hyperboreal mountains, others unto strange northern islands, to find out the grounds of this miracle. Others send their spirits of inquiry down unto the bowels of the earth, and find it to be the universal starry form thereof. Some will make the original to spring atomically out of the stone and subject to be attracted. But amongst all these rational persons I dare scarce rank one of another kind, forasmuch as this man surely is to be numbered among those elders which have travelled in the ship of fools, being that he, much like another Gryllus, or as the 8th wise master of Greece, will have this virtue to be kakomagical, or the act of the devil. Now amongst such as have travelled in their spirits unto heaven, to find out this mystery, one will have the reason for the direction of the lodestone to be sought for out of the tail of the celestial bear star, affirming that the virtue of this starry bear doth prevail, and hath dominion over this stone, and is transferred from it into the iron, and that is Marsilius Finis. But I reply, that this is not so, because experience teacheth us that iron of itself hath his poles as well as the lodestone, and will by a due adaptation seek out, and by its own natural instinct turn and direct itself, into the station of his proper poles. Of this opinion also is Petrus Peregrinus, who following the rules of Friar Bacon, have sought the arguments of the Magneticall directions out from the poles of the heaven. Also Cardanus will have the immediate cause of the variation of this stone's virtue, to spring from the rising of the star in the bear's tail. Lucas Goricus also of their opinion, but he joineth also the virtue of Saturn and Mars in this negotiation, confessing withal, that the main constellation in the zodiac unto which this stone is subject is Virgo. Albertus Magnus saith that the lodestone and iron are directed unto the northern stars, and followeth them no otherwise than a plant called the heliotropion followeth the sun. Bessardus will have his opinion apart, and maketh the pole of the zodiac the fountain of the lodestone's virtue. Again, the Cosimbracensian College derive the cause hereof from a part of the heaven, not far from the pole. But Martin Coresius will have this attractive virtue, to descend from a place beyond the poles or movable heavens. On the other side, Gaudentius Merula tells us that the lodestone doth draw iron, with an intent to direct it unto the north, because it is an order superior unto the iron, with the constellation of the Bear. I must confess that beams which are dilated are prompt to deliver their brethren which are imprisoned, and to direct them to their native home, but I cannot understand Merula's mind in this sense. Others make the heavens in general the fountain of this stone's virtue, for Paracelsus saith that it is the stars, which being full of the lodestone's power, draweth the iron unto them, Omsk. And this should seem probable, because the iron moveth to its poles, even in the absence of the lodestone. Fernelius staggers, for sometimes he confesseth the cause of this action to be abstruse, and in another place he maketh the heavens to be the author. Scaliger, soaring nearer unto the point of verity, assigneth to it also a celestial cause unknown to himself, averring that the terrestrial lodestones are derived not from the globes, or mountains of the stars, but from that essential power or essence, which was their fabricator, which reigneth in that part of heaven, which hangeth over the septentrional point. And unto this opinion doth Plato seem to adhere, where he confesseth the Magneticall essence to be a divine power. And verily they speak well, but in so large a sense that this their assertion appeareth unto their disciples, being rightly scanned, ignotum per ignatius. For so in the general terms we may say, that all things are from God, we will come down from our celestial speculations, and look on the humility of such, as being too wary, and lifting overmuch unto the proverb, Nesit altum saper, climb not too high, have their regard more pronely, namely upon the earth, and her effects onely. And of this rank is Fracastorius, who searching after the reason and beginning of this attracting faculty, doth imagine that the hyperboreal mountains which abound with rocks of this nature, do draw these iron-natured subjects unto them. And this his figment seemeth so plausible, unto divers persons of learning, that they follow it as well in their astronomical writings, as geographical tables or descriptions of the world, and sea cards or maps, which, if it were true, they would easily draw unto them all such ships as pass in the northern seas. Olaus Magnus, and some other that follow his tradition say, that the attractive force cometh from some northern islands, which abound in that magnetic subject. But leaving their fancy unto the empty wind, I proceed unto others. Lucretius Carus, a poet of the Epicurean sect, dreameth that the attraction of iron is caused of an effluxion of atoms. For saith he, according unto the Epicure's opinions, as most subtil atoms do emanate and flow out from everything, even so do atoms fly out of the iron as Magneticall seeds by a certain coition of it with the lodestone, into the interposed place or space that is between them, and that by the union or complication of both bodies, the iron is drawn, and say. Unto this sense also do Aphrodisius, Joannes Costius, Plutarch, yea, and Thomas Aquinas incline, when indeed they ought to know, that no attraction is made by emission from the center unto the circumference, that is, by dilatation, but rather by sucking in, and contracting from the circumference unto the center, and therefore the emission of atomical seeds, out of the iron, can be no reason of its union with or moving to the stone. But it must be the lodestone, that must draw the beams or spirits out of the iron, for it appeareth that the iron doth not draw itself unto the lodestone, but is drawn unto it. Thales and Anaxagoras think that the lodestone hath life in it, because it attracteth a substance like itself, as lively creatures do. Lucretius and Orpheus think there is that sympathy between the magnet and the iron, which is between the male and female, and in this they err not much. Averroes, Scaliger, and the Cardinal Cusanus would have iron to move unto the lodestone, as unto his original matrix. Galen thinketh that it draweth by his substantial form. And now I must come unto the opinion of my renowned fellow or colleague, D. William Gilbert, for his magnetic skill, and deep search as well contemplative as experimental touching this subject. His mind is, that this attractive virtue in the lodestone doth spring from formal actions, or original and primary virtues or vigors. For he concludeth that the magnetic force proceedeth from a particular or singular form, differing from that formal and specific cause in mixed bodies, mentioned by the Peripatetics, but it is a certain form, which is the proper entity and existence of the starry globes, and their homogeneal incorrupted parts, which he calleth the primary, radical, and ultretal form, namely such a one as is in the sun, the moon, and other celestial stars. And he averreth that after a like manner, there is one in the earth, which is that true magnetical puissance, which is called the first act or vigor. And this he saith is not derived from the whole heaven, affirming that it is procreated by sympathy through influence, or occult qualities, neither is it from any peculiar star, for it hath its magnetical virtue from the earth, and c. This is my learned quondam fellow colleague his opinion, whose pains and industry in the research of this subject's practical conclusions, as I cannot but commend and extol. So on the contrary side reason will not permit me to consent unto this his speculative foundation or root of the lodestone's virtue in all. For who can believe that the earth itself, much less the particulars thereof, can have any virtue radically from itself when it is evident that as well the earth as the heavens came radically out of the waters, and therefore as the heaven was before the earth it must needs follow, that the formal virtue of the earth did totally descend from heaven, and consequently the earth had no such property from itself. But of this hereafter more at large. Among the ethnic philosophers Plato, and of the Christians Scaliger and Fernelius, do think that the cause of this attraction is divine and from above, but how, and after what manner they express not. And therefore though in a generality they have spoken the truth, yet in these common words they seem to express, they know not what. In particular, I will conclude with the last opinion, which is the most idle and insufficient of all the rest, and therefore is worthy to be made the last and most unworthy part, namely the tail, or excrement of them. Franciscus Rucus maketh a great doubt concerning the wonderful property in the lodestone, and because the pitch of his capacity can attain no higher than unto superficial things, and such as are subject unto sense, therefore he judgeth all effects beyond his reach, to be cacamagical, and consequently he maketh a doubt, whether the cause of these actions in the lodestone be not an impostory or subtle flight of the cacodemons or evil spirits. And yet this man is more to be borne withal, than such as do boldly aver, that the act and wonderful effects of the weapon salve is cacamagical. For he speaketh not absolutely as they do, who without any farther doubting, do seem to attribute all hidden effects unto the divil, and so deprive God of his due, but only this man maketh a doubt, whether it be so or no. Chapter 2. In this chapter the author's opinion touching the original, intermediate, and immediate action or virtue of the lodestone is enucleated and set down at large. I am sure you do remember how in my precedent discourse I have demonstrated, that God in a generality doth operate all, and in all, and then after what manner the selfsame unity in the divine essence is manifested in its property, according unto the multiplicity of his sacred volunty, which is therefore proved to be manifold, because the particular effects of his actions, which are not put in execution but by his volunty, are infinite in variety. And for this cause I shew unto you, that there are attributed unto one and the same sacred essence 10 several denominations or attributes, whereof some send out emanations of dilatation and extension, by the which the waters were expanded and spread abroad by sublimation, and shaped into bright, clear, and transparent heavens. And of such kind of influences are those which are emitted and infused into the world by Chokhmah through Jah, or by the spirit of wisdom, and those which spring forth from Eloah, by the port of Tifereth into the sun, who by dilatation doth clarify and subtiliate the spirit of the world, and expelleth darkness, and this action doth proceed from the center to the circumference. And contrariwise, there are other emanations which pour out beams of attraction or contraction, as doth Elohim by the port Bina or Prudentia, into the globe of Saturn. By this therefore the Spirit of God in his prudency did tie and hang the heavens, as it were links in a chain of gold together, and did bear up the elements in their places, and sucked or contracted the grosser part of the waters, from the circumference unto the center, and there did confirm and fix them in a dark and gross manner. So that the fountain of this attractive and contractive property is in the divine attribute Elohim, which for reasons that I have told you before, is the head of the northern property, namely, of cold, drought, opacity, condylation, incrustation and rest, which is caused in the center, because it is the terminus ad quem, the point unto the which the contraction or attraction is chiefly made, beyond the which there can be no further penetration. And for this reason, the central virtue which is in the bowels of the earth, doth draw and allure all weighty things unto this point, which when they attain unto the center, can pass no further, for it is at that central butt that the property of Elohim doth aim, and the divinity which dwelleth in the earth's center, is the divine essence under the name and property of Elohim. The immediate emanation is the angelical order of thrones, which belongeth unto the earth or grosser waters. His magazine or treasure house in the starry heaven, is the globe of Saturn, whose property for this reason is cold and dry, astrictive, contractive, attractive, and retentive. For his beams contract unto the center, and he is the Lord over the north winds, which are cold and dry, contractive, attractive, sad, and melancholy. And it is the planet which doth administer unto the pole star, called by the Egyptians Al-Rukaba, forasmuch as it hath the nature and property of Saturn and Venus. And therefore it is the principal helper and assistant in performing, not only the attractive effects of Elohim, and for that reason doth endue the nature of Saturn, which abounds in the northern effects of Elohim, but also it participates with the condition of Venus, which is the planet that commandeth the concupiscible faculty, and for this reason it maketh a natural coition, namely, it draweth with a voluptuous delight his like, even as feminine matter is eagerly affected, to draw or suck masculine form unto it. This therefore is the reason, that the earth doth attract unto it the formal shapes, which descend down from above, and buryeth them within its womb with delight. For heaven is affirmed by all true philosophers and Kabbalists, to be the masculine, and the earth the feminine. Neither can I but consent with Lucas Goricus the astrologian's opinion, where he saith, that the star in the tail of Ursa Major, or the Great Bear, is president of the lodestone, as also that Saturn is the planet which is allotted unto him, and lastly that it hath an special relation unto the constellation of Virgo, and the rather, because Virgo is that cygni of the zodiac, which possesseth the very self-same longitude that the said star doth, and for that it is of an earthly, ascriptive and attractive nature, as also of the condition of Saturn and Venus. All these reasons have been strong motives to persuade me, that these are principal celestial agents, in the northern disposition and property of this lower world, and consequently in the attractive motion of the terrestrial northern pole, and every particular thereof. I proceed therefore in this my descent from above to the earth. In this manner, the planet Saturn doth send down the influences of Elohim, as also the pole star in Virgo for the better and stronger fortifying of the septentrional attraction or contraction, doth assist him there in his office, and by them the spirits of the northern wind wax vigorous, and contract by condylation the Catholic element of the air, insomuch that by sucking together the dispersed element of air, they contract it into the solid and dense mass of snow, frost, hail, and ice, whereby we may learn that the earth was a thin water first, but by the breath of Elohim it was turned into an earthly substance, by contraction, and therefore as long as it is earth, it hath the property of that spirit, which by condylation made it earth. For by virtue of this Elohim Ruach, the dry land did appear out of the waters, as Moses telleth us, and every member of the world, I mean each heaven and each element, were tied and fastened together, so that as by the property of Jah, namely, the emission of beams by the Port Chochmah, the Catholic created spirit of wisdom did illuminate and create the waters in general, but the division of them, which was also made by the word Jah, were fastened in formal ties by the properties of Elohim, or the vivifying spirit of the Lord. And therefore David said, Verbo Domini firmati sunt coeli, and spiritu oris ejus omnis virtus eorum, by the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and by his spirit each formal virtue thereof. For this reason, in all the separating creation and formation, not only of the simple heavens and elements, but also of the creatures composed of them, both in heaven and in earth, evermore Elohim is named by Moses, namely, when the darkness was sucked and drawn apart from the clear waters, when the gross or inferior waters were contracted from the superior, when the thinner heavens were distinguished by inspissation from the thicker elements, when the dry land was by the cold's coagulation gathered together in the center, when the thinner air was coagulated into starry bodies, when the elements were compacted by congelation, into the compound creatures of the sea and land, for all this was the work of Elohim who, after the heaven and the earth were made, did ordain and fashion by incrustation, the eretic globe of Saturn, and also whose total attractive and retentive nature is contracted in the pole star, as it were the whole basis of a pyramis, into the point of the cone, and therefore by contraction of the dilative privative virtue, the power is the stronger as we see, that a broad river gathered into a strait betwixt two rocks, is the more swift and violent, or as the bugle maker, by blowing the whole flame into a point, maketh that point of such power, that it is able to melt glass. And these two fixed constellations are assigned, as principal ministers unto Saturn, being ordained for the distribution of his stypatic influxions, joined with a concupiscible desire unto the netherworld, and therefore the astronomians have assigned them both all one nature, because they perform all one act, namely that of Saturn and Venus, as is said.
Wherefore as superiora dicunt regere inferiora, adeo ut sicut sit inferius ita prius factum esset superius.
As I say, the superior heavenly bodies are reported to govern the inferiors, and that as things are acted here below, in like manner were they first affected above. So of necessity is the pole of the north in the air, or sublunary element, pointed at and marked out by the wind Boreas, and that same pole in the water, whose character is the frozen sea, and that in the earth deciphered and manifested by the lodestone's northern point, are animated from these contractive, or retentive and cold, and dry celestial natures, as they again have their power in the earth and waters successively from the orders of the cherubims and thrones, who receive radically their attractive and retentive power from the attribute Elohim Ruach, which doth coagulate and inspissate, by contracting and drawing of the effects of Jehovah's dilating property, from a dilated transparent clear form and light unto a thick, opaque and ponderous nature, as it appeareth and is made manifest in the creation of frost, snow, ice and hail, by the northern act and property of God, which made the psalmist say,
Mitit nives sicut lanam. Ampa pruines quasi cineres dispergit. Dehisit gelutanquam frusta. Coram frigore ejus quis consistat.
He sendeth out snow like wool, and disperseth the frost as ashes. He casteth down his ice as gobbets, who is able to endure before his cold, whereby it he casteth down his ice as gobbets, who is able to endure before his cold. whereby it appeareth, that it is the contractive act of Jehovah, in his property of Elohim, which immediately effecteth these things, by means of his boreal organs, which are first angelical, next stellar or starry bodies, being animated by the angelical, and lastly, windy and elemental, which are animated by the starry influences, the essence whereof is in God, and from God, or Jehovah, being one God in essence, which is expressed by the name of Jehovah, but in property distributed into many branches, and accordingly every branch hath its peculiar illuminating boughs, and each illuminating bough dilateth itself, by a subdivision of formal twigs, or vivifying beams, into an infinity of actions, not varying from the capital emanation in essence, but in property onely. As for example, the influence falling from Elohim by the spirit Bina descendeth into the sphere of Saturn, under whose dominion are an infinity of creatures, namely, those which participate with he casteth down his ice as gobbets, who is able to endure before his cold. Whereby it appeareth, that it is the contractive act of Jehovah, in his property of Elohim, which immediately effecteth these things, by means of his boreal organs, which are first angelical, next stellar or starry bodies, being animated by the angelical, and lastly, windy and elemental, which are animated by the starry influences, the essence whereof is in God, and from God, or Jehovah, being one God in essence, which is expressed by the name of Jehovah, but in property distributed into many branches, and accordingly every branch hath its peculiar illuminating boughs, and each illuminating bough dilateth itself, by a subdivision of formal twigs, or vivifying beams, into an infinity of actions, not varying from the capital emanation in essence, but in property only. As for example, the influence falling from Elohim by the spirit Bina descendeth into the sphere of Saturn, under whose dominion are an infinity of creatures, namely, those which participate with the nature of Saturn, as are all things that are of a terrestrial condition, to wit, cold, dry, styptic, attractive, and contractive. But leaving this Kabbalistical and astrological way of proving, I will descend unto such testimonies, as sacred philosophy doth afford me. I told you before that the eternal unity, everlastingly one in essence, dividing or transforming itself by property into Trinity, did shape out or describe ideally the archetypical or internal world, according unto whose example he did afterwards delineate or frame out the typical or external. Wherefore it must follow that if the typical or natural world was framed after the idea in the intellectual or mental world, then what parts or properties are made evident unto our capacity in this world, were also the same in the archetype, for quod factum tale est magis tale. There was no house that the carpenter or bricklayer builded, but it was first delineated in the idea of his intellect, and then drawn forth superficially in paper, and so afterward put into a solid execution. So also David confessed, that he had the temple which Solomon erected, first drawn forth ideally by God's finger. Now when that God had in his divine counsel, thus ordered and shaped out an ideal world in himself, to put it in execution, and, as it were, to make it to appear unto man's sense, he emitted himself out of himself in the form of an eternal emanation, called his image, which was his wisdom, by which the general world, and every particular thereof was produced according unto the ideal pattern, which was in itself. This therefore being so, and being that the divine essence can no way be divided, howsoever it varieth in property, it followeth, that every particular beam which shineth out diversely from that Catholic emanation, to create differing things, is one indivisible essence with the whole emanation, and therefore he is said to fill all, and to be all in all. And that the incorruptible Spirit is in all things, and that he filleth the whole earth. I proceed therefore thus. If the created world have his shape, his members, and every particular property assigned unto it, by that formal and vivifying world, which is described and imprinted in this divine and all-sufficient and creating emanation, then consequently, all the members, properties, and natures in this world, are graphically or curiously painted out in the supernatural one, it remaining nevertheless one and the same in essence. And therefore as in him, the Catholic image of the outward world is contained, so every beam or emanation that issueth from him, but is not divided from him, containeth the shape of the world. And for this reason the wise philosophers have said, that each creature enjoyeth a proportion of the great world, by which it is shaped and made in itself a little world, as shall be demonstrated by the lodestone more plainly hereafter. And again man is called omnis creatura, as he doth participate of all, so that his soul is said to be ad imaginem totius sapientiae facta, omnium insegeran similitudinum, made after the similitude of all wisdom, bearing in itself the likeness of all things, and therefore it is termed of another, omnium similitudo, the likeness of all things. Al-Kindi. And the reason is because it is one unity. Hereupon also it is reported to be a certain divine and individual substance. Alcindius in his book De Radius, speaking after an astrological manner, seemeth to aver so much in these words, si aliqui datum es et totum conditionum coelestis harmoniae comprehendir.
Mundum elementorum cum sui singulis contensis in quocunque loco amp, quocunque tempore plene cognosceret, tanquam causatum per causas. Sietiam aliquam rem hujus mundi in tota sua conditione cognosceret, coelestis harmoniae conditio, ipsum non lateret, sed etiam causam tanquam per effectum suum comprehenderet, omnis enim res, quantumcumque modica, in mundo elementorum agens, totius coelestis harmoniae est effectus.
Whosoever doth comprehend the whole condition of the celestial harmony, he may fully know the whole elementary world, with every content of the same, in every place and at all times as the effect by the cause. Also if he understand anything of this world in his total nature and condition, the celestial disposition and condition will not be hidden from him, but will be discovered unto him, as the cause is by the effect. For everything in this world how little soever it be that acteth is the effect of the whole harmony of the heaven. By which words, Alcindius being deeply seen in the mystery of nature, seemeth to aver, that as there is a descent from unity unto multitude, so all that multitude is in that unity, as also that unity filleth all the multitude, so is 1 and 2, and 2 and 3, and 3 and 4, and 4 and 5, and c. And yet that unity which is the beginning, is the end, and all in all. So light informs the angelical creature, the angelical the starry creature the elements, and the elements the compound creature. Wherefore open the compound creature, and look upon the elements, divide the elements, and you shall find the starry and quintessential nature. Open these, and you shall conceive the subtle alterity of the angelical spirit, in which is the divine act or immediate beam from God. In this work therefore there concurreth in the separation of the first a sensible aspect, in the other, we must behold with intellectual eyes, so that you may observe, how all is in everything and everything in all. Hereupon it was also that Hermes said, Qui fornacem cum vasas nostro construit, novum mundum constat, he which maketh our furnace with the glass to it, he maketh a new world. But what needs more words when we find all this confirmed by demonstration? For we know that the lodestone is but a part of the earth, and yet it hath all his circles and both his poles, yea, and that very nature in all respects between each pole and circle, that the whole earth hath, and thereupon it is termed Torella, or a little earth, and so may the whole earth be termed Parvis Mundus, being it containeth the poles, circles, and astral, yea, and elemental natures of the great world, no otherwise than the great world doth in all those respects represent the archetype, which is carved out intellectually in the all-working spirit of wisdom, or sacred emanation, yea, and we go yet deeper into our diminutives. For if a piece of iron rod which naturally aspecteth the north and south be broke off, that small piece will have also as exactly his north and south pole, and consequently his circles as the whole rod. And nevertheless the rod keepeth still his north and south points as before. The like in the lodestone will happen as experience shall hereafter make it appear more plainly. That we may come a little nearer to the explication of this mystery, ye must understand that this eternal Catholic emanation is the essential and spiritual rock, out of which first the great world in general, and then all particular things therein, were carved or framed by generalities. First according unto the 10 general emanations and their properties, which the ethnics in some sort referred unto their 10 general predicaments. And this again had their specialities or subalternate degrees of many ranks and orders of dignities, all which were at last made apparent by the infinity of individuals, which they did in their kinds produce according unto those divers beams of the multiplicite will or volunty of God, which this eternal emanation poured out into them. All which particular beams, more or less being not divided in essence from the universal emanation, or the spirit of wisdom which made all things, are the spiritual cornerstone, on which every creature as well particular as universal, doth formally or essentially consist, and this cornerstone is that internal essence in everything, which as it giveth life, so also it is all and over all the things that it inacteth with life, and therefore also the soul, whose center this cornerstone is said to be in all and every part. I will leave to speak of its action in other creatures, and will only insist on our main subject in hand, which is the earth and her offspring or progeny, amongst the which the feminine lodestone, and his ferruginous mass, are chiefly reckoned. Divine philosophy teacheth us, that the globe of the earth is sustained by this cornerstone, and consequently hath her manifold virtues from it.
Ubinam eras, quando fundabam terram. Quis disposuit mensuras ejus. Aut quis extendit super eam lineam super quo bases ejus defixeis sunt.
Aut quis jacit lapidem ejus angularum? Where wast thou when I laid the foundation of the earth? Who disposed of the measures thereof, and who did extend over it a line? Upon what basis or foundation was it sustained? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? Lo here an axiom of divine philosophy, proposed by the Creator himself, how unworthy are the Aristotelical rules concerning the structure of the earth, in respect of this divine oracle's rudiments and doctrine, which is founded on the true cornerstone Jesus Christ. For this cause the Apostle justly biddeth us not to be deceived by philosophy, and vain fallacies according unto the tradition of man, and after the elements of this world, and not according unto Christ, in whom dwelleth all the plenitude of divinity corporally, who is the head of all principalities and powers.
And elsewhere he giveth a reason, namely, Quia ipse omnia est in omnibus, portaque omnia verbo virtutis suae. Ipse fundavit terram, et opera manuum ejus sunt cael.
Because he is all in all, and beareth up all things by the word of his virtue, he did lay the earth on his foundations, and the heavens were the work of his hands. It was therefore this spirit of wisdom, which was that spiritual cornerstone, on which the earth, and every particle thereof hath his assigned place or station, residing on it, as upon the surest foundation, and which induceth every particular particle thereof more or less with a several distinct virtue, as a gift bestowed on it for itself. For the wise man doth testify, sapientia caput decimum, this essential spirit filleth the whole earth. Wherefore as no essential virtue, which issueth from it, can be divided from it, so each particle of the earth must be endued more or less, with the property of the whole, being that it moveth all upon one spiritual line or axle-tree, which by a twofold property, differeth according unto the two principles proceeding from the divine unity, namely his nollency or privative and contracting nature, and his volunty or positive, dilative and dissolving nature. Forasmuch as this spiritual central sun doth in the middle point of the axis emit his beams from it to the circumference, no otherwise than the celestial sun, and his eternal agent doth dart forth his beams from the equinoctial, which is the circumference of the middle point in the axle tree towards the poles thereof, but approacheth no nearer the poles than the limited tropic of each hemisphere. And this is the reason of that antipathy, which is noted to be as well in the iron as the lodestone. For if you divide the lodestone in the middle betwixt both his poles, namely in his equinoctial, and then afterwards, if you put the part of the middle of one hemisphere, namely of the northern sea, unto the south pole,
From de magnete, magnetisisque corporibus, et de magno magnete telluro torquilber, experimentei, chapter 5.
Thus it will abhor and fly from it, as being wholly contrary in condition unto it. For the one is the seat of the dilative property, and the other is the natural place of the contractive, the one hot, the other cold, the one attractive, by sucking from the circumference unto the center, the other expulsive, by dilating of its beams from the center to the circumference. Contrariwise, the sympathy in the lodestone is there, where like is fitly applied unto its like, as well in order as condition. For if you offer to join the equinoctial of the one hemisphere unto that of the other, they will forthwith close and unite one with another. For by the continuation of the spiritual axle tree, one pole sucketh the hemisphere which is next unto it, namely B draws the north hemisphere, C, A, and the north pole C sucketh reciprocally unto it the south hemisphere, B, A, and they both join in A. Also the two poles do agree together in harmony. For the reasons above mentioned, so that if you put the north pole unto the south, they suck and draw also one another and make a union, whereby each wise speculator later may discern the reason of sympathy and antipathy in all things, as also the manner of attraction and dilatation in every creature, and how each nature inclineth properly unto its nature, but flieth or inclineth naturally from its contrary, and all proceedeth from the opposite properties in one radical essence, as I will prove here immediately by a more familiar experience. In the weather glass which I have described in my precedent philosophical discourse, you may discern 2 points, corresponding unto the 2 poles, namely the matra's head above, resembling the northern pole, and the water below compared to the southern pole, the air interposed betwixt them, unto the spacious heaven, or sublunary spirit, which is betwixt these 2 poles, the middle of which in the figure 1, the equinoctial doth cut, as being in the midway betwixt the 2 poles. We find evermore that when the air, included in the top of the mattress or bolt's head is cold, namely, when the northern blasts are sent forth, it will be contracted, and consequently will suck or draw up the water, and thereupon we are taught the reason of the attractive nature, not only in the northern or septentrional winds, but also in the lodestone and all other things, which by contraction of the air do draw and suck unto them, namely, that they have that property from the power of God's Spirit, which by his angelical organs doth blow forth the north. By this also it is made evident, why one pole doth suck and attract from the other, in the lodestone, namely, by the continuity of the spiritual axle tree, which is made and animated by one cornerstone, or essential and central spirit, as is said, though of 2 opposite conditions, in which also it worketh after many diversities of degrees. And therefore Solomon termeth it simplex, or unicus, simple, or one, in regard of his divine nature, and multiplex in respect that it worketh and operateth after a manifold manner. For as it worketh about the poles of the axle tree by attracting and sucking unto it by cold and drought, so about the equinoctial, and that more and more approaching from the poles towards the equinoctial, it varieth in 10,000 proportions more or less in dilatation, by reason of the manifold degrees of heat, which this central sun of life imparteth unto the air. And this is not only manifested in the foresaid weather glass, forasmuch as we find, that by how much the more the heavenly sun, with his divine central agent, approacheth unto us, by so much the more the external air, being dilated by his heat, doth also dilate the air contained in the neck of the mattress or bolt's head and driveth down the water. That is, it repelleth back the cold of winter, which came in by showers of rain, sent from the south unto his proper pole. So that we see, as the nature of the cold pole is to draw or suck unto it by condensation, which is effected by contraction, or made by a saturnine faculty. So the nature of the hot equinoctial and his adjacent parts is to expel its opposite by dilatation, which is effected by a sublimating heat. And this is the reason, as is manifest both in the equinoctial of the lodestone, this is the reason, as is already demonstrated, that the pole abhorreth and detesteth to be joined unto the pole, as on the contrary side, the pole abhorreth reciprocally the equinoctial. Also this is the reason, that in the pole of the said stone there is so great power of attraction, and that it sucketh the iron unto it, ad angulos rectos, that is, after a perpendicular manner, and then the nearer the needle, or piece of steel, or iron wire, approacheth unto the equinoctial of the stone, the more will his obliquity in coition or conjunction be with the stone. So that when it cometh directly unto the equinoctial, it will lose all angular contact, and lie flat as it were on its belly, as you may see by this true observation following. From De Magnete, Magneticis Corporibus, et de Magno Magnetior by William Gilbert, Book 2, Chapter 8. But because these demonstrations may seem unto the vulgar somewhat intricate, as being ignorant of the central sun of the earth, which the philosophers call archeum naturae, or the master workman of nature. Also it will be difficult for them to conceive what an axletree of the earth may be, and what his poles. And again the right use of the lodestone, or practice in the weatherglass, is unknown unto many a man. I will proceed unto a kind of proof and explication of this matter, which is familiar unto each person of what degree soever. It cannot be gainsaid, but that man, and all other creatures, as well vegetable as animal, are composed of a living soul, which is internal, and a body, being his external. The selfsame also we ought to judge of the earth, for it hath an inward spirit, whereby it operateth diversely, and again, as there is no animal nor vegetable, that can exist without without the air, forasmuch as by it each thing liveth and existeth, by inspiration, so also the airy element doth feed the inward spirit of the earth, and conveyeth from above all the heavenly influences into her body, and maketh her the mother of all minerals and vegetables. I told you before, that all inferior things with their operations are the types or similitudes of things above, and that God did animate the angels did inform the stars, and the starry demons or Olympic spirits, send down influences unto the winds, and the winds do inform the Catholic element of the air fourfoldly. That is to say, according unto the nature of the four winds, which fourfold information doth give or assign a name unto the four elements. And although in the Catholic air there is but one only substance in essence, yet it varieth in nature after a fourfold condition, according unto the will and property of that one spirit, which only is the efficient actor or agent in this metamorphosis, or protean transmutation, from one nature or form unto another, although he useth as well angelical as starry organs, and is said to ride upon the cherubims, and to glide upon the wings of the winds. For this reason therefore the prophet saith, Come, O Spirit, from the four winds, and breathe upon these slain bodies that they may live. He said not, Come, O spirits, but, Come, O Spirit, whereby he argued, that it is but one spirit which bloweth essentially from the four winds, and consequently, that this one spirit in essence is but only one thing, though fourfold in regard of his property, and that as in this archetypical spirit, the whole world was ideally divided into poles and portions, distinguished by spiritual circles, so also in all the regions of the world, he observeth constantly the selfsame character of position, namely, in the starry world, as in the airy, and in the airy as in the water and earth. For in the heavens the northern pole is pointed at, and marked out with the starry character, which is found in the tail of the great bear. In the air it is manifested in that very point, from whence Boreas or the north wind bloweth, which doth exactly correspond unto the pole star. Again, that the earth observeth the very same order in the direction of her pole, is confirmed by the conversion of the lodestone and iron unto the north star. Thus you see, that it is one only spirit in essence that worketh all in all. I proceed therefore thus to my demonstration, which is so familiar to each person, that not anyone who is in his senses can deny it. For I am sure no man can be ignorant, that when the north wind bloweth, the air is of nature cold and dry, and therefore is converted into the condition and consistence of earth, namely from a clear transparent light, subtle, dissolved and dilated consistence of air, into a troubled, opaque or dark, gross, ponderous and contracted substance, for experience doth teach us, that it is transmuted into snow, hail, frost and ice, that is from an airy spirit unto an earthly and solid body, from an invisible and mobile estate unto a visible and fixed disposition. And, in conclusion, the whole air is changed into a spiritual and corporeal earth, and this transmutation it hath from that cold, dry and attractive form, which it borrowed from the northern wind, or septentrional property of the divine spirit, which ordereth all things, and altereth them from one form unto another, by the breath of his nostrils, or by those windy emissions, or angelical emanations, which it sendeth from the four corners of the earth. So that by his breath from the north, he exerciseth that property in the lower world, by the which he draweth or attracteth from the circumference unto the center, and so congealeth, inspissereth, and hardeneth soft spirits, by contraction and coarctation of those parts which before were porous and dilated. But some will perchance reply and say, how is it likely that the emanation or emission of spirits from the port of Bina, under the attribute of Elohim, or the streaming forth of the breath or blast from Boreas, and his two collaterals can harden by contraction, or suck and draw in spirits, from the circumference unto the center, when their emissions are straight from the north forward, and make no reflection, whereby any such motion, a circumferentia ad centrum, should be made? I answer, that this is effected after a wonderful fashion, and worthy to be pondered by the choicest wits. We must consider therefore in the first place, that the property of the attribute Elohim was before all beginning ordained, to induce the negative or contractive nature of the eternal unity's nullity, namely, of darkness, for when God will not shew the light of his countenance, he reflecteth his light in himself, that is, he withdraweth it from the circumference to the center, and leaveth only darkness unto the creatures. Thus you see, that it is one only Spirit in essence, that worketh all in all. I proceed therefore thus to my demonstration, which is so familiar to each person, that not any one who is in his senses can deny it. For I am sure no man can be ignorant, that when the north wind bloweth, the air is of nature cold and dry, and therefore is converted into the condition and consistence of earth, namely, from a clear transparent light, subtle, dissolved and dilated consistence of air, into a troubled, opaque or dark, gross, ponderous and contracted substance. For experience doth teach us, that it is transmuted into snow, hail, frost, and ice, that is, from an airy spirit unto an earthly and solid body, from an invisible and mobile estate unto a visible and fixed disposition. And in conclusion, the whole air is changed into a spiritual and corporeal earth, and this transmutation it hath from that cold, dry, and attractive form, which it borrowed from the northern wind, or septentrional property of the divine Spirit, which ordereth all things, and altereth them from one form unto another, by the breath of his nostrils, or by those windy emissions, or angelical emanations, which it sendeth from the four corners of the earth. So that by his breath from the north, he exerciseth that property in the lower world, by the which he draweth or attracteth from the circumference unto the center, and so congealeth, inspissereth, and hardeneth soft spirits, by contraction and coarctation of those parts which before were porous and dilated. But some will perchance reply and say, how is it likely that the emanation or emission of spirits from the port of Bina, under the attribute of Elohim, or the streaming forth of the breath or blast from Boreas, and his two collaterals can harden by contraction, or suck and draw in spirits, from the circumference unto the center, when their emissions are straight from the north forward, and make no reflection, whereby any such motion, a circumferentia ad centrum, should be made? I answer, that this is effected after a wonderful fashion, and worthy to be pondered by the choicest wits. We must consider therefore in the first place, that the property of the attribute Elohim was before all beginning ordained, to induce the negative or contractive nature of the eternal unity's nullity, namely, of darkness, for when God will not shew the light of his countenance, he reflecteth his light in himself, that is, he withdraweth it from the circumference to the center, and leaveth only darkness unto the creatures. This property of God is antipathetical unto such parts of the world, as also unto all such creatures, as have their life from a natural heat, which heat had its beginning from God's benevolent emanation, that is, from the act of unity, by an emission or dilation from the center unto the circumference, from unity into multitude. It followeth therefore, that though the emission of winds from the north be straight, yet their essential property, proceeding immediately from God's angelical organ, is contractive and attracting from the circumference unto the center, seeing that it is an emission, which by the divine Spirit's emanation and action in the nature of Elohim, is cold, dry, coagulative, or congealing, and apt to rest, and is therefore antipathetical and oppugnant unto the disposition of the air, forasmuch as it is hot and moist, and consequently is animated by the dilative action, which the Catholic Spirit sendeth or breatheth out of the celestial sun, and other vivifying stars, as are Jupiter and Venus. And for this cause it followeth, that when the boreal spirits are sent forth into the air, it must needs succeed, that, at the antipathetical contract of these cold spirits, the natural heat or life of the air flieth, or withdraweth itself from its circumference unto its center, and so partly by that contractive motion in itself, caused per antipersistissim, or by reason of the antipathetical occurrence or meeting of this contrary, and partly by mingling of a new terrestrial form, it is congealed, and falleth to the earth as if it were dead, because unmovable, in the form of snow, hail, frost, and ice. In like manner we see that the airy life in other creatures whose formal being consisteth of God's dilating property, is forced to fly from the circumference unto the center, leaving the external parts chill, cold, and apt to a deadly congelation, or lethal repose, which we observe not only in animal creatures but also in vegetables, seeing that their blood or vital suck is congealed by the winter and northern cold, and is, as it were, lifeless until by the vivifying and dilative force of the ensuing vernal, or springly and austral virtue, it is resolved and melted again, and the severe icy yoke of the northern nature undone. For this reason therefore you may discern, that there is but one Catholic element, which is partly subject and obnoxious unto the privative and dark contracting, and consequently attracting property of God's Spirit, and partly capable to endure his positive and light dilating disposition. Capable to endure his positive and light dilating disposition, and that this common subject is the spirit or air of the sublunary world, which by less inspissation or contraction, caused by the west winds, is made water, and by more compression and constriction, caused by the northern and winter blasts, becometh snowy or icy earth. And contrariwise, by less dilatation and subtiliation, it is made airy or vaporous, caused by the spring season and south wind, and by a greater rarefaction and exaltation it is made fire, by the dominion of such spirits as are sent out from the east, and summer's heat, and both these main twofold divided properties belong unto one and the same spirit, as is before related. Verily this common demonstration can deceive no man, being that the very unreasonable creatures are moved by a natural inclination, either to sympathize and rejoice with the clemency and comfort of the one property, or to fly from or eschew the severer assaults of the other, which do antipathize with their nature. But to our main business, it is manifest by that which is already said, that the northern breath is contractive, attractive, inspicitive, and apt to darkness, immobility, and rests, and that the south wind, or rather the wind from the equinoctial, is contrary in nature unto it, as being ready to undo all that the north wind did effect, namely, to dissolve the congealed air, which was made snow, frost, hail, ice into water, and water into air, to make transparent that which was dark, and render thin that which was before thick. And therefore between these properties there is no more sympathy, than I have shewed you to be between the lodestone's equinoctial and the pole. And again, that both these opposite natures proceed, and spring from one and the same divine and Catholic Spirit, which operateth all in all, everywhere, and consequently as well in earth as in heaven. This testimony of the true philosophy doth manifestly confirm and import.
Psalm 147. Deo emittent sermonem sum interam quam celeri me excurrit, Cinives emitit sicut lanam, ampurinam quasi cineres dispergit, degici gelutanquam frusta, coram frigore juscis consistat.
Emittit verbum suum and liquefacit ipsa, simul ac efflat ventum suum, effluent aquae. God sendeth forth his word, it runneth forth most swiftly upon the earth, who produceth snow like wool, and spreadeth abroad the frost like ashes, and casteth down the ice as it were pieces. Who is able to resist against his cold? He sendeth forth his word, and melteth or dissolveth all these. So soon as he breatheth forth his wind or spirit, the congealed waters begin to flow and move. Whereby it appeareth, that the word or spirit of God congealeth by one property, and dissolveth by another. And consequently as God is all one in essence, so it is one and the same Spirit that effecteth these fourfold alterations, in one Catholic Spirit of the world, which are by the ancients called distinct elements, because they could never as yet thoroughly determine what was the essential form of the elements. But if they had well considered the four elements, of the which they spake so much, and, as it should seem, understood essentially but little, or had they well conceived that heaven and earth were made of water, and by water by the word, as sacred philosophy teacheth us, then they would have known also, that the common substantial subject of them all, was but one created watery spirit. Also that this spirit's fourfold information, was effected by one increasing formal essence or divine word, acting and informing that universal element by a fourfold emanation, so that the will of one creating spirit affected by and working in, four angels of an opposite nature, maketh, disposeth or changeth every day this one spiritual watery subject into this or that element, according unto the will of the Creator. All which is evidently demonstrated by the weather glass, for the air therein enclosed, doth by contraction or dilatation, convert itself into the form of any of the elements, and is altered therein, according as the nature of the macrocosmical blast or wind that bloweth. Now whereas it may be objectively demanded, from whence then came the earth and waters, that are resident perpetually here beneath? I answer, that they are the effects which the winds by the will of God or Elohim Ruach did originally produce, and these were framed first out of the air, namely by thickening it by 1 degree into water, and engrossing it by another into solid and fixed earth, as it appeared by the third day's creation, where it was said, that aridum apparerit ex acis, dry land did appear out of the waters. But the divine philosopher St. Paul doth confirm all this, where he affirmeth, that we ought to believe by faith, that those things which are visible, were first of things invisible and unseen. And again, if that the two lower bodies did not resolve themselves by little and little, though insensibly into air, it would not be possible that the earth or the water could hold that abundance of water, stones, brimstone, caused of lightnings, and such like, which falleth from the air, and yet we see that neither the air nor water nor earth are at any time found bigger than their natural accustomed proportions. By this therefore I have sufficiently expressed unto you, the attractive and contractive property of the northern pole in the air, which infereth thus much, that as the northern blasts are enemies unto life, because they contract from the circumference to the center, which is contrary unto the act of man's life. Therefore all things that are reduced into a chill, cold, and northern property, be they airy, watery, or earthy, they draw strongly unto them, as it is proved by the weather glass. For the included air being animated, by the effects of a strong and obstinate northern wind, sucketh and draweth the waters on high, namely from the equinoctial point of the glass, unto the center of the North Pole, which is assigned by the head of the mattress, and also by the same reason congealed spirits in any earthly substance do suck or draw from the exterior to the interior, as we observe that bowl Armagnac sucketh moisture unto it, and also all other earth when it is thoroughly dry, and that in his own natural condition, namely because it being of the quality of the north, it sucketh and draweth strongly a watery moisture, but this is by reason of his drought. The attraction therefore in the lodestone is otherwise. For it having the essential nature of its mother earth, and the virtue of the north in his pole, draweth the masculine sulphureous spirits out of iron greedily, and that with a feminine appetite by reason of the propinquity and likeness of one nature unto another. The like regard also hath the pole star unto the lodestone, as the lodestone hath unto the iron, which is like, for natura a natura sua gaudet, and laetitur, nature is glad and rejoiceth in her like nature, as Empedocles doth truly testify. But both the iron and the lodestone are of one mind, one vein, and one nature, seeing that both of them are of an earthly and boreal disposition, and therefore the lodestone and his formal included spirits, being more encumbered with superfluities than the refined iron, doth as it were draw unto them like, out of the purified iron or steel, by a wonderful appetite, and in this action suck unto it the iron, who doth follow by a natural continuity the motion of its formal beams, or else for comfort and consolation, yea, and formal reflections cause, no otherwise than the cold material female doth the more formal male, to be refreshed by the masculine seed or sulphureous form, which they both receive from that general agent's ideal northern nature, that sustaineth and animateth the earth. I will prove it by a similitude, but in a vegetable substance. We observe that the grain of wheat, not participating with the nature of the earth, that is, so long as it is above ground and not sown, attracteth not his like from heaven, but when it is committed unto the earth, and the earth by corruption hath unloosed his bands, his spirits suck down from above the sunbeams, and celestial influences of his fixed constellation and erratic planet in quantity, that thereby it may be delivered, and rise again by the celestial beams of his own nature, that descend from heaven, and principally from the sun, so that like being added to his like becometh the stronger in ascension. For experience teacheth us, that the celestial included form or vital beam creepeth out of the earth upwards, tending by all his appetite unto its ethereal native home, from whence it came, but because the element of fire is contiguous unto the ethereal spirit, therefore it will not permit these ethereal or sunny beams to ascend without air, and because the air is a near cleaving and continued neighbor unto the fire, therefore it will not permit the fire to ascend without his presence. And again, the water challengeth the self-same privilege, namely to ascend with the air, and lastly, the earth will not let the water move upwards without her company, as being next of her race, and therefore will have the self-same prerogative with the other three. But because the earth is ponderous and cannot ascend, she holdeth it fast below, and will not permit the spirit to soar higher. And so those beamly spirits which seem to descend for the freedom of their brethren, are by these elementary ties, or rather the fourfold disposition of one element detained, and made to hover, and hang in the air, where instead of flying upwards to heaven, they do multiply into many grains. And I have noted by mine own experience, namely by anatomizing of corn, with a fiery knife of distillation, that the female in corn, which descendeth down the celestial influences by feminine nature, is a pure volatile salt, of a refined or aerial terrestrial condition, but rich in celestial fire, and therefore made volatile and airy by the union of both extremes, so that it is this female which allureth and draweth down magnetically beams from above, and holdeth them fast to multiply its own nature, even like the fowler, that maketh use of a captive bird, to allure others of the same kind unto his nets. But as for the female mineral nature, because the body of it is more compacted, and not corruptible, it sucketh unto it for the self-same reason, namely by the attractive virtue of his stypic and attractive salt, the essential beams of iron, as from a star of his own nature, to solace and redeem his spirits, and consequently with the spirit it sucketh also the masculine body, forasmuch as the one cannot be well divided from the other, and when it hath them it retaineth them, partly for a consolation and corroboration, and partly for a multiplication of his essence. And therefore those philosophers are deceived, which aver that the lodestone doth not secretly feed upon the formal spirits of iron, because though its force was preserved by immersing or burying of it in a bag of filings or scales of iron, yet because neither the lodestone was augmented nor the iron diminished in weight, they conclude that it doth not nourish. But they ought to know that the formal beams in the air doth add no more weight unto it than the light of a candle doth to the glass or water in which it shineth, and yet it nourisheth formally, that is, it multiplieth in formal essence, though not in material substance or quantity. To conclude, as the external cold causeth the formal heat in the air to contract itself, in flying and retiring itself, from the circumference unto the center, to eschew the assaults of his adversary, so also the external cold doth compact it into a more solid space by an antipersistatical reverberation and contraction caused by the northern cold's penetration. But in the lodestone the spirit is saturnine, and doth not otherwise suck in his like, by the assistance also of a saturnine body, animated by the drought of a martial nature, which also is by some ascribed unto the north, but moreover, it affecteth his like in the iron, and therefore by a sympathetical desire is the more animated unto that business of attraction. And it should appear, besides all this, that there is an attractive property also in the body of the iron, which sucketh unto it the spirits of the lodestone, no otherwise than the male or Mars doth in his nature covet, and affect Venus, but because the female, by reason of her coldness, doth most affect and desire the company of the male, the spiritual beams of her affection doth with the most fervency desire and covet, and therefore draw and allure the beams of the male unto her, and this is observed in the iron which I take. For the male, for though it of itself, without the lodestone's assistance, doth convert its poles, by a natural inclination, unto the poles of the world, yet we observe, that it is more slowly, and with the lesser appetite, and therefore more formal than material. I collect therefore upon that which is already said, that two like things which are of the nature of the equinoctial and temperate zone, do affect and embrace one another, by a sympathetical emission of beams, from the center unto the circumference, and such is the love of those creatures which live by the property of a positive emanation, as are animals which are of a hot disposition, be they dry or moist, and therefore they do not sensibly draw one spirit unto another, but work by the union which is made by a conjunction or concurrency together of lights, after an emission of their formal beams. And these have a reference unto the spirit's property, which issueth from the east and south winds, whose natures are to dilate from the center, and therefore not to contract from the circumference. Contrariwise, two like natures which embrace the property of the poles and cold zones do affect and hug one another by contraction, namely, by sucking and drawing of each nature from the circumference unto their center, even as we see one lodestone divided in the middle, will draw and suck another unto itself, till both parts of it be fitly joined together, in the very place or equinoctial of their division, and after this fashion also is that attractive affection made, which is between the iron and the lodestone, which are creatures subject unto Saturn, Virgo, and the pole star. From these physical and astronomical assertions of ours, the chemical contemplation varieth not much. For if in that kind of speculation we do observe the nature of the lodestone, we shall find it not to spring from any natural, but rather from a monstrous birth or generation, forasmuch as it is noted to proceed from unequal and unlike parents, as the mule doth. For if we observe well of the lodestone, no otherwise than the male or Mars doth in his nature covet, and affect Venus, but because the female, by reason of her coldness, doth most affect and desire the company of the male, the spiritual beams of her affection doth with the most fervency desire and covet, and therefore draw and allure the beams of the male unto her. And this is observed in the iron which I take for the male, for though it of itself, without the lodestone's assistance, doth convert its poles, by a natural inclination, unto the poles of the world, yet we observe, that it is more slowly, and with the lesser appetite, and therefore more formal than material. I collect therefore upon that which is already said, that two like things which are of the nature of the equinoctial and temperate zone, do affect and embrace one another by a sympathetical emission of beams, from the center unto the circumference, and such is the love of those creatures, which live by the property of a positive emanation, as are animals which are of a hot disposition, be they dry or moist, and therefore they do not sensibly draw one spirit unto another, but work by the union which is made by a conjunction, or concurrency together of lights, after an emission of their formal beams. And these have a reference unto the spirit's property, which issueth from the east and south winds, whose natures are to dilate from the center, and therefore not to contract from the circumference. Contrariwise, two like natures which embrace the property of the poles and cold zones do affect and hug one another by contraction, namely, by sucking and drawing of each nature from the circumference unto their center, even as we see one lodestone divided in the middle, will draw and suck another unto itself, till both parts of it be fitly joined together, in the very place or equinoctial of their division, and after this fashion also is that attractive affection made, which is between the iron and the lodestone, which are creatures subject unto Saturn, Virgo, and the pole star. From these physical and astronomical assertions of ours, the chemical contemplation varieth not much. For if in that kind of speculation we do observe the nature of the lodestone, we shall find it not to spring from any natural, but rather from a monstrous birth or generation, forasmuch as it is noted to proceed from unequal and unlike parents, as the mule doth. For if we observe well the manner of its composition, we shall find that his mother or passive corporeal mass is a common, stony, and earthly Mercury, and that his father or active form is a metallic or sulphureous martial spirit. And in conclusion we shall perceive that their miction is effected in this manner, the mercurial liquor of a stony, earthly or saturnine nature, being as yet in its first matter or shell as it were, and being a near neighbor unto the mercury of Mars, did hereupon, and for this cause acquire unto itself, a light transmutation, and so do appear to be joined together by a straight, contiguous, and almost continued union, so that the composition doth obtain a mean existence, between the nature of a martial metal and a saturnine stone, and may well be termed a mercury, metamorphosed by halves, or a kind of a hermaphroditical saturnine mercury, into the which, when the sulphureous martial spirits, as the metallic forms do enter, it receiveth those martial spirits, and conserveth them in its womb, as their proper passive and mother, and by that means the mass is coagulated into a stony body. Now since every spirit, and consequently this of the lodestone, desireth to be nourished by that which is nearest and likest unto his own nature, the which nature or spirit is only found in iron, it happeneth for this reason, that the inward martial spirit of the lodestone doth draw the body of iron unto it, and after an occult manner doth seem to suck his nourishment out of it. I conceive therefore, that the fixed salt in the iron or lodestone, is partly of a hot and dry martial nature, and consequently of a fiery earthly condition, and partly of a cold and dry stypic and saturnine faculty, which also it receiveth from its earth, and therefore there concurreth two testimonies of strange attraction in the lodestone. And because Venus is said to be the female friend and companion unto Mars, she doth add a strong concupiscible desire unto the attraction, and bridleth the irascible and audible property in Mars by her feminine embraces. If we look seriously into the inward nature of iron, or steel, we shall find all this to be manifested by effect, for I have with a certain familiar menstruum reduced all the body of steel into a kind of copperas or vitriol, which nature of mineral salt is familiar with, as well to copper as iron, for vitriol is by the same reason extracted out of copper. Now we shall find in vitriol or copperas, a hot burning corrosive nature, and an earthy attracting sulfur, which sucketh unto it as bole ammoniac, or terra sigillata doth moisture, whereby it is evident that as well a martial and saturnine, as venereal condition, concur in the magnetical or ferruginous salt. Again we shall find, that the influxions of Mars do mingle themselves naturally with the northern wind, and agree well with the nature of the earth, by reason that in the circulation of elements the earth doth, in regard of her siccity, consent and sympathize with the fire. Again, Ptolemy doth ascribe those aquiloniary winds which are violent unto Mars his influences, moreover, that Mars his spirit is the cause of the attractive virtue in each corrosive salt and gum that is subject unto it. It is well manifested in euphorbium, scammony, lauricola, flomula, and hot corrosive venoms, for these are subject unto Mars his constellation. Hereupon we find that vitriol is cold, acid, and stypic in his external, and yet hot, caustic, and corrosive in his interior. And again, iron is vitriol or copperas in his interior, as also copper. Chapter 3 of the excellency of man in the animal kingdom, and of the admirable nature of the lodestone and the mineral. I may well presume to compare the lodestone in disposition with man, considering the admirable virtues and dignity of the one in the animal kingdom, and the miraculous operations and mystical properties of the other in the mineral region. As for man, there is such a supereminent and wonderful treasure hidden in him, that wise men have esteemed, that the perfect wisdom of this world consisteth in the knowledge of a man's self, namely, to find out that secret mystery, which doth lurk within him. For man is said to be the center of every creature, and for that cause he is called Macrocosmos, or the little world, centrum and miraculum mundi, the center or miracle of the world, containing in himself the properties of all creatures, as well celestial as terrestrial, and consequently of the lodestone. He is templum Dei, the temple of God, Corpus Christi, the body of Christ, habitaculum Spiritus Sancti, the habitation of the Holy Ghost. Neither verily may it be imagined, that God would make choice of an unworthy dwelling place. And therefore in the consideration thereof, and our inquiry after so great a mystery, we had need to proceed with our exactest discretion and judgment, from the visible things of man unto the invisible, that is, to penetrate with the sharpest edge of our wit by demonstration, a posteriori, or from the external man, into the bowels of this secret mystical and internal being, wherefore we proceed thus. Seeing that man is rightly reported by Hermes to be the son of the world, as the world is the son of God, being that it is framed after the image of the archetype, it will be requisite to understand that he is in like manner divided into a heaven and earth as the great world was, and consequently containeth in itself no otherwise his heavens, circles, poles, and stars, than the great world doth. And also as we find, that the spiritual image of the heavens, with their circles and poles, are delineated also in the earth, and every particular thereof. So the character of the inward man is deciphered and portrayed out in the outward man no otherwise, than we may judge of the fashion of the sword by the scabbard, or the kernel by the shell. Concerning the research or inquiry after the world's poles in man, there hath risen no small difference amongst the philosophers. Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle have ordained the east part of the world to be his right hand, and their reason is, because the diurnal motion of the heavens which proceedeth from the primum mobile, is affected from east to west, and consequently the west must be his left hand, or sinister portion. And in placing man according unto this position, his face must look to the north, and his posteriors unto the south. But Empedocles opposeth this opinion, affirming that the estival solstice, or the Tropic of Cancer, is the right hand of the world. It followeth therefore, that the hymal station of the sun, or the Tropic of Capricorn, must be the left, and according unto this direction, man's face must behold the west. As for mine own part, mine opinion is adverse unto both their minds, forasmuch as I, being moved thereto for reasons as well theological as natural, would rather adapt man's face unto the orient, or eastern quarter. And then his posteriors shall respect the west, and so the north pole will correspond unto his left hand, and the south unto his right. That this position is not only naturally, but also divinely, befitting the microcosm, we prove it thus. The patriarchs, prophets, and apostles, in their devoutest prayers, did use to convert their faces unto the east, which is an argument, that this quarter of the world was by the Creator allotted unto man's anterior part. And in Matthew we read, that lightning shall come out of the east, and shall pass unto the west. And in another place it is said, Metimini quamque ad plagum orientalem, and ad plagum australem, and ad plagum occidentalem, and ad plagum septentrionalem. Measure forth unto the east and the south and the west and towards the north, as if he had said, measure out plots of ground before you, and at your right hand and behind you and at your left hand. And Job saith, Behold, I go into the east and he will not be there, and unto the west, and I shall not find him there, or unto the north where he worketh, and I shall not discern him. He hideth himself in the south, and I shall not behold him. But St. Jerome interprets this place thus, If I shall go unto the east he appeareth not, if unto the west I shall not understand him, if unto the left hand what shall I do? I shall not overtake him, if on the right hand I shall not see him. And Tremellius thus, If I shall go forward, he will not be there, if backward, I shall not find him. When he operateth on the left hand, yet shall I not see him, he will cover the right quarter of the world, and yet shall I not behold him. So that what Pagnine maketh the orient angle of the world, Tremellius maketh the face or fore part of the world, and so forth. Whence it appeareth, that the direct disposition of man, according unto the situation of the great world, is, when his face is disposed unto the orient, or east angle of the earth. And for this reason are the two eyes of man disposed in the frontispiece of his fabric, as also of all other creatures, that they might delight the oriental sun, that by the presence thereof, they might adore the Creator thereof, in whose power it is by his golden aspect, to banish the presence of the gloomy night, and consequently to salute it, as being the visible type of the eternal Sun's invisible beauty, who also will appear at the last day from that easterly point, to renovate and purify by fire the corrupt world. It followeth therefore, that man's right hand or right part must respect the south, as his left hand the north. All which are by so much the more apparent, by how much they agree in concord with philosophical reason. For the liver being on the right side of man, doth most conveniently sympathize with the southern nature, being that it engendereth by its virtue warm airy blood, and sendeth it forth by the channels of the veins everywhere, over the microcosmical earth, to make it to vegetate, even as the southern wind produceth tepid or matted flowers, to water the microcosmical earth, that thereby the plants and herbage which groweth on it, may increase and multiply by vegetation. The left side or left hand, is rightly compared unto the world's boreal quarter, or the Arctic pole. For as in that angle the air, water, or earth, is cold and dry, apt to congelation, and of a contractive and stipitic or restrictive nature, so also we find, that the spleen which lieth in the left part of man's body, is the receptacle of melancholy, or congealed cold, black sour, and earthly humors, and as the northern blasts of the macrocosmical or great world, do obscure and mask, or eclipse ofttimes the fair sunshine of the east, and by that means do procure an obscure darkness over all the hemisphere, even so in the little world, the flatulous fumes sent forth from this northern spleen, contracteth the heart, and instead of wholesome and bright passions, namely of joy, mirth, and gladness, which the beauteous sunshine of life produceth in man, it bringeth forth dark passions as are sadness, fear, despair, and such like, yea, and causeth the heart to suffer the effects of syncopes and palpitations. Thus therefore you see the two opposite poles of the little world, to concur in effect, and that in all respects, with that of the great world, counting the southern pole from the equinoctial. For if we divide the lodestone in the middle, that part in the equinoctial which is next the north pole, will serve and stand in place of the south pole. And if again, that half be divided in the Tropic of Cancer, the division about the Tropic of Cancer will be his south pole. But to look more internally yet into the little world, we find that it consisteth on that spiritual cornerstone, by which the world was made and the earth sustained, and consequently in which the world, and every point thereof, was ideally delineated from the beginning, before it was made after the manner of the earth, which is said to be full of the spirit of wisdom. Hereupon it is termed the temple of God, the body and members of Christ, and the habitation of the Holy Spirit. For this cause therefore we must think that there are secret poles, circles, and stars, assigned unto man, as well spiritual as corporal, no otherwise than there is unto the earth, and every magnetical portion thereof. So that in man is the properties of the macrocosmical winds, and consequently in it may passions be bred, and produced, which are as well antipathetical as sympathetical. Now verily, if in the second place we shall duly observe the nature of the lodestone, we shall not a little admire the rare and singular properties thereof. Yea, truly we shall find it almost to pass a man's reason and understanding, that a hard mineral stone, unmovable and stupid, should nevertheless be possessor of such spirits, which are able insensibly to display and transmit their occult faculties and virtues, quite through or at travers the hardest stones, the most solid and closest grained wood, the thick and intranspirable plates of metal, yea, the impenetrable glass itself, and other such compacted stuff, which have not any sensible spiracle or porosity, and that it should work on itself, and on iron, and that it should behold the pole Arctic at so long a distance, as there cannot be a greater in our regard, namely from the earth unto the highest heavens, or the eighth sphere, the which is almost incommensurable, I mean, unto the pole star. I dare boldly say, that all the school of the Peripatetics, who made profession to give a reason of all things, and to be ignorant of nothing, that toucheth the most occult and intimate secrets of nature, would find themselves much troubled and puzzled, and as it were enclosed in a confused labyrinth of fantastical imaginations and chimerical surmises, before they could dissuade and unravel this mighty business, or untie the fardel of so profound a riddle, that is to say, ere they could hit the mark, or attain unto the wisdom of this inquiry which is only pointed at and demonstrated by the finger of a far truer and diviner philosophy. For the main subject of all actions and power is the spiritual cornerstone Jesus Christ, in whom is hidden the treasure of all wisdom, as St. Paul teacheth. Is it not wonderful, that this spirit can pass like that celestial one in man, where the air is not able to penetrate? Is it not an evident argument, that it is of an ethereal race, which is able to operate these effects quite through such solid bodies? Wherefore let not Plutarch make his brags as he hath done, where he striveth to undo this intricate Gordian knot or tie, reputing it a shame and defect in such learned men, as have meddled herein, and have not dived into the depth thereof, being that at last he himself sheweth palpably herein his error, after he had made so strict an inquisition. For he concludeth, that the insensible emanations or emissions or effluxions which issue out of the lodestone, and produce his attractive effects, are gross and flatulous. Whereas, if he had a little better considered the business, he would have found that the subtlest and most rarefied air is not able to find any porosity or spiracle to breathe through thick compacted boards, or smoothed and polished stones or plates of silver and gold, much less can any passage be admitted unto gross and flatulous spirits, to breathe or expire through. But to return again unto the straight line of our history, Chapter 4, of a double attractive disposition in man, and how the one agreeth with the nature of the lodestone, and the other is different from it. Herein also the reason, why the dead carcass of a man is endued with a magnetic power or attractive nature, is discovered. As in the dimension of the lodestone, there is observed to be a multiplicity in kinds or manners of attraction, for the attraction of it is otherwise effected at his poles, namely perpendicularly, than it is on the equinoctial which is slanting. So also there is a great difference between the attraction which is made in man. For the spleen being of the property of the North Pole, sucketh unto it by the ramus splenicus his like, namely melancholy or terrestrial juices, directed by a saturnine virtue, and the gall attracteth by a martial sulphureous or fiery terrestriety, choler unto it, and the liver by a southern or equinoctial dilatation, disperseth the blood which it hath rubified, by veiny channels through the whole microcosmical earth. But first it attracteth by his porous organs the like unto it from the guts, all which manner of attraction it would never effect, were it not by the incitation of natural heat, which though in itself is rather dissipated by dilatation, than attracteth by contraction, yet it inciteth and animateth certain corporeal instruments, ordained by nature for attraction's cause, namely to draw and suck by contraction, and to dilate again by relaxing or dilating of themselves. And for this reason is the heart, the stomach, the intestines or guts, the veins, A and C, made of compacted of fibers direct for attraction, transverse for retention, and oblique for expulsion. Again, the attraction of the air by the aspera arteria and nostrils could not be effected, but by the aid of the pulmons or lungs, the which would not move or work, but by the animation of a dilating and vivifying heat, so that, in this case, all attraction of external air which is made by the pores into the fleshy parts, and by the lungs into the heart, and by the nostrils into the brain, proceedeth from the dilated action of heat, and is effected by instruments, and that properly by the lungs and heart. Even as we see that the syringe or squirt being pulled out, attracteth or draweth air, but being thrust in, it emitteth or expelleth it again. And yet both these opposite actions in one organ or instrument proceed from one dilated humane spirit which acteth. We must understand, therefore, that man is composed of matter which is patient, and form which is his agent. And as matter did first proceed of the watery subject, which did issue out of the dark chaos, and therefore is of itself. Inclinable unto a northern and privative disposition, namely, to rest, cold, mortification, and immobility. So it is this matter that maketh contraction, as well in the heart, and consequently in the pulses motion, as in the other parts of the body. That is to say, the natural inclination of matter in man is apt to contract spirits from the circumference unto the center, when contrariwise form being derived from light is busy in dilatation, and therefore in animation, and exagitation of matter, which would otherwise be ossified, and affected at his poles, namely perpendicularly, than it is on the equinoctial, which is slanting. So also there is a great difference between the attraction which is made in man. For the spleen, being of the property of the North Pole, sucketh unto it by the ramus splenicus his like, namely melancholy or terrestrial juices, directed by a saturnine virtue, and the gall attracteth by a martial sulphureous or fiery terrestriety, choler unto it, and the liver, by a southern or equinoctial dilatation, disperseth the blood which it hath rubified, by veiny channels through the whole microcosmical earth. But first, it attracteth by his porous organs the like unto it from the guts, all which manner of attraction it would never effect were it not by the incitation of natural heat, which, though in itself is rather dissipated by dilatation than attracteth by contraction, yet it inciteth and animateth certain corporeal instruments, ordained by nature for attraction's cause, namely to draw and suck by contraction, and to dilate again by relaxing or dilating of themselves. And for this reason is the heart, the stomach, the intestines or guts, the veins, ANC, made of compacted fibers direct for attraction, transverse for retention, and oblique for expulsion. Again, the attraction of the air by the aspera arteria and nostrils could not be effected but by the aid of the pulmones or lungs, which would not move or work but by the animation of a dilating and vivifying heat. So that, in this case, all attraction of external air, which is made by the pores into the fleshy parts, and by the lungs into the heart, and by the nostrils into the brain, proceedeth from the dilated action of heat, and is effected by instruments, and that properly by the lungs and heart. Even as we see that the syringe or squirt, being pulled out, attracteth or draweth air, but being thrust in, it emitteth or expelleth it again, and yet both these opposite actions in one organ or instrument proceed from one dilated humane spirit which acteth. We must understand therefore that man is composed of matter which is patient, and form which is his agent, and as matter did first proceed of the watery subject, which did issue out of the dark chaos, and therefore is of itself, inclinable unto a northern and privative disposition, namely, to rest, cold, mortification, and immobility. So it is this matter that maketh contraction, as well in the heart and consequently in the pulses motion, as in the other parts of the body. That is to say, the natural inclination of matter in man is apt to contract spirits from the circumference unto the center, when contrariwise form being derived from light, is busy in dilatation, and therefore in animation and exagitation of matter, which would otherwise be ossified. And this is the reason of systole and diastole in the heart's motion, which cometh of that action and passion, or operation and resistance, which is made between the light, heat, or equinoctial form, and the dark and cold, or polar matter in man's composition, whereby it is apparent that as the great world is said to be composed ex light et amicitia, of hatred and friendship, so also the little world is rightly averred to be compacted of contraries, namely of the children of light and darkness. Now in this therefore, a live man's attractive power differeth from that of the lodestone, because the lodestone is not so appearing lively as man is, but may in some sort be esteemed dead, because it is divided from his ferruginous vein in the earth, and again, he attracteth not by any dilatation, made of a vivifying heat, through any organical substance or assistance, but by an earthly and central, contracting disposition. And for that reason, his greatest power of attraction consisteth in the pole. The live man's attraction proceedeth therefore from a dilatation of lively heat, from the center unto the circumference, which causeth material instruments ordained as well for attraction as retention or expulsion to effect their office. And yet sometimes it operateth chiefly to contraction, that is in motion from the circumference unto the center, when it receiveth by the permission of God the beams of a privative emanation, as when the heart is contracted, whereupon bad passions, as sadness, melancholy, despair, envy, fear, and such like do follow, as we have told you before. Sometimes the natural heat reflecteth, for the senses repose and rest, his beams inwardly, as in the action of sleep, which is a type of death and darkness, but contrariwise, it dilateth itself from the center unto the circumference, when it will have the animal spirits to watch and operate in their functions. By this therefore we may imagine, that the lodestone's attractive nature is from the circumference unto the center, being as it were to man's external view half dead, and by that manner of attraction it draweth unto it its like, namely spirits out of the iron or steel, which by reason of its refination and homogeneity in nature, as being cleared from all his stony mercury, which was heterogeneous unto it, we may compare unto a live man, which is replenished with lively emanating or dilating spirits. For I would have every man to know, that there is not a creature on the earth, which hath not his astrological or starry influence, which doth shine forth, and maketh his aspect unto the like of his kind. namely unto such creatures, as are of condition with the stars of heaven, from whence the creature's influence doth descend. But if the two creatures be dissonant in nature, then the one doth antipathetically divert or reflect his beams from the other. The iron therefore, like a vivified mass meeting with the lodestone, doth easily emit his beams of love unto the lodestone, who doth as greedily suck or draw them by means of his inward earthly martial spirits, even unto her center, and by the attraction of the iron's formal beams, draweth with it all the iron body, that possesseth the starry or martial influence. In like manner a strong magnet is as it were a female unto a weaker, no otherwise is it with a live man, and the dead carcass of another. For though that many bodies appear to be dead, yet shall the natural magician know, that in his flesh and bones there abideth admirable spirits, which operate no less wonders, yea, and far greater than those of the lodestone. And therefore I would have each self-conceited person that are so apt to envy against the mysteries of God in nature, to learn more discretion and experience, before they so vaingloriously do judge the strange and marvelous effects of man's royal nature, and pronounce so boldly without hesitation or sticking, that there are no spirits in any amputated members or portion in man, no nor in the dead carcass, as Kaufmann and Foster aver. Nay, that the devil himself cannot confer any into them or it, for I would have both them and other temerarious and bold judges to know, that as the lodestone, though appearing a dead mass, is observed to suck and draw centrally unto it, with a lively appetite the beams and body of the lodestone, and that all and every member divided from the lodestone will do the like in its proportion. Even so I can prove it, and confirm it by an ocular demonstration, that by a right application of the fleshy parts of a dead man's carcass unto a live man, it will make the live man faint and feeble, the which nevertheless a while after the material or corporal magnetical mummy be removed, will receive again his wonted strength. Moreover, lest this relation may seem to Mr. Foster and the rest of his Kabbalistical sect a figment or chimerious fancy, forasmuch as he may allege that the application of the thing may work in the live man's imagination, and cause him to persuade himself that he is faint, and that without any true ground, and that there can be no external effect to prove it. I answer, that it will suck or draw forth of the live man the spiritual mummy in a visible manner, for by the coldness of the part, the spiritual mummy so extracted will condense itself on the superficies of the corporal magnet, even as air into a cloud, or a cloud into manna, so that it may be gathered and converted into a very precious and wholesome panacea or general medicine. As contrariwise, it may prove as corrupt and antipathetical a medicine, where the body out of which it is drawn is infested with any venomous or contagious disease, namely French pox, plague, leprosy, and such like, as shall be more at large expressed in the next book. Now the reason of this act and operation in the dead man's magnetic parts is, that as when the body was alive, it was animated by light, and enjoyed all the properties of light, to wit, it was hot, active, movable, dilative and, in conclusion, of an equinoctial or southern condition, so that natural fire being extinguished, it indueth the properties of darkness. For it is mortified by cold, and is congealed, potential, fix or immobile, contractive, and, in fine of the rigid zones and frozen poles nature. So that whereas before whilst it lived, it did emit his beams from the center to the circumference, and did enjoy the blessings of God's vivifying and positive emanation, now it indueth the condition of his contracting, privative and mortifying emanation. And yet I would not that wise men should think, that because the lively body is turned into a dead carcass, therefore it is void of all spirits of life, being that scriptures confirm, that the incorruptible spirit is in all things, and consequently as well in those that are dead, as in those that are alive. For this incorruptible spirit, according unto the variety of his property in the four winds, is sometime in motion from the center of the thing in which it is, unto the circumference. For so he vivifieth, and causeth the creature to act and live, by a southern or equinoctial faculty. So it operateth from the center of the celestial sun, to the animation of inferior creatures, namely, by evocation of their incorruptible spirits, from their center unto their circumference. As it appeareth by such vegetables which seem for that reason, as it were dead all the winter season, because the spirit of life leaves and forsakes the circumference of the plant, and betaketh itself unto the center, to retire from the assaults of cold, which is its opposite as far as it can. But when it perceiveth its fountain of light to approach, and to send them forth suckers, they begin by little and little to spring again, from their center unto their circumference, and being united unto the external beams which are come unto their aid, they expel dark privation, and congealing cold, from out their tabernacles, and do proceed to operate and act unto vegetation and multiplication, as also we see in the corn which is buried in the earth. Even so, and no otherwise, the lodestone's martial nature being originally, by a saturnine spirit contracted into his center, is exagitated and stirred up, and with like joy doth suck unto it the formal beams of the iron, from whose martial sulphurous spirit they did originally spring. And even so also, the spirits of the dead body being by mortifying cold driven from the circumference unto the center, and resting there at repose without any action, maketh the body and every part thereof fixed and unmovable. But when they are applied unto the lively circumference of their species or kind, they spring forthwith and in their watery spirits towards the circumference, and rejoice to meet with their like in the live man, which doth as it were dilate itself and issue forth of the pores in a streaming manner. For their assistance, and they being partly congealed in the center of the dead member, do with a greedy appetite suck them in with the spiritual mummy which is their vehicle, towards their central abiding, to endue it with life as it was before, and to recreate it with their presence. But the unctuous spiritual mummy, being full of bright spirits, resting upon the superficies of the live man, inspissated with the cold and mortifying contact of the dead flesh, or part of the carcass, is forthwith congealed, and may be reserved for a private use. But can we better confirm this than with the contractive, restrictive, or congelative virtue of the fumus excrescens, issuing from the matter contained in the dead man's bones? For by applying it I mean, the usnea or matter which groweth on dead man's bones, upon the ruptures of blood or hemorrhagia in a living man, the warm blood, as it were, moved by an antipathetical affection, returneth back again, and is denied passage by the congealing and binding operation of these northern affected excrescences. But leaving these conclusions, touching the dead man's magnet and its virtues, for a while what will you say? And there may be a microcosmical magnet or lodestone, which may be selected and gathered out of the living man, without any detriment or prejudice unto his life, whose virtues, both in regard of its monstrous and unnatural generation, being composed of unlike parents, and being compacted of two substances different in kinde, as the mule is, namely of an earthly mercury, and choleric sulphureous human spirits, as also in his manner of attraction of the spiritual mummy out of the living man, yea, and what is far more admirable, by the transplantation of it, either to the animal or vegetable kinds, it worketh after a strange fashion, either sympathetically or antipathetically. I know that these news will straightway be esteemed by some who are apter to judge amiss, than rightly to scan, to be diabolical. And why? Marry, because they pass the sphere of their capacities. And yet I know this to be true, and know them which have put it in execution, not without the wonderment of many. Yea, I know this microcosmical magnet, and the use thereof, the which when it is tried by wise men, and well pondered by them, will appear as natural, as the effects thereof will seem strange, and the reason abstruse. But if that which I have said before be well understood, and seriously pondered, the cause hereof will not seem so hidden, as that it should exceed the limits of nature. Of this kind of magnetical action, as well sympathetical as antipathetical, I purpose by God's grace to discourse more at large in the third or last book of this treatise or history. Chapter 5. In this chapter is expressed the secret cause why, and manner how as well the microcosmical as macrocosmical lodestone doth operate ad distans, and that unto an unknown dimension, or unlimited interval. Mr. Foster hath sufficiently expressed the shallowness of his philosophy, where he averreth, that because the light of the sun and stars cannot penetrate the thick clouds, and opaque bodies, ergo, the formal essence of a man is not able to pierce and penetrate directly in his course, without being stopped or hindered by castles, hills, woods, and such like. But had he been a little more profoundly seen, or immersed in the bowels of true philosophy, he would have known that the ethereal sperm, or astralical influences, are of a far subtler condition than is the vehicle of visible light. Yea, verily, they are so thin, so mobile, so penetrating, and so lively, that they are able and also do continually penetrate, and that without any manifest obstacle or resistance, even unto the center or inward bosom of the earth, where they generate metals of sundry kinds, according unto the condition of the influence, as the antient philosophers do justify. The subtlety therefore of this spirit Plotinus, according unto Plato's Minde, doth fully express in these words, Tanta est aetheris tenuitas ut omnia corpora penetret universa tam supera quam infera.
Ampi cum ipsis conjunctus aut implicitus, ia majora minime reddat, quia spiritus ist interior cuncta opera, eorum mole minima nullum prosus augmentum recipient, alitate conservat.
The tenuity of the aether is such, that it doth penetrate all the bodies of the world, as well above in heaven, as below on earth, and this heavenly substance being joined and mixed with them, it maketh them not a jot the bigger for all that, because this inward spirit doth nourish and preserve all bodies, without adding anything unto their weight, or increasing of their substance. And by reason of this heavenly nature's purity or subtlety, the heaven, or caelum, is called by the wiser philosophers and mystical poets the husband unto the earth, which they term Vesta. Yea, and the very stars of heaven, among which the Copernicans rank the earth, are likened unto his wife, being that they are extracted out of the ethereal substance, no otherwise than Eve was out of the side of Adam, for they are destined to be the thickest portions of their orbs, by reason whereof they are accounted as the members of heaven, and consequently there is nothing so thin, subtle, and piercing, as is that spirit from whence by condensation they are derived. This is the cause, that the true alchemists do tell such wonders of their caelum, which they call their quintessence, arguing that by reason of its purity and subtlety it is able to penetrate all things. And the philosophers say that it is their nature which they define to be, vis quaedam rebus infinita, omnia permanentia, cunctus generans res, isc. Agens alensken ex similibus similia procreans, a certain infinite power in things, which penetrateth and passeth through all things, engendering everything, and augmenting and nourishing them, and procreating like things of their like. And verily, if you will be pleased to consider really what I have spoken before, you will remember how I told you, that the angelical virtue proceeded from the archetypical emanations, and are the types of the divine idea. Again, that the ethereal spirit was filled with the angelical influences, which had their essential root from God, so that in verity, it is not the starry light which penetrateth so deeply, or operateth so universally, but that eternal central spirit, with which his divine and unresistible essence, penetrateth all things, both in heaven above and in the earth and waters beneath. And all this the mystical philosophers seemed to verify, though darkly, when they called Saturn, which was the father also of Jupiter, or the head of the Catholic emanation, the father of Calum, or heaven, arguing thereby, that in the emission of the spirit of wisdom, he produced, created, or informed the heavens, according to that of Job, Calum ornasti spiritu tuo, thou didst adorn the heavens by thy spirit. And David, verbo domini firmati sunt caeli and spiritu ab ora aegis omnis virtutis eorum, by the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and by his spirit each virtue thereof.
And St. Peter, Celi erant prius, amp terra, ex acis, amp per aquas existentes verbo Dei, the heavens were first, and the earth of water, and by the word of God.
It is certain, therefore, that the whole essential act of the ethereal spirit is the divine emanation, or the bright incorruptible spirit of the Lord, and therefore of necessity that spirit which is worthy to be the immediate vehicle of so irresistible and emanating influence, must be conformable to it in purity and subtility, which is the informer, who is said by the wise Solomon to be
Omnium rerum mobilior et subtilior et attingere ubique propter suam munditiam, et innovare omnia et implere orbem terrarum.
To be the most active and movable and subtile of all things, and to penetrate and pass everywhere by reason of his purity and essence, and to renew and refresh all things, and to fill the earth with his presence. This therefore was it that made some even of our Christian philosophers to break forth into these speeches, Deus est natura, et natura Deus, God is nature, and nature is God. Whereby they meant that the naturating or radical informing nature was the eternal emanation, which made and informed the humid nature of the world, which for that reason was called natura naturata, or the nature which was made natural, namely by the presence of the naturating nature or spirit of the Lord, which moved upon the waters, and imparted unto them of his fiery informing vigor or essence, as we may find partly by sacred testimony, and partly by the confirmation of St. Austin. We must therefore, after a due consideration of this which is said, infer, that if the influence be completely animated by the incorruptible spirit of the Lord, then must it be endued with the properties of that spirit or divine nature, and consequently it must be the most subtle, quick, movable and penetrating of all spirits, and in that respect will be able to pass through all solid bodies without resistance, and also to engender, augment and nourish all things. And being incorporated or specificated, it procreateth like individualities of their like, and again, it hath in regard of our capacity an infinite extension, and therefore cannot be limited. All which I purpose by experience or ocular demonstration, to demonstrate in this manner, we find in practice, that the lodestone by virtue of his subtil spirit, which doth internally animate it, is made so potent through it in his attractive virtue, that it is able without resistance to display and transmit the beams of his active virtue quite a travers the hardest stones, the most solid and finest grained wood, through thick plates, copper, tin, silver or gold, yea, and to penetrate quite through the impenetrable glass itself, and other such like compacted stuff, which have no sensible porosity or spiracle, which is an evident argument, that this spirit is of a far more piercing and subtil nature than the sublunary air, forasmuch as it is denied passage through the slightest paper skin or bladder. In the like manner man's inward or celestial spirit, which is the vehicle of this vivifying beam, is so subtil in itself, that nothing is able to resist it, when the inward mental beam doth aim at any mark, how far or how inaccessible soever it may be esteemed in the fleshly man's conceit. For being this celestial or ethereal spirit in man is made after the pattern of the divine image which it beareth, it must also resemble it in its actions.
Now the subtlety of the divine act in man's spirit is expressed by Hermes in these words: Quicunque hac de natura, intelligentia sua cuncta complectantur quae interessant, in mari, amp siquid praeter ea supra caelum, atque Deus sapsus erigontunt ipsum quoque bonum intuiantur.
Whosoever do rely on this divine nature may comprehend by their understanding of all things which are upon the earth, and in the seas, yea, and besides all this, anything that is in heaven above, and also they may elevate themselves in such a manner, that they may behold the face of goodness itself out sea. whereby he signifieth the all-sufficient act of penetration which is in the mental beam, by whose unresistible assistance the celestial influence doth penetrate and operate without any intermediate resistance in and through all things. By which it is evident, that as every inferior specific creature is endued with this essential spirit, and doth consist, and is as it were founded and edified on it, as on an essential cornerstone or foundation, so the emission of his beams is not to be limited by any settled sphere of activity, as the unadvised and more sensual than intellectual philosophers have defined it to be, being that it is vis in rebus infinita, an infinite virtue or nature in things, and, therefore not finite or determinable, for look how far it shineth or emiteth his active spirit out of the center of the celestial star. Even so far is this central terrestrial bright spirit able to make his semidiameter of extension, so that as the heavenly star's beamy influence doth penetrate downward unto the center of the earth, even after the very like manner doth each terrestrial star pierce unto the center of the celestial star from whence it was derived. And the more rich and exalted is the starry form in the creature, the nearer it approacheth unto the nature of the most exalted star in heaven, and maketh his extension the more forcible. Now as we see that every astral influence in the creature doth by a natural inclination, and that sympathetically, aspect the star or celestial fountain from which it did spring, and likewise that star in heaven by a paternal respect doth send down his influences to feed and nourish his like filial fire or form in the creature here below, and both of them by a mutual relation do rejoice together at the spiritual presence of each other. So likewise each kind or species which is endued with all one influence, doth, because of his likeness to another, send forth by a sympathetical consent beams of one nature, making an harmonious symphony in the concourse of their beams by which they do agree in union of love. And for this reason the axiom of the philosophers before mentioned runneth in this strain, natura ex similibus similia producere solet, nature doth use to procreate like of like. And this is the cause why each specific form doth rejoice in its like, and is ready to produce his kind, and doth not use to pass the limits of his kind, as for example, a man's nature produceth a man, a horse, a fennel seed fennel, a bean, wheat produceth wheat, amp c. And also the nature of each thing so created is most amiable unto the nature of his like, and sendeth forth the amiable and sympathetical beams of his affection, to concur with the like beams which are emitted from his like, so that both of them do easily consent and rejoice at each other, and by contraction of beams, they endeavor to cause a union. For this reason therefore the lodestone rejoiceth at the aspect of its like. For if one lodestone meeteth with another, each will aspect the other by their saturnine sulphureous spirits and embrace each other. For by their applications they will centrally suck and draw the one to the other, with a sympathetical embracing. Also because that the iron is subject unto the selfsame constellation, and hath his central star in all points correspondent unto the lodestone, for which essential consanguinity, they are both found in the selfsame terrestrial vein, therefore they both are observed so lovingly to entertain and hug one another, for experience telleth us, that the feminine lodestone above all measure embraceth as a luxurious harlot the masculine iron, and not the iron the lodestone, as Averroes, Scaliger and Cusanus the cardinal have erroneously surmised, affirming that the iron moveth unto the lodestone, as unto his beginning and matrix from whence it came. For by that reason, the north pole in the iron should move of itself more swiftly unto the pole star, which is the fountain of both their central influences, than the magnet, all which is by experience proved quite contrary. Now to confirm the infinity of the extension of these central beams in two like bodies unto one another, let us first be capable of some theory, that we may afterward the better descend unto practice.
Radius quia centro stellarum centrum terrae percedit fortissimus esse probatur in operationis suae specie.
The beam which proceedeth from the center of the star unto the center of the earth, is proved to be most strong in the kind of his operation. Whereby he signifieth at what an incommensurable distance the occult starry beam, or beamy influence, worketh with and in his image on the earth, for he saith elsewhere, Lique quad radius stellaris diversa constituent individua in hoc mundo. It is manifest, that the starry beams do make and engender divers individual creatures in this world. Again, for the central stars or starry influences of the lower bodies, and their beams' extension he speaketh thus.
Mundus elementarius est exemplum mundi siderae, ita utquae libet res in eo contentia ipsiu speciem continet. Manifestum et quod omnis res hujus mundi radios faciat suo morad in star siderum, alioci figuram mundi siderae, ad plenum non haberet sedamp. Hoc in alicibus sensu manifestatur ignis enim radios caloris ad loca proxima transmittit, amp terra radios algoris.
The elementary world is the image or pattern of the starry world, so that everything that this world containeth in it, doth comprehend the form or likeness of the starry world. It is evident that everything in this world, doth emit his beams after his manner, even as the stars of heaven do, for else it would not fully assume the figure of the starry world. But this is made manifest in some things unto sense, for the fire doth send forth the beams of his heat unto the bordering places, and also the earth the emanations of his cold. We affirm therefore, for a certainty, that everything which has an actual existence in this elementary world, does emit or send forth its beams unto every part, which fill the elementary world after their fashion. Moreover, the distance of one thing from another makes a difference in the effect of the beams in things of this world, whereby he makes it plain, first, that there is nothing in the lower world but has its like in the starry world, whose beams and influences it receives. And again, that as the said star in heaven does dart forth its beams even unto the very center of the earth, and therefore has so large a sphere of activity, that it searches every place of the vaulted world. Even so, and after the same manner, those starry scintillas, or beamy sparks which it sends down into its subject creature, being that it is all one in essence with its fountain, and therefore continued with it, and indivisible, searches in like manner each angle or corner of the sublunary region. Yea, it penetrates even unto the very celestial fountain, from whence it is derived, as shall be more clearly demonstrated hereafter, being that every portion or small part of a large lodestone has its poles and circles, as well as the whole. It is made therefore apparent by this, that the action of each elementary thing is effected, as well by disjunction of their bodies, that is to say, ad distans, as when they are joined together by a mutual contact of one another, but the action of elementary things, when they are separated from one another, is performed by a fit application and infusion of their beamy influences unto each other, which in application, and infusion of their beamy influences unto each other, which would hardly be believed, by reason of the occultness of the action, did not experience guide us by the observation of the lodestone's attraction of iron unto it at a distance. Also we observe, that the images of things are seen afar off in mirrors, or optical glasses, and it was no small artifice of the Pythagoreans, and some other of our Christian philosophers to express their minds unto friends, being in far countries by reflection, made through prepared mathematical glasses in the circle or compass of the moon. But forsooth, our external philosophers, which will only be guided by their sense, do dream of a certain limited sphere of activity, and do ascribe bounds unto the action of this mystical nature, as they please, or according unto their exterior senses' observation. As for example, because the lodestone draweth the iron but at half the distance of a table, ergo they think and conclude, that the vivifying act of his virtue penetrateth or extendeth itself no farther than at that distance in the air, and consequently being led by their corporal eyesight, they limit, after this external and visible action, the lodestone's spiritual extension. But if they would duly close their corporal eyes in this inquisition, and look, as true philosophers ought, in the research of so abstruse an action, with the aspect of their mental intellect, they would find, that the extension of the beamy spirit in the lodestone doth equalize that of his proper celestial star, being that they are both of one essence. As also the like spirit in the iron, and every scintilla or spark of fire hath the properties of the whole, as is said of the lodestone. But there are many things which may hinder the evident effect in the lodestone, namely the ponderosity of the body of the iron, and therefore it will not draw it beyond the circle of his sensible emanation. And another thing is, the dispersing and dilating of the union of beams in the lodestone, for the beams, after they are emitted, are the more dispersed the farther they pass, as it appeareth by this demonstration.
Agnesa plena actua, be ferrum se ferrum. Plenitudo virium in stella polari, erus belli polari. De debilis et dissipata activitas.
Translation, magnet of full activity, B iron C iron. Fullness of strength in the polar star, and of the polar force, D weak and dissipated activity, A the lodestone, BD, the basis of his emitted beams which doth aptly terminate and adapt itself unto the iron BD, so that nothing is lost, but all the force is upon the iron, for which cause it attracteth its spirits forcibly, because virtutina est fortior. But when the iron is planted at a further distance, namely in C, the greater portion of the basis of the spiritual triangular emission passeth by the iron without any straight encounter, and so his effect or virtue is made too weak to draw so ponderous a thing at so far a distance. But because his celestial star doth meet and embrace his emissions, and doth fortify them, therefore it is evident that the pole star doth act in the lodestone, to stir up and animate his like vigor in it, and the lodestone being so vivified, doth correspond unto the action of the star, penetrating, by all one sympathetical and symphonical consent, even to the center of his fountain, which is easily affected, being they are all of one essence. Do we not perceive this by an external apprehension to be true, when we observe the northern pole of the lodestone, in a kind of natural duty, to regard and behold with a steadfast constancy the pole star, which is so far off from the body of the lodestone, though near and conjoined in the beamy affection of one essential spirit? That this is so we may perceive by the needle touched. Do we not gather by astronomical practice, that the distance of these two bodies, the celestial star and the terrestrial stone, is so great, as there cannot be esteemed a greater extension in our regard? Namely, seeing that the space is between the starry heaven, or eighth sphere, in which the pole star is, and the earth, and yet we find them to concur and meet in aspect, and to operate and sympathize with each other. What, And must this abstruse spirit's action be limited by any fantastical and imaginary sphere of activity, figured out by persons little skilled, and too superficial in the occult treasure, and arcane or central actions of God in nature? In like manner there must needs be a sympathetical concurrence of occult beamy light betwixt the iron and the lodestone, because they have both central stars, or beamy influences of one nature, and from one and the same fountain, whose occult emanations pass God knoweth, at how far a distance, although the effects do accidentally appear unto our sense, no more than the celestial influences which descend from heaven, upon the minerals, vegetables, and animals, nevertheless we see them in their effects in history, vegetables, and animals. Nevertheless, it were with history, if we are told by Serapio, Owens Magnus, and the Moors, that as well in the Indies as towards the northern pole, there are rocks of this stone, which suck and draw ships unto them at a far distance, and pull the iron nails out of them, which is a cause, as they say, that they fasten together the planks and boards of their boats and ships with wooden pins. And again, what shall we say unto the opinion of Fracastorius, a learned physician, and a well-grounded philosopher, who blusheth not, after a tedious inquiry made by him in the lodestone's secret dispositions, to conclude, that the reason why the lodestone directeth its pole unto the north, is because that in that angle of the terrestrial world, there are mountains of lodestone, which do draw iron unto it. Verily it is a great distance, that this magnetic rock is able to operate upon the iron, if that were true, namely, from the equinoctial unto the frozen point of the North Pole. For unto the equinoctial line, the mariners make use of the needle, to find out what altitude they are in. And although some do think this strange, yet for all that, many learned men, seen as well in geography, and composing of sea maps as delineating the description of the world, do firmly adhere unto this opinion. Whereby we see, that wise and learned men do confirm, that the limited sphere of activity, ascribed unto the lodestone by the peripatetic philosophers, and Christian schoolmen of his sect, is vain and frivolous. But to come and ascend from the mineral unto the vegetable and animal kingdoms we observe, that there is an admirable relation between the fixed stars and the planets, and, by the same reason also between plant and plant, yea, and between the plant and the mineral, and between the animal and the plant. As for example, touching this sympathetical relation, we find in the first place, that the mizzled arca beams of the herb and flower heliotropium, and that of succory, do sympathetically meet, and join themselves, and embrace lovingly the beams and influences of the sun, for they are observed to turn and wind about, even in the most cloudy day, at the diurnal motion of him. And contrariwise, in the night time by reason of his absence they contract their flowers as being enemies unto the dark and cold night, as Mizaldus affirmeth. Also the opinion, as Plutarch doth testify, vegetables and animals. Nevertheless, it were with history, if we are told by Serapio, Owens Magnus, and the Moors, that as well in the Indies as towards the northern pole, there are rocks of this stone, which suck and draw ships unto them at a far distance, and pull the iron nails out of them, which is a cause, as they say, that they fasten together the planks and boards of their boats and ships with wooden pins. And again, what shall we say unto the opinion of Fracastorius, a learned physician, and a well-grounded philosopher, who blusheth not, after a tedious inquiry made by him in the lodestone's secret dispositions, to conclude, that the reason why the lodestone directeth its pole unto the north, is because that in that angle of the terrestrial world, there are mountains of lodestone, which do draw iron unto it. Verily it is a great distance, that this magnetic rock is able to operate upon the iron, if that were true, namely, from the equinoctial unto the frozen point of the North Pole. For unto the equinoctial line, the mariners make use of the needle, to find out what altitude they are in. And although some do think this strange, yet for all that, many learned men, seen as well in geography, and composing of sea maps as delineating the description of the world, do firmly adhere unto this opinion. Whereby we see, that wise and learned men do confirm, that the limited sphere of activity, ascribed unto the lodestone by the peripatetic philosophers, and Christian schoolmen of his sect, is vain and frivolous. But to come and ascend from the mineral unto the vegetable and animal kingdoms we observe, that there is an admirable relation between the fixed stars and the planets, and by the same reason also between plant and plant, yea, and between the plant and the mineral, and between the animal and the plant. As for example, touching this sympathetical relation, we find in the first place, that the beams of the herb and flower heliotropium and that of succory do sympathetically meet, and join themselves, and embrace lovingly the beams and influences of the sun, for they are observed to turn and wind about, even in the most cloudy day, at the diurnal motion of him. And contrariwise, in the night time by reason of his absence, they contract their flowers, as being enemies unto the dark and cold night, as Mizaldus affirmeth. Also the opinion, as Plutarch doth testify, waxeth green and groweth, when the moon decreaseth, and again it withereth when she increaseth. There is also a great sympathetical reference between the crab and oyster and the moon, for when the moon increaseth they increase in their sucksy or juice. Again, when she decreaseth, they also do decrease in their substance. Moreover, touching the irradiation of one plant unto another, it is noted that the rue, otherwise termed herb grace, doth entertain with exceeding great friendship the fig tree, insomuch that it never groweth or prospereth better than under that tree, and that there is a notable sympathy betwixt their natures, it is evident, because they smell and taste much alike. Also, if the myrtle be planted near the pomegranate tree, it maketh him more fertile and fruitful, and itself more odoriferous, and each of them rejoice at one another's presence and society, and indeed both of them agree in a nature, being cold, dry, and astringent. Moreover, to express the exceeding sympathetical relation, which is between the vegetable nature and the mineral, let us but mark diligently the occult property of the hazel tree. For if at certain times there be forked twigs cut from it, and each twig of the forked branch be held in each hand, so that the forked place where they join stand directly upward, and, as it were, perpendicularly. And with this kind of posture of the stick, the party that holdeth it pass over a mountain, that hath in its bowels some rich mineral, or metal and vein, when as the man walketh right over the place of the mine, the perpendicular twist will forcibly, and that whether the bearer will or no, bow downward towards the earth, but if there be no mine or vein it will not move. That this is true, myself can witness, and more than 1,000 which have seen the effect, and will justify thus much, for even among us, certain Germains perform the like feat in the silver mines at Wales, and in Germany it is a thing commonly exercised, in those mountains of Saxony and Hungary, where there are mines of silver and gold. Besides, lest my assertion should be of little faith among the incredulous, I would have them know, that George Agricola and Munster do avow the same to be true. Lord, what a stir would the enemy of the weapon salve make, to behold such a sight! What, an unsensible branch of a tree, consisting of 2 twigs only, to discover hidden metal and to penetrate with his invisible beams above 600 fathom in the solid earth, and that quite through craggy rocks and stony veins. What, is it possible that a vegetable, which is less active, movable and hot than is the animal, should perform this act, when it is impossible that the animal's beamy influence or emanation should pass or cooperate at any far distance with his like by reason of cattles, rocks, woods, hills, fogs, and such like? Surely they will conclude that this wonder must be done by the act of the devil, or not at all, for being an animal spirit cannot effect such an union in aspect, at so far a distance, how should the senseless vegetable move, and incline of itself, etc.? Such will their censures be, I know, who are apt to judge before the case be known, when in verity it is that proportioned harmony in all these lower creatures, by which they do correspond unto the celestial bodies, or rather to the divine influences in them, which spring from one capital, Catholic, and eternal emanation, who infuseth immediately his virtuous beams, as well of sympathy as antipathy, into each starry globe, and they again do pour them down into this elementary world, causing a harmonious and symphonical consent betwixt both regions.
Therefore Alkindus saith, omnia quae sunt, in hoc mundo, et contingunt in mundo elementorum, acae lesti harmonia sunt translata.
All things that are affected in this world, and do happen in the elementary world, proceed from the celestial harmony. It is therefore certain that the metallic beams concurring in their ascent with the beamy influences of the forked root, do cause that portion in the hazel root's twist to move downwards, no otherwise than the lodestone is noted to draw iron, or another lodestone, most strongly by the pole. I know it will seem strange unto these kind of men to hear that metallic substances in their veins should send forth beams. But if they were as well conversant with the lively natures of the minerals, as the mineral men of Tyrol, in Germany and in Hungary are, they would be assured by ocular experience, that at times they send forth thunder and lightning in the earth which appeareth most dangerous unto the workmen, so that except they get out of the mine when they observe the signs they suffer. But to proceed, there is also noted and marked to be a kind of antipathetical aspect between the creatures here below, as well as between some special stars, both erratic and fixed, above, and also one creature's beamy aspect is known to abhor the other, so that in their applications of beams, the one is observed to eschew and decline or reflex from the other, with a kind of irascible, formidable, or audible and hateful aversion. Miraldus telleth us that the cowcumber, being as it were terrified at the noise of the thunder, is often changed. The onion was refused by the Egyptians to be eaten, because it was noted by them to vary from all other growing things. For as all herbs, saving it, did increase as the moon did, so only the onion did contrariwise, receive all his detriment and diminution when that star did increase in his light. There is an antipathy between the lightning in the fig tree, and the hide of the sea calf, and therefore these are never struck by it. Also there is known to be exceeding hatred between the reed and the fern or brake, insomuch that if either of the roots' bruise be laid on the stalks or branches of the other, it casteth it off from it with a scornful hatred. Of all beasts also the elephant hateth and detesteth the little mouse, so that if any of the food which is administered unto them be eaten or touched by mice, they will abhor and loathe it forthwith. The like antipathy is noted to be between the natures of the catapulpa and the weasel, for the weasels are as poison unto them. The cock doth antipathically abhor the fox. All snakes and adders do fear and fly from the ashen tree, insomuch that they are careful to keep themselves as well out of the forenoon as afternoon shadow of it. Again, Dioscorides reporteth that the taxus or yew tree is so venomous, that if any one do but sit under it, he is hurt thereby, and oftentimes it costs him his life. And Coelius Rhodiginus saith, that the adder is afraid of a naked man. It is well known and confirmed by many authors, that the catapulpa, being but a very small animal, killeth with the beam of his aspect 1,000 paces off from him. Also, one blear-eyed person is able to infect another afar off by the secret emission of his contagious beams. We see that onions draw tears from a person at distance, by the emission of its beams. Again we observe, that as like being wholesome and sound, doth commonly by a sympathetical affection, embrace his like, so also like being corrupted, doth antipathically and ad distance, poison and infect his like, as we see that a blear-eyed or ophthalmical person infecteth no member of another, and mixed his beamy virtue with the other, it kindled and consumed lungs of another person but his eye, and one of phtisical ulcered and consumed lungs wounded only the lungs of another, and that ad distance. And by the application or concurrency of the two beams of one nature, being antipathetically affected and imprisoned. But to return again unto our magnetic scope, which is as well spiritual as corporal, I say, there is such a spiritual respect of sympathy betwixt creature and creature, that the beloved doth allure and draw unto it after an admirable manner of attraction, the spirit of the lover, as I myself have seen marvelously affected by a water spaniel of mine own in France. For as I rode post to Lyons, and by the way had lost my valise or mail, in which my letters of exchange were, and seeking to return back again, I found my post-horse of that quality, that he would by no means recoil and go back again. Then I was forced to send my dog back to look out, and after he had been absent half an hour, he brought the bouget in his mouth, which is strange considering that I was on horseback, and that he could not discern any footing of mine, and yet nevertheless he came to the bouget which I desired, and finding by it a scent of me he brought it again. But that I may come more pertinently to the business, a friend of mine being in my company lost his dog in the night time. We came into a private house where he never was before, and being in a chamber, the door being fastened, about half an hour after the dog came, and did violently scrape and bounce at the door to find out his beloved, whereby it is evident that the beams of his affection did in the absence of his master not forsake his master's beams, which guided him unto the unknown place so directly that he found him out. Is it not also a wonderful sympathetical emanation, that the pigeon called the carrier doth make unto the place or dovecote wherein he was bred and fostered? Which for that reason it doth so dearly affect and love, that though he be conveyed 500 miles from his nursery in an enclosed basket, yet he will fly directly back again with a letter about his neck? Which is an evident argument, that it is justly and straightly guided by the emitted beam of his affection, which is continued after a spiritual manner, with the place it doth most delight in. What shall we say in two persons, whereof the one doth love and affect without all reason, and therefore prosecute with the beam of his affection his beloved, though she or he altogether either abhorring or neglecting, and not corresponding with the like beams of affection, doth not reciprocally embrace, but rather refuse and avert the beams of his or her love? But where two do jointly affect by a sympathetical union, there the action will spiritually be furthered at a far greater distance, as when two stars of heaven send out their beams semi-diametrally, and concur in one harmonious point of affections. Nay, verily, as we behold, being taught by experience, that there will be a great antipathy between the slain body's contracted spirit and the murderer, insomuch that the lively spirit of the dead, being contracted after death by cold, into its center, doth through an angry antipathetical passion move again from the center unto the circumference, as it were to resist the deadly enemy, and doth cause the congealed blood to flow and move, as if it would meet with and assault afresh the murderer's emitted spirit. So we must surely confess, that where one spirit concurreth in sympathy with another of the like nature, the power must be the greater, and the action performed at a larger distance, as is evidently expressed in the abstruse operation which is in the magnetic cure, effected between the weapon or ointment, and the wounded person, of which I have spoken so much in that hot encounter, which hath been between Mr. Foster and myself, in the book where I was provoked to squeeze his sponge, and farther do purpose in this present treatise to enlarge myself a little better touching that point, by way of a comparison made between the magnetical virtue in man, and that of the lodestone. The argument of Mr. Foster consisteth upon the impossibility of that operating virtue at so large a distance, as is propounded by some to be affected by the ointment, or rather of the lively blood's emanation and emitting forth of his exciting spiritual beams or influences, unto the dead or congealed blood, which impossibility, if it were true indeed in the animal kingdom, which is the most dilative and less bound with bodily bonds, I wonder that it should not be far more impossible and unfeasible in the mineral bodies, by reason of the firm and close solidity of them, which are therefore apt to retain their influential beams, than the bodies which are made lax and porous. Besides all this, the animal body is hot and fiery, and consequently the readier to dilate, and send forth his virtue the further. But the mineral is cold, and therefore the less active and powerful in sending forth his beams. And yet for all this experience teacheth us, that the lodestone looketh towards the north star, sendeth forth his spiritual aspect unto it, as also the star doth at the like distance send out his beams unto his northern mineral mark, at an unmeasurable distance, as is said before. Which being so, why should not the animal star derived from his celestial fountain, send out also his beams unto the frozen and chill blood, in his unctuous earth, I mean the weapon salve, or unto the blood's invisible spirit sucked into the iron by his attractive sulphureous nature? For experience teacheth us, that though no corporal blood be found on the iron, yet if the place of the weapon that wounded the person be anointed, it cureth by a like sympathetical aspect. For country chirurgeons have made trial, when they durst not search the wound with the probe, and found by experience, namely, by putting the weapon into the fire, that the part of the sword or weapon will discover itself, which wounded the party, being that it will change color from the rest, whereby they perceive how deep the wound is, by the observation of that part of the weapon which did penetrate. And therefore this is an evident argument of the ingression of the bloody spirits into the wounding instrument, and consequently it argueth, that there are essential spirits, which emanate or issue forth of the blood, quite forsaking the body, whereby also it is expressed against Mr. Foster, that if the grosser spirits of the blood are able to pierce the close-grained steel, its finer and more subtle spirits are able to penetrate without any resistance all other things in manner of an influence. But we'll approach a little nearer to our purpose, and will remove our argument from the mineral demonstration unto the vegetable, that thereby we may express like by like, in our animal subject. I will therefore insist upon the grain of wheat, which being dead and putrefied in the earth is sufficiated by the beamy influences of the sun, for like doth draw his like by a magnetic power, and like rejoiceth in his like, and like is sufficiated, and revived and quickened, or evoked from his rest of center, by his evoking and alluring or embracing like, and by this means, the beamy spark or atom of sunny influence in the grain, being idle, and doing nothing in the center thereof, is stirred up by his external like, to act and operate his own delivery out of the elemental mire, or the slimy band of the elementary compound. And therefore, as it was before contracted from the external cold into the center, it is now by the presence of fresh solary irradiation from above, exsuscitated as it were, from death unto life, and so by the assistance of those celestial beams, it passeth beyond the limits of the corrupted gain, and soareth above the earth, and seeketh by all means to ascend unto his native region, from whence it descended, but being cumbered in his ascent by the sublunary substance of the importunate elements, which enclose it on every side, it is beset with the volatile salt of the air, and instead of mounting into his desired place, it is contented to multiply in his kind, and to have companions, namely other grains, procreated like itself. In like manner the microcosmical Son of Life reigning in the blood doth emanate and send out his spiritual beams, which are inseparable, by continuity joined unto and continued with the spirit of the congealed blood, which is sucked into the iron or other weapon and retained in it, for so pure, worthy, and subtle is the spirit of man's life, that every creature doth by a natural instinct affect to participate with it. Yea, the very devils are said to affect a dwelling place in man's body, by reason of the excellent temper thereof. Neither would I have any man to scorn this saying of mine, for there is a concupiscible passion even in the very stones and minerals themselves, as in the lodestone and iron it is made manifest, and the spirit of the iron, though it be mineral, is of the same condition in his Catholic nature, that all other spirits are. And therefore marvel not though I say that the universal spirit affecteth the animal, being that for the same reason there hath been noted to be both a sympathetical and antipathetical condition between, as well the mineral and vegetable, and the mineral and animal, as between the animal and vegetable. But I will produce unto you a probable demonstration. There was an earl that had his gardener cruelly wounded in his hand with a scythe, as he was mowing of grass. The wound bled shrewdly, and could not be stenched. They went up and down, and signified so much unto him, and implored his assistance, and desired the opening of his weapon salve. He commanded that forthwith the scythe should be knocked off from his wooden handle and conveyed unto him. The wounded fellow hearing so much took a hammer himself, and holding it with one hand, he struck hard upon the weapon or scythe with the other, and immediately the blood stenched, and he bled not one drop after it, as if the mineral spirit which retained that of the animal were terrified, and as it were in awe of the animal spirit that struck it, and thereby lost all the faculty of attraction, or that the spirits included in it, which did consent in harmony with the spirits of the bleeding man, had rejoiced in a kind of revenge which was taken on the weapon. For know that there is a sympathetical and antipathetical irradiation, as well between the animal and the mineral, as between the animal and animal, or mineral and mineral. But mark, I pray you, a second notable observation touching this point. Sir Bevis Thelwell told me, that for trial upon a wheel axe, that had wounded him grievously on his leg, after it was anointed and wrapped up, the wounded person that could not sleep for pain in 5 nights before, did sleep immediately after the ointment, and was at rest, which when Sir Bevis Thelwell espied, he would needs make trial of a thing, which he had heard confirmed by many. He opened the anointed axe and scraped off the ointment at one corner of it, and forthwith he was advertised that the party complained of a grievous pain, which he felt just about that part of the wound where the axe was bare by scraping, whereupon also he anointed that portion over again, and suddenly the party felt ease. The same experiment was made and found true by the said Lord, Captain Stiles, and Sir Nicholas Gilburn. I can also say upon mine own knowledge, that in the churchyard on Bread Street Hill, a widow gentlewoman having a box of this ointment, cured many of the toothache, by pricking the pain tooth with a sharp stick, till it bled, and putting that stick into her box of ointment. Among the rest, one of her neighbors, a contentious woman, having the toothache, made means unto her for her cure, or to have ease. Her teeth were pricked, and the stick put into the ointment, and she grew well. But within 3 or 4 days after, she fell out with the gentlewoman's maid, and gave her mistress bad language, all which the maid did certify her mistress of. The gentlewoman, being merrily disposed, said, she would make her repent it, and went unto the box, and took away the stick belonging to this woman out of the pot, and put it into a basin of cold water, and immediately the woman had such pain, as she was forced to sue to the gentlewoman, and the receiving another stick which had pricked her teeth anew, it gave her immediate ease. Which accidents, when I had well contemplated, I thought with myself, that the included spirit had his chiefest comfort from the ointment, by keeping them warm, and that if the ointment was removed, the cold air, which is an enemy to the activity of the bloody spirits, was potent over it, and did congeal them, and so by consent of the beamy influence of life, emitted from the wound unto the included spirits, and continuated ever unto them as inseparable, what distemper befalleth the included and congealed spirits in the weapon, happeneth by effect of remission of evoked beams, and as it were by a report, unto the wound of the patient. Again we must consider that the separated blood hath in it each respect of the microcosm, no otherwise than a portion of a whole lodestone, being divided from the whole, hath in it all the proportions of the world, namely, the poles, equinoctial and so forth, as well as the whole in it, so that the idea of the wounded member is in the spirits of the emitted blood, and maketh his relation to every part thereof no otherwise than the poles of a piece of the lodestone do unto the whole. As also there is the like occult attraction and emission of beams, between the little blood emitted, and the whole bulk of blood retained in the veins, as is between the small amputated lodestone, and the whole. I conclude therefore, that as the congealed bloody spirits in the weapon, or amputated blood, do by virtue of the homogeneal heat, and unctuosity of the salve or ointment, ripen and expire out by little and little unto his fountain, no otherwise than the spark in the grain of corn, being kept and preserved in the earthly matrix from the cold crude air, doth aspire upward to the heavenly sun, so also by little and little doth the wound heal and mend in the wounded creature. And thus much for the manner of action, between the wound and weapon salve. Now a word or two touching the interval, or longitude of distance, between the wound and the ointment. The distance betwixt the pole star and the lodestone is unknown, and yet the one doth operate in the other, by sending out their reciprocal beams upward and downward, therefore here can no certain limited sphere of activity be assigned unto their action. The sun and the spirit in the grain of wheat do operate in like manner, by a continuation of one and the same nature. Lo, here is the limited sphere of activity also abolished, being no man can justly determine of the extension of the solar influence, of whose nature the beam in the grain doth participate no otherwise than one small lodestone cut out of a great one, hath his parts or poles and circles, in every respect corresponding with those of the great one. Man hath a most subtle influence, or vivifying spirit of life, sent down and infused into him by divine inspiration, in which is the property of the four winds, and consequently the idea of every nature, but the essence of this spirit is indivisible, and therefore the vivifying spirit sent from it into man, hath all the properties of the spirit that infused it, no otherwise than a lesser lodestone, cut out of the greater, hath in every respect the property of the greater. And consequently the spirit of the one is no more divided from the other, than the sunbeams can be divided from the sun, but the Spirit of the Lord filleth all things, and maketh the dimension of his operation in man more or less according unto his will, and therefore will admit no such fantastical limited sphere of activity, as the wisdom of man's invention, the subject of the pagan's philosophy, which is folly before God, would infer.
For this reason therefore Hermes saith, animamente Deo que plena, intima mundi replet, complectitur extima, vitam que hac omnibus suggerit.
The soul or vital spirit, being full of divinity, filleth the world, and embraceth external things, and this giveth life unto all things without. It giveth life unto the great and perfect animal the world, and breathing unto each thing that liveth within it.
And again elsewhere, natura incorporea nihilis capacius, nihil velocius, nihil validius aut potentius, sicitero mate ipso, incipiens meditare. Atque animae tuae praecipitu, quae sitius quam praecipiit, jubeo ut transiet in oceanum, illa priusquam juseris ibit erit, inde ubi nunc est nequaquam decidens. Hubeto iterum ut in coelum volet. Nullis pennis eget bit, nihil egus obstruet cursui, non solis incendium, non aeteris amplitudo, non vertigo caelorum, non siderum antiquorum corpora, quin penetrans omnia ad supernam usque corpus transcendat. Cinetiam si volueris globos omnes transir caelorum, quodque superius est investigare, id quoque tibi licebit. Adverte, quantas sit animae tuae potestas quantas celeritas.
There is nothing more capable than the incorporeal or spiritual nature, nothing more swift and quick or nimble, nothing more strong or powerful. Again, beginning thus with thyself, do thou meditate, and command thy soul what thou pleasest, and it will fly sooner than thou commandest. Command it that it pass into the ocean sea, and it will be there before thou bidst it. Again, command it that it fly into heaven, and it will want no wings. Nothing will hinder her or stop her in her course, no, not the heat of the sun, nor the vast largeness of the heavenly or ethereal vault, nor the wheeling about of the starry orbs, nor yet the bodies of the other stars, but piercing all these, it passeth quite through, even unto the highest body. Moreover, and if thou wilt have her to pass over the celestial globes, and to search out whatsoever is above, thou mayst do it also. Mark therefore how great the power of the soul is, and how swift and quick it is in its execution, and see. Thus far the wise Hermes, by both which places we may observe first, that the soul in general, and therefore in particular, is full of divinity, and consequently that it is this divine essence, that worketh in this soul all, in the world, and every member thereof, as the Apostle saith, and therefore the said philosopher in the place before, anima mente deoque plena, on see. Secondly, that this divinity in the Catholic created spirit filleth all things, in an angelical existence, that is, indueth the mantle of the vast world spirit. And this agreeth with Scripture, which saith that Spiritus Dei implet omnia, the Spirit of the Lord filleth all things. Spiritus incorruptibilis in est omni re, the incorruptible Spirit is in all things. Deus vivificat omnia, God vivifieth all things, and consequently is the essential act and life of the world, as I have proved fully in the first book of this treatise. Wherefore Hermes in another place saith thus, Anime universae per omnem mundum, abuna mundi totius anima profluent, tanquam distributes circumferentes. The universal souls throughout the whole world do proceed as it were distributed concurrence from one soul of the whole world, which is all one with that which we have said before, namely that all souls in this world are certain beamy streams, proceeding from that Catholic emanation, which issued from the eternal fountain of the illuminating act, to some more copiously, and to some more sparingly, and therefore man is said to be in dignity little less than the angels, by reason of the large portion of light bestowed upon him. Spiritus Dei facit me sed, inspiratio omnipotentis facit me intelligere. Thirdly, that in the very twinkling of an eye, it is able to penetrate quite through all things, and that at what distance it pleaseth, and consequently will not be limited by any imaginary sphere of activity. But Mr. Foster and his complices will reply, that the spirit which should operate in the blood, and from the blood, to the ointment, is a natural spirit, and not this divine spirit. This objection maketh me to smile, as who should say, that this act of vivifying, yea, and of every other faculty belonging unto man's spirit, doth not move from one and the same divine fountain, when the Apostle saith, In him we move, we live, and have our being. That in the blood is the soul or spirit of life, and St. John saith, In verbo erat vita, in the word was life. I will tell you therefore what a true philosopher saith touching this point, Anima ad similitudinem totius sapientia facta, omnem in se gerit similitudinem. Esque spiritus intellectualis, semper vivens, semper in motu.
Et secundum sui operis officium, variis nuncupator nominibus. Dicitur vita, dum vegetat spiritus dum contemplator sensus, dum sentit, animus dum sapit, mens dum intelligit, ratio dum discernit memoria, dum recordatur dum vult voluntas. Ampista omnia non sunt nisi una anima proprietat diversa sed essentia unica.
The soul of man framed after the similitude of all wisdom, doth bear in itself the likeness of all things, and it is an intellectual spirit, ever living, and ever in motion, and it is termed by divers names and appellations, according unto the office of the work which it effecteth, for when it vegeteth or causeth to grow and multiply, it is called life, when it contemplateth, it is termed a spirit, it is called sense, when it is conversant about the function, which belongeth unto the external sense, it is termed the mind, when it is versed about wisdom, it is called mens or the mental beam. When it understandeth, it is termed reason. When it discerneth between good or bad, it is called memory. When it remembereth, it is styled volunty when it willeth. And yet all these are but only one soul, divers properties I say, but one only essence. So that it is the same essential act, which causeth life and contemplation, which maketh sense and intellect, which effecteth memory and reason, and, to conclude, that willeth or nilleth. Which being thus, is it not a sinful thing in ignorant persons to make the occult actions of this abstruse spirit, by which they live, move, understand, discern between good and evil, remember, see, feel, hear, touch, and taste the effects of the devil, and consequently to rob their bright soul of her honor, instead of giving her thanks for her assistance, by ascribing her arcane operations most irreligiously and falsely unto the devil? And why, I pray? Why, because they cannot dive into the depth of her activity, by whom they themselves do live, move, and have their being. Yea, and to limit her activity with bounds according unto their pleasure, who have their life and volunty from her, which limiteth them according as she pleaseth, who is infinite in her being. For so much as she is a portion, not divided from that divine emanation which is infinite in his extension. It is evident, therefore, that this vivifying spirit can send forth its action unto any mark in the world, from any specific nature, but especially from the microcosmical creature. And the rather, if the mark be of the same specific condition, and the vehicle of the spirit, namely the effused blood, measuring first the distance between the wound and the ointment. Moreover, we shall find this confirmed by other of her operations, effected in the same microcosmical mine, from whence it emitteth its beams, at an unlimited distance. As for example, it is found by experience, and that by natural means, without any suspicion of kakomagical devices or superstitious artifices, that if a person's urine that hath the yellow jaundice, be conceived at the distance of 100 miles unto a place where a composition shall be made of the urine, and ashes of a certain tree, commonly known and had in this kingdom, with certain blades of saffron, it oftentimes cureth that disease, when the best of physical experiments have failed, and this medicine misseth seldom, where the disease is curable. And now I will relate a true story, which befell this last year 1630, upon a chirurgeon's wife, who dwelled not far from the Tower of London. She fell desperately sick of the yellow jaundice, and had sick gripings and shoutings withal about her stomach. Myself after many others was called unto her, but prevailed but little by our physical means over the disease, wherefore she hearing me tell of the many cures which this noble earl I spake of, did perform in having the party's water, she sent her man unto me with her water, to request me to make some means unto the noble man for her. The fellow was sent by me with a letter 4 miles into the country, and when he came unto the house he found 2 that were there to give thanks for their recovery, for by that means they were cured. The urine was received for my sake, and the fellow sent away, but mark the consequence, so soon as the fellow was parted with the urine, the sick woman was tattled unto by demure gossips, and told that it was done by witchcraft and the devil, and therefore dangerous for her soul, which made her rage and cry out upon witchcraft, and was much discontented, which when I heard, I came no more unto her, esteeming her ungrateful, and sent suddenly to the earl, to request him to undo the business and break the clods, which he sent me word he would do, but told me it was too late, for it will work the effect howsoever. Indeed, the woman mended immediately after it, and no doubt did ascribe the cure unto some other inefficacious physical trash, applied perchance unto her by some mountebank. All this I spake to my knowledge, and I am not ignorant of the manner of the cure, for it pleased the noble personage to impart unto me the manner. Yea, and the ladies his daughters have cured many of this disease, as well rich as poor, who have made some means unto them for this cure. And this worthy lord did assure me, that he had cured at 100 miles distance. I cannot choose but make you acquainted with another cure, which he effected upon a noble lady that was my patient. She had extremely the jaundice, and though I did in some sort remove them for a while, yet it returned again. I then requested the noble knight her husband to send her water unto the foresaid honorable personage, and promised him to write my letter by him. All was done as I counselled, and the countess herself took it into her care to dispose of the water, and the rather, because the lady that was sick was of a noble parentage. Somewhat I wrought upon the disease, but not to do the cure. Whereupon I did visit this noble man, and told him of the small success that his medicine had. He willed me to send her water once more, and told me that a lady was with him in the foresaid noble patient's behalf the day before. I sent again her water, and from that time forward she mended apace and was perfectly cured. There are 100 who can justify this to be true, neither can it be alleged that it might be done by some medicine used in the meantime. To cut off this objection, she was prohibited for all that season to take any medicine but bare food only. Now the reason of this cure is no otherwise affected, than that of the weapon salve, for the spirit of the blood in the infected person hath a continuated relation unto his salt, yea, and its habitation is in the aerial salt of the blood, which being a subtle earth, in the center whereof is the spirit contracted, and being purely dispersed in the urine which is the way of the blood, it sucketh and draweth unto it his like from the infected body, whereby it being as it were resuscitated and newly revived, it emitteth new beams to meet, comfort, and correct the infected beams emitted out of the sick body. And again, the infecting spirit of the detritious humor is, by virtue of the salt in the ashes and saffron, conquered and tamed, so that as it dieth, the insulting humor and his venomous spirit decayeth and fadeth by little and little in his strength, till it be finally quite extinguished. Whereby it is evident, that by one and the same medicine, the spirit in the urine's salt, and that in the sick man's blood, are both sympathetically refreshed and purified, and the flame of the evil infecting spirit of the disease, as well in the urine as sick body, is antipathetically quenched and annihilated. In this respect therefore we compare the composition of urine, ashes and saffron in this cure, unto the weapon salve, in the consolidating of wounds, and the urine carried from the sick unto the mass so compounded, unto the blood or spirit on and in the weapon, and the exsuscitating of the congealed spirit in the salt of the urine, unto the revivifying and exagitating of the spirit in the dead blood, or sucked up by the porous substance of the weapon, so that we see here all one consent, for as the dead blood came from the lively fountain of blood, so the urine was the whey or serous substance of the same wellspring, no less destitute of bloody spirits. What shall we say unto the admirable effects in the transplantation of the bloody spirits in man into other animals or vegetables? Verily it is a thing well known unto such as are well seen in the mysteries of natural, microcosmical, and macrocosmical magic, that the spiritual mummy, whose seat is in the microcosmical blood, may be sucked or drawn out of man's body by a magnet, extracted out of the same subject, and transplanted into a beast, tree, or herb, so that the disease also of the sick man may be conveyed from the sick person into them, by means of this microcosmical magnet, the practice whereof shall be expressed more at large in the next book. Also Johannes Rumelus, pharmacist, doth profess that he hath cured divers of the gout, by cutting off the hairs of the feet and thighs, and paring off the nails, and thrusting them into a hole which he bored unto the very pith of an oak, and closing or ramming up the hole again with a peg or pin made of the same tree, and afterward daubing it up, and covering it over with cow dung. Then, saith he, if the gout come not again within the space of 3 months, the oak will be sufficient to draw magnetically unto it the disease. But if the gout come again within 3 months' space, it knoweth the insufficiency of the oak's magnetical virtue. Wherefore then he proceedeth after this manner, he boreth the hole in another oak as before, and keepeth those pieces which in the boring came out of the oak, and bruiseth them, and quilts or stitcheth them up in a bag, and applieth them to the member grieved, and this he doth just 3 days before the new moon. Then in the very hour of the new moon, he taketh away the bag, and taketh out the bruised wood, and putteth it into the hole of the tree, and rammeth it in with a peg or pin of the same oak. And if for all this the gout shall be perceived within 3 months after, then he cutteth off the hair and nails of the feet, and tieth them unto the back of a crabfish, and casteth it into the running water, and the gouty person will be cured. This doctor of physic doth profess in a certain book of his, set forth by him in the German tongue, that he hath cured many by the first experiment, and many other by the first and second, one after another, and lastly, many desperate ones by the first, second, and third. And he saith, that this manner of cure is commonly found certain in those gouts which happen of a sulphurous cause, but in those gouts which rise from a mercurial and salt nature it often faileth. And therefore leaving this magnetic manner of cure, he betaketh himself unto a more external kind of remedy. I have related unto you the strange sympathy which is betwixt the vegetable called rosa solis, and the matrix of a woman, and how it, being laid in plantain water, it closeth itself, and if a part of that water be drunk by a woman that is in travail, and the herb in the water be removed into another house, yet at that very instant that the woman is upon delivery, the flower or herb will by little and little open itself, even as the matrix of the woman doth. An evident argument, that those beams which issue from these two do sympathize with one another. To conclude, it is most evident that seeing the spiritual and astral virtues in each inferior creature, do descend from celestial stars, and are of one continued nature with them, as the sunbeams which are here below are not divided or separated from their fountain of light. It followeth that they emit their beamy influences unto one another, even as the two stars do in heaven, from whence they are animated. So that if the two stars in heaven be friends, they both do sympathize in the occurrences of their emanations with one another. But if they be enemies to one another in heaven, they will, in their applications of beams, antipathize and decline from one another. And as touching the distance which they observe in their mutual action with one another, we must imagine it to extend itself so far as their beams are able to apply to one another. And I would have such men, as are only conversant about sensible affairs, know that the action of these creatures by aspect unto one another do operate occultly, though the effect doth not always manifest itself unto our sense, but withal they ought to conceive, that the nearer in natural affinity the stars in heaven, and consequently the things beneath which are subject unto those spirits, are unto one another, the more efficacious will the sympathizing effects prove, by reason that then their beams will meet directly, that is without any swerving or declination. Chapter 6. That the devil doth make use of natural things to operate his stratagems amongst men, without the which he can effect nothing truly but only prestigiously, or by delusion, and whether those natural things are therefore cacamagical, and to be eschewed of mankind, because their secret effects do sometimes conform themselves unto the volunty of the devil. We read in many places in Scripture, that the devil maketh use of God's creatures to bring to pass his secret devices and stratagems against mankind. As for example, Satan, to impoverish and ruinate the fortune of patient Job, did make use of the winds, and did call the fire of God from heaven to consume his cattle. God forbid that we should esteem for this reason these creatures of God to be kakomagical and diabolical, because God made them act to accomplish the will of the devil. He made him also a prince of the air, insomuch as he hath power to stir up tempests in the seas, and storms in the elementary heavens, and therefore the air by some is called the synagogue of Satan. What? Must we therefore abhor the air and winds because the devil doth at sometimes act by and in them his mischievous feats? When as the air is cleared and purified from all corruption by agitation of the winds, for if it were not excited and moved by the winds, it would putrefy, as the standing waters doth. Again, if we should fly from and loathe the air, how should we live, when the airy spirit is the spiritual seat of our life? We read also in Scriptures, that God causeth the sun indifferently to rise upon the good and bad, and that the sun and moon do harm or hurt some, as again they are comfortable and propitious unto others, and therefore David saith, The sun shall not harm thee by day, nor the moon by night. The moon, which is termed by the poets Hecate, is the goddess of witches, for unto her did the famous enchantress Medea make her orisons for the furthering of her purposes. And yet the air, the water, and the earth are seasoned with her humid or moist virtues, and the plants, yea, and animals do acknowledge her the patroness of vegetation. She maketh the seas to swell, and again by another kind of her position or aspect, the seas are abated in their pride, and humors are more scanty in every living or vegetating thing. Yea, we find that all the malignant watery spirits are subject unto her influences, and that Satan also taketh his advantage on the diverse positions of her, or conjunctions and applications with other as well fixed as erratic stars to work his feats, for he is an old beaten soldier in astrology, and knoweth the effects of every situation of the heavens, and therefore can take the advantage of their strongest influences upon animal, vegetable, or mineral creatures which are subject unto them. He knoweth the due times when they are poured down upon them, and is expert in their virtues, which are then only of greatest efficacy and force, when the powerful point of their proper constellation striketh upon them, and stirreth up their central spirits, to show forth the uttermost of their occult or arcane natures and conditions. And then at the very instant, he collecteth the herb or stone, or maketh use of the animal's members, or teacheth such as are sorcerers to do it, without knowing the mystery of the constellation's concurrence or application at that time of the collection with the natural creatures so collected. So that when they attempt to make use of the same simples at another time, they find them weak and of none effect, because the spirits of every herb, animal, or mineral are weakest when the star which is their nursing celestial mother hath least power or dominion in heaven. All which the true astrological philosopher knoweth right well by experience to be true, for gathering of a simple at the point when the constellation, as well fixed as erratic, which hath the essential dominion over it, is in his greatest dignity and power in heaven, he findeth an admirable efficacy in it, as well in his occult as evident property. When contrariwise, if it be collected at a season where the heavenly patron is weak and feeble, they will appear as it were faint and almost dead in their power. Whereby it is most apparent, that it is the natural creatures, which by their own essential natures work, even as well those sympathetical as antipathetical effects, which the devil doth make use of to perform his devices, even as the physician, philosopher, or natural magician doth to effect their own ends. What shall we say then? What that whosoever shall use or operate by the same creatures, be they animals, vegetables, or minerals, are cacomagicians and their works diabolical, because the devil at sometimes maketh use of their fruit and obtruseth action, to build himself a nest among fools? Is it not God that worketh such effects in these his creatures? Did he not by his word bestow such virtues on them in their creation, and continued it in their succession by generation? Why then is it not as possible unto man, who is framed after God's image, to know the true time of the collection of these creatures with the uses and virtues thereof, as well as the devil? What? Because forsooth he since the fall Adam is blinded with ignorance, and cannot see or distinguish light from darkness? That Adam knew the virtues of the stars and of every particular earthly creature subject unto one of these stars we partly gather out of Scripture, for else could he not have assigned a proper name unto each of them, agreeing to his nature. But if the succession of Adam is blind, and cannot distinguish of colors, and therefore is ignorant also in these hidden treasures of God, how, I pray you, came the devil to have so deep an insight in them, being that he fell for his rebellion far deeper than man, and is clogged with a darker veil than he, and therefore is called the Prince of Darkness? Sapientia 7:17. O you reply, the devil is a spirit without body, and therefore is able to discern the hidden things of God and nature sooner and better than man, who is a gross bodily creature. And again, man dieth every age, but the devil by reason of his long continuance is of great experience. I answer, that though man die and continueth not long, and though he be obscured in his understanding by reason of his forefathers' fall, and though he be clad or endued with a dark and cumbersome body, yet hath he the revelation of the truth, and a discovery of the abstruse mysteries of natural things first from God, bequeathed and left unto him by succession, that is by a cabalistical tradition, even from our forefather Adam, and by the revelation of God's wisdom or the good spirit which he hath bestowed upon the elect. For by it he came to know the disposition of the earth, the virtue of the elements, the beginning, end, and middle of times, the change of manners, the division of times, the course of the year, the disposition of the stars, the natures of living creatures, the condition of beasts, the force of the winds, the differences of plants, the virtues of roots. Yea, saith he, and I discovered all hidden and abstruse things, for wisdom, who is the worker of all things, taught it me, etc. And again it is said that he knew and was instructed in the mysteries of all plants, even from the lowly hyssop unto the lofty cedar of Lebanon. Was it then a diabolical action in Solomon, to look after, and to practice upon the abstruse natures of plants and animals, and to find out by his skill in astrology the proper stars, which are their true patrons and charitable mothers in heaven, and to make election of their due times and seasons in gathering of them, being that the divine wisdom that made them, operates in them, and by them taught him this skill, because the devil also is by his acute observation made partaker of their knowledge, and doth make use also of all these things to serve his own turn. What? Because I say he hath this knowledge to elect every simple in his force and season, by observation of that reference which is between the stars and them. Therefore must not man be partaker of their natural virtues, or be made cunning in the skill of collecting them, but by the aid and revelation of the devil? When in flat terms the scriptures say that God made them all for the use of man, must they be esteemed diabolical in all that use them, and therefore be forbidden, because the devil doth sometimes serve his turn with them? As who should say that God should create anything only for the devil's use, and not to serve man in each necessity, and that according unto his free will, being that it is said that he gave man power, and made him lord over all his creatures? What if the animal, or vegetable, or mineral simple, do in some cases harm and prove venomous, yet in other respects it proveth salutary? There is no wind so bad but bloweth unto some men good. The coloquintita, scamony, euphorbium, cucumber esininus, tithymol, bear's foot, flammula, garlic, and such like, in the vegetable kingdom, prove in some respects venomous, and yet may be applied after a salutary condition, unto the body of man. Also arsenic, orpiment, antimony, quicksilver, and such like, in the mineral sphere do kill, being malevously and without correction applied. The toad, the viper, or adder, the spider, the scorpion, the cantharides, and such like in the animal region, are deadly poison unto mankind. And yet they may be so prepared that they may prove wholesome medicines unto him, and become counterpoisons. But besides all this, as there is nothing in the world that worketh more effectually by sympathy and according unto nature, than one wholesome and sound nature doth with another, so verily is there nothing that operateth more antipathetically and contrary to nature or destructively than the corruption of an empoisoned or infected spirit doth with a wholesome spirit of his like species. And the reason is because it coveteth and desireth by an earnest communication of his beams to receive unto the irradiations whereof it applieth itself for relief. As we see in the time of contagion, the spirit arising or emanating from the infected person applieth his infected beams greedily unto the emanating spirit of his wholesome like, and so by a continuation of one unto the other, the fiery venom of the one empoisoneth and co-inquinateth the salutary nature of the other, and that only with his specific like. For commonly the plague, familiar unto men, doth not stick or cleave unto the spirit of beasts, namely unto that of sheep and such other. As in like manner, the murrain in beasts infecteth not man's spirit, but the like specific nature is ever more aptest to embrace and apply his beams unto his like. For this cause therefore it is evident, that as out of a wholesome man there may be had a spiritual mummy, which is wondrous healthful and salutiferous unto mankind, insomuch that for his universal respects it may be esteemed as a panacea or Catholic medicine to preserve health. So also there may be attracted out of man, after a strange manner of corruption of his spiritual mummy, a venome, than the which there cannot be found a more pernicious or malignant one to mankind in the world. For this reason therefore a certain Jew, after he had beheld an English mariner in the ship, who had a red head, and feigning himself to be much taken with the love of him, wrought so with him, that for £300 he agreed to sell himself unto him for his slave, thinking in time to come to give his Jewish master the slip, and run away. Within a while after the ship being ready to return, and the mariners going to take their leave of their captive fellow, they resorted unto the Jew's house, who after they had demanded for their fellow, led them into a back court, where they found the red-headed captive, his back being broke, and a gouge in his mouth and chops and throat swollen, which, as he said, was caused by the stinging of vipers which were forced into his mouth, and so hung up and exposed unto the hot sun, with a silver basin under his mouth, to receive that which dropped from his mouth, of which the Jew made a kind of poison so deadly, that it did surely kill where it touched, affirming that he sold it at an excessive rate. The like was effected by a certain cardinal, who immediately after he had got his red-headed mistress with child, and nourishing her with all the delightful dainties that might be, till she was delivered, did in a secret court in his palace bury her, arms and all, unto the paps, and so let loose unto her 2 hungry asps, or, as a German heard it related, 2 deformed toads, the which making immediately unto her dugs, sucked, and in sucking bit her and empoisoned her dugs, and when the toads were full, that milk became so venomous and deadly that it infected anyone that touched it. It was so subtle and piercing. And besides, the woman was taken up, and after her back was broken, was hanged her legs upward against the sun, to receive that venomous liquor which distilled from it into a silver vessel, wherewith he intended to have poisoned that cardinal, which stood as a block in his way between the Poptidum and him. But all was discovered, and he, according to his merit, did endure the fiery trial for it. And the reason why the red-headed man or woman is elected most fit for this purpose is, because they are subject by their nativity unto the influences of the sun, and therefore are the more capable of, and obnoxious to corruption. Wherefore their spiritual mummy, being contaminated by the animal poison, is after his fermentation and putrefaction, made admirably subtle and exceeding malicious. And although the sympathetical desire be in the specific mummy, to be joined with his like, yet by reason it is infected, and intoxicated by that antipathetical spirit of the envenomed beast, which hath got the mastery over it, it cannot embrace his like sympathetically, but it infecteth it also by his antipathetical additament, and so the accidental venom converteth them both into his nature. That there was a certain hermit, that lives not far off from Aix in Provence, is fresh yet in every mouth of that place, that with the like philtre did infect the whole city with so desperate a plague, that it did destroy most of the people thereof, only they were preserved and cured when this hermit pleased, who for that cause was styled by the name of Holy Hermit. For as he poisoned the hammers of each of the doors, so that whosoever knocked with them was forthwith infected, he that poisoned had his counterpoison to cure. This devilish person was at the last discovered, and burnt alive as he well deserved. By the like stratagem, a little before my coming into Provence, the plague was brought into Turin in Piedmont, by certain lewd persons, who suffered for it, their flesh being torn from them by hot fiery pincers. Also lately, by the strowing of a venomous powder, the plague was multiplied in Milan. The conspirators discovered and executed, and thus by these wicked inventions, the internal spirits of men were infected, and the external air polluted. Neither can this to the true naturalist appear strange, since it is proved by experience, that a wholesome air is oftentimes converted by a venomous blast of the southern wind, into a corrupted and contagious disposition, and the air that was pure and unpolluted, is now by the pestiferous breath of a plague person, or the infectious carbuncle, or both, inquinated and made venomous. And that air so corrupted, will also corrupt his next airy neighbor, which was sound and healthful before. Let us but observe, how the infected spirit of the plague person, or one possessed with the smallpox, or measles, ptissic, or ophthalm or blear eyes, doth infect the spirit of a sound man at a good distance, and the leprosy, epilepsy, French pox, by an immediate contact. And we shall find, how that which was created wholesome and salutary in man, is become contaminating and venomous by disorder. What therefore shall I say? Must we conclude, that we must abandon our own nature, because it may be made infectious and deadly unto us? Nay, must we therefore esteem human nature to be therefore abominable, and abhorred of man, because the witches and sorcerers do by the devil's doctrine and instructions, make use of man's flesh, hair, nails, excrements, blood, yea, and of both his spiritual and corporal mummy, to bring their wicked purposes and enchantments to pass? That this is so, we find it as well maintained by history, as daily practice observed amongst the witches. For Apuleius telleth how his sweetheart Eutes was by her mistress, being a notorious witch, sent into a barber's shop secretly for men's hair, to employ it about her witchcraft. Also he sheweth, that it was a thing so frequent in those days, by reason of the abundance of sorceresses which abode in Thessaly, to have watchmen with store of lights, to attend upon the dead corpses or core, immediately after their death, to hinder and prevent the witches, which used to come in secretly by night, in the form of weasels and such like shapes, to steal away some part of the carcass to serve their turns, about their wicked art. Moreover, it is a common thing, amongst them and the necromancers, to frequent the churchyards, and to visit the graves of such as are dead, either for some part of them, or else for a piece of their winding sheet, or of the coffin wherein they were buried, by reason of the spiritual mummy which sticketh unto them, to effect their ceremonies and naughty devices. It hath been confessed by a witch, that destroyed a nobleman's children of this land, that she could have no power over one of them, till she had recovered an old glove that it wore. And afterward she had power over it. The reason was, because of the relation which the spiritual mummy of the child that entered by swear into the glove, had with that of the body, no otherwise than that spirit upon the weapon hath, unto the spirit of the wounded body, so that as that fareth, either in hot or cold distempers, so also it fared with the spirit in the wound, as it appeared, when the axe or weapon was uncovered by chance. The wound would be dolorous and distempered with cold, and when of purpose part of the ointment was pared off from the weapon, that part of the wound which corresponded unto it, would ache and be troubled. So also the witches, applying their naughty venom unto the mummy in the glove, shoe, or other part of the worn shirt, smock, sock, or such like, do produce their venomous effect afar off. We read also in Macrocosmicall books, in what esteem the members of young children were among enchanters, and especially their skin, of which, after many diabolical and necromantical consecrations, they create their virgin parchment, on which they write the names of God, of the angels they invoke, and the character of the planet or star unto which they do belong. Must therefore the magnetic effect of man's nature, or spiritual mummy, with his like, be esteemed damnable and diabolical, because the mystery thereof is by the devil revealed unto witches, and the secret property thereof converted unto an evil sense and unchristian-like use? Must air be refused and banished from man, because it may be by bad means corrupted, and so be made to kill, or is fire to be excluded as condemnable, for that it, being ill applied, proveth now destructive, which being rightly applied doth cherish and comfort? If by contaminating or changing our spiritual mummy into a contagious and venomous disposition, we infect another, as one plague person poisoneth another, ad distans, and one house on fire setteth fire unto another, though it be not contiguous or touching, must therefore the use of the air and fire be condemned, and banished from man's use? Or, must God's fire from heaven be abhorred, because Satan made use of it in a destructive sense, and for the ruin of Job's possession? Shall, I say, the occult property of the spiritual mummy, and the admirable efficacy of man's spirit, in wholesome and salutary uses be therefore eschewed and abhorred, because by infection it may be converted to a poisonous disposition? Shall a good sword, which is ordained for the defense and safeguard of its master, be therefore broke and cast away, because a bad man killeth another with it? A good thing being ill applied may do harm. The influence and light of the heavenly sun, in the which is the spiracle of life, being ill received, doth sometime breed unnatural effects, yea, the devil himself maketh use of it, to serve his use at several seasons, and yet neither it nor his virtues can for all that be esteemed diabolical. In like manner, if we descend from the animal sphere, unto the vegetable and mineral, we find that the notorious enchantress Medea made special use in her enchantments, of herbs, stones and minerals, without the help of which natural things, neither they nor their devil, which revealed unto them their secret virtues, could effect or accomplish their desires. And for this purpose she searched the lofty tops of Atu, to find out herbs for her purposes. Many operate their feats by the virtuous property of stones, which the devil doth deliver unto them, though they themselves know neither the starry influence that giveth the force, nor yet how they should be prepared for the operations of such strange effects. As for example, there was a witch in Scotland, who at her arraignment did confess, that by the property of a stone which was taken from her, she could discover anything, namely, if a thing were true it would sweat, and if it were false it would not sweat, and also it would reveal other things unto her by changing colors. And again, when they desired to see some conclusions from her, she said, that if they would let her have her stone she would shew them some, but they fearing that she would escape by that means durst not let her have it, but did burn her at the Queen's Ferry in Scotland. Some are instructed by him to take a metal and to prepare it under his proper constellation, and to grave on it the characters of the star, and angels belonging unto it, at such a time as the star is most potent in heaven, and well encountered by other planets. And then they find these plates to be of a strange effect, in many magical executions. What? And because the devil knoweth the virtue and properties of these natural things, and can instruct his ministers in the evil usage of them, therefore doth it follow, that Adam and Solomon and the wise magicians of the East, and many other good and godly persons, do not know their virtues, their times of collection, and their manner of application in goodness, yea, and if they see a just cause in a contrary sense, and that without the transgression of the bounds of natural and lawful magic, whose true subject is the spirit of wisdom, which is the basis or foundation of true natural philosophy. What make we of the means which Moses used, when he by dispersing of ashes brought the botch over all Egypt? But some will say that this was supernaturally done. Let them but look into the occult secrets in the nature of other animals, vegetables, and minerals, and they shall find as great mysteries as these contained naturally in them, all suspicion of commerce with the devil being set apart. Was the Reverend Father Albertus Magnus a caca-magician, because he reciteth the abstruse, occult, and mystical virtues of animals, plants, and stones? The like did Hermes, Plato, and many other profound philosophers, or must these be the pupils of the devil, because they know the times and hours of their collection and manner of preparation, though they kept that secret unto themselves? No, verily, for they had it from tradition, namely from the mystical and profound philosophers or natural wise men such as Solomon, Hermes, and the wise men called Magi, or natural magicians of the East, which revealed them unto the worthy, by succession from one age unto another. Was it not a wondrous property in Gyges his ring, that could make him, by the natural property that it had, to walk invisible? And yet forsooth the blind buzzards of our age will have all these miraculous effects in the creatures, to proceed from the devil, and so deprive the omnipotent Spirit of God and his nature of their right, when Solomon in plain terms confesseth, that all the knowledge of the secret times of election, of the mystical natures in the stars, of the occult virtues and properties of man, beasts, plants, and roots, and all things else known or unknown, proceed from the Spirit of God, and therefore he concludeth in these words, Omnium enim opifex me docet sapientia, for wisdom the worker or maker of all things taught me. In which words he inferreth, first, that the Spirit of wisdom teacheth and discovereth unto man the abstruse mysteries of natural philosophy, which consisteth in the knowledge and discovery of natural virtues, as well above as beneath. And secondly, that it is the same Spirit that made those virtues in every specific thing, namely in the stars above, and in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms beneath. Which being so, what can the devil, being but a reasonable creature as well as man, do, in the creating of these essential virtues by which he worketh his feats, more than man? Or why should we attribute that unto him, which doth rightly belong unto the all-creating and acting Spirit in the internal creature? If man please, he may attribute the wickedness of the action unto the devil, which instigateth man to evil, and teacheth him the means to effect his bad intent. That verily doth of right belong unto the devil, for he was created for a destroyer, as the prophet Isaiah testifieth to us, and to effect it he maketh use of God's natural creatures. For he used the fire of God from heaven, to destroy Job's cattle, and the corrupt air to kill with the plague or pestilence the Israelites for David's sins. Neither was it ever observed, that he could do aught against man of himself saving only in temptation, but he operateth to destroy, or make sick by such natural antipathizing means, as God hath framed for a directer usage, although also unto some of his beneficial scholars, he is pleased to show and reveal a counterpoison, by which they may by a stronger sympathetical Thetical operation, drown or extinguish such antipathetical effects as they have imposed upon man's external spirit, when they are moved either for fear of punishment, or for gain, or for compassion to do it, which is the reason that some witches can undo those afflicting maladies which they themselves, or other witches have laid on persons, but always they must operate by a real and manifest natural substance, as are powders, ointments, herbs, and such like. As for example, Claudia, Philaea, Joan, Bano, and Nicola Piscatrix, with all their society in Lorraine, confessed the May 9, 1581, that they had delivered unto them by the devil subtil powders of three natures, the which were distinguished in color, for that of a black color killeth, being strewed on meat or rubbed on the body, or sprinkled on the apparel, and that of an ashen or reddish color causeth diseases, but the white powder did cure those diseases. And Odella Boncuriana, being arraigned the January 18, 1586, saith that it was the manner of the witches of his faction, to strew a poisoned powder in the way where they should pass, on whom they would work mischief. And Frances Perrine confessed the November 4, 1588, that an herb was given her by the devil, to be laid in the way that Riberianus did pass, which caused him suddenly to fall sick. Francis Fallers and Margaret Wary and Jacob Equine confessed the January 15, 1584, that they had ointments by which they anointed rods and whips, so that if they touched therewith but the vestments of anyone, he died not long after. Also they said, that if they anointed their hand with this magical ointment, if they but touched anyone's garments, they died within a small space after. Thus you see how the devil cannot work but by natural poisons, for nothing proceedeth merely of himself, but prestigious apparitions, namely those which seem, but indeed are no more in effect, than a painted image in regard of the true substance. Thetical operation, drown or extinguish such antipathetical effects as they have imposed upon man's external spirit, when they are moved either for fear of punishment, or for gain, or for compassion to do it, which is the reason that some witches can undo those afflicting maladies which they themselves, or other witches have laid on persons, but always they must operate by a real and manifest natural substance, as are powders, ointments, herbs, and such like. As for example, Claudia, Philaea, Joan, Bano, and Nicola Piscatrix, with all their society in Lorraine, confessed the May 9, 1581, that they had delivered unto them by the devil subtil powders of three natures, the which were distinguished in color, for that of a black color killeth, being strewed on meat or rubbed on the body, or sprinkled on the apparel, and that of an ashen or reddish color causeth diseases, but the white powder did cure those diseases. And Odella Boncuriana, being arraigned the January 18, 1586, saith that it was the manner of the witches of his faction, to strew a poisoned powder in the way where they should pass, on whom they would work mischief. And Frances Perrine confessed the November 4, 1588, that an herb was given her by the devil, to be laid in the way that Riberianus did pass, which caused him suddenly to fall sick. Francis Fallers and Margaret Wary and Jacob Equine confessed the January 15, 1584, that they had ointments by which they anointed rods and whips, so that if they touched therewith but the vestments of anyone, he died not long after. Also they said, that if they anointed their hand with this magical ointment, if they but touched anyone's garments, they died within a small space after. Thus you see how the devil cannot work but by natural poisons, for nothing proceedeth merely of himself, but prestigious apparitions, namely those which seem, but indeed are no more in effect, than a painted image in regard of the true substance. And therefore let not the devil's ministers make their brags, that this cometh from his invention. For the true alchemists speak upon their own experience, that their matter when it is in rotting and black, is more destructive than the venomous tyrian or serpent, and therefore it killeth suddenly, wherefore they warn the operators to beware of their fumes. But when it appeareth in decoction between white and black, it reduceth the patient into a strait between death and health, that is, into a sickly constitution. And the white, which signifieth perfection of maturity, causeth health, and cureth infirmities, and preventeth the malice, that the black and ash color bring with them. So that you see the devil can do no more of himself than man is able. Again, for strowing of the destroying powder, the same was effected by man's wicked invention in Milan, the year 1629. And for the ointment which killeth by an immediate contact, the Jew and the cardinal knew that wicked craft, namely to abuse God's creatures as well as the devil, for whosoever it touched, it killed. And again the hermit effected the same business by anointing the hammers of the doors, and had his alexipharmacon or counterpoison for it, as well as the devil. So that you may see that the wicked-minded man, that abuseth God's good creatures as well as the devil, altering it from the true sense for which it was created by God for the benefit of man, may rightly be ranked with the devil, and be termed justly a devil incarnate, in that without the devil's furtherance, he can effect many devilish ways to destroy as well as the devil, without flesh and bones. I conclude therefore, that it is a great absurdity, yea, and a gross foppery or madness in ignorant men, so lightly to adjudge and censure the abstruse magnalia or occult mysteries of God in nature, as to affirm them to be actions or inventions of the devil, though their effects were bad, much less when they are good and salutiferous, as is that of the weapon salve when it is commonly known unto God, and all truly understanding men, that it is the animal, vegetable, or mineral creature, which affecteth the one by abuse, and the other in the true property and virtue, that is, for the use for which it was created by God. For God created all creatures good, and consequently for a good use, but it is the malice of the devil, that diverteth it from its true use, which also is evidently confessed by the wise men in these words.
Pravi Deus ut essent omnia, et sanabilis fecit nationes orbis terrarum, et non et inilis medicamentum extermini, nec inferorum regnum in terra, creavit ca hominem in exterminabilem, et ad imaginem similitudinis suae fecit invidia autem diaboli mors introivit in orbem terrarum.
God created all things that they might exist or be, and made all the nations of the earth wholesome, and there is not any deadly thing to be found within them, nor yet the kingdom of hell and destruction upon the earth. And he created man inexterminable, that is, to last forever, and he made him after his own image, but death entered into the world by the envy and malice of the devil, etc. Know this, that before the fall of Adam, all things were straightly and rightly taken, and consequently not mistaken. But after that he had tasted of the tree of good and evil, his corporeal eyes were open, and the creatures were interpreted and distinguished for good and evil, and were converted unto both uses. For from that hour the mysteries of iniquity and righteousness began to reign in the world, and evil began in the very first practice after the fall, to shoulder goodness. And vice did first prevail against virtue, and by natural means was employed by the first fruits of wickedness, to wit, the vegetable creature or a piece of wood by the envy of unrighteous Cain, to knock out the brains of his righteous brother Abel, when contrariwise this vegetable creature was in another sense a piece of wood, namely in the form of a cross, an instrument of Christ's death, without the which there was no assurance of salvation. We see, therefore, that all occult operations proceed from the hidden virtue in natural things, which were discovered by God's Spirit, as well unto mankind, as conceived by the sharp-witted observation of Satan. Unto good men I say they were detected by the good Spirit, to do good and prevent evil, for except the evil be known, a counterpoison will hardly be found out. Unto bad men, they were administered to execute mischief and iniquity. I will reckon up some of these secret virtues, in each of the three kingdoms of compound creatures, namely, animal, vegetable, and mineral. First therefore for the animal. The owl is said by Albertus Magnus to have many notable virtues, for, saith he, if his heart and right foot be put upon one that sleepeth, he will forthwith tell what he hath done, or anything that you shall ask him, and he saith, that it hath been tried by some of his brethren to be most true. And again, if one do but put it under the armpit, no dog will bark at him. Also the goat's blood is reported by him to turn glass into a soft and malleable temper, if the glass be sod in it and vinegar, that one may handle it like paste, so that if it be cast against the wall, it will not break. And if one maketh an ointment of the same composition, and do anoint his face with it, things will appear horrible and terrible unto him. And if the said composition be put in the fire, and there be present one that hath the falling sickness, and a lodestone touch him, he will presently fall into a fit as dead, and if some cold water be given him to drink, he will recover. So if a candle be anointed with the camel's blood, all men in the room will seem to have camel's heads. And thus he proceedeth in his history, with a description of admirable wonders which are effected by the occult properties of beasts, vegetables, and stones. If Mr. Foster and his adherents shall say that all these are lies, I reply, that it was a learned philosopher and famous theologian that relateth them, who, no doubt would if he lived tell him, that he should learn to understand the hours of elections, the stars that have dominions on the earth, and their times of exaltation or fortitude on the earth. And lastly, over what creatures in the three compound kingdoms they have their proper influences. For my part, I know admirable secrets in man and beasts, for the which the peripatetic philosophy can yield no reason, as for example that the pike or jackfish's guts dried, should mightily provoke urine. The sucking of blood from a mole, whose nose is cut off for the same purpose, will cure the falling sickness, and that after the taking of it, it maketh the party exceedingly sick. As experience hath taught us by the cure of a lady in Kent, who was cured thereby also, that it being burnt into powder, it should by an occult nature expel the cholic. That the heart and liver of the frog should be approved, for the falling sickness. That a snake's skin should accelerate and hasten a woman's delivery. That the menstruous in a woman should cause a leprosy. That the toad dried and the blood, as also the spider, being applied unto the nostrils of him that bleedeth, as I have often tried. As for other occult miracles in stones, metals, herbs, and animals, the true scholars unto Solomon, I mean Hermes, Plato, Albertus Magnus, Dioscorides, and such like, are full, and doubtless they would not prove so sottish and indiscreet, to publish lies, and to write things of impossibility, averring them to be affected in their knowledge, and so by that means lose that reputation, which they have gained in the world by their wisdom. But as concerning the practice of our main business, which is, touching the sympathetical and antipathetical respect, that is between the different mummy which is in man's body, and the ocular demonstration thereof, produced from the lodestone, I purpose in this next book to shew and prove more unto you, than any one hath done before me unto this present, as I may imagine. Book 3, which toucheth many practical proofs and experimental conclusions to confirm the loving microcosmical attraction, or sympathetical coition, and antipathetical expulsion or hatred, by the magnetic and expulsive property of the macrocosmical lodestone. The argument of this book, the author's proem unto this present book, wherein he briefly and in few words reciteth what is said before, I have related to you in my precedent discourse, and made sufficient proof of it, that the spiritual Christ, the divine word or eternal wisdom, is the true basis or foundation of the essential philosophy, as is proved by the apostles' testimony. Forasmuch as he is the sure and never-failing cornerstone, on which every creature is builded, and in whom it consisteth, seeing that in it is life, and that life is the essential light, which vivifieth all things, and consequently operateth all in all, as the Scriptures do sufficiently testify. For if the Spirit of the Lord doth impart unto the creature life and inspiration in all things, and if again that Spirit doth replenish the earth, and be in everything, then must we also acknowledge that this central spirit of every specific thing is that divinity, wherein the essential root of all magnetic sympathetical attraction and antipathetical expulsion in every kind consisteth. For being it is the Catholic love which imparteth itself unto every particular existence, to give it action and motion, to attract his like nature for a convenient nourishment, assistance, and consolations, so also it maketh the organ in which it acteth, to resist and expel all such emanations as either in order, quality, or essence, do disagree and are opposite or harmful to the specific existence or conservation. For this reason therefore it endueth the creature with a double affection, namely, with a concupiscible desire, and an irascible hatred, whereof the one doth rejoice or sympathize with his like, and therefore allureth or draweth it unto him, to consolate and assist him in his being. The other doth eschew and drive away, by an antipathetical and odious affect, that which may be harmful and noisome unto it. And this is the act of that all-creating and sustaining wisdom, which made each creature, by a kind of specific separation, which issueth from its like in the world, to be and exist, and consequently hath given it an irascible faculty to defend itself from that which is contrary unto it, whereby we may see how this vivifying spirit doth moderate all things with an impartial hand, insomuch that vivifying spirit doth moderate all things with an impartial hand, insomuch that though it hath framed all things by opposition, namely, light and darkness, and therefore in man's regard both good and evil, yet he ordained that each individual should have its faculty to eschew with an irascible and antipathetical disdain that which unto it is contrary either in order or nature, or both, until the time be accomplished, in which after he is exalted, he shall expel all contrariety and discord out of this world, by making a sympathetical union amongst all things, which also St. Paul doth argue in these words, cum evacuaverit omnem principatum, and potestatem, and
virtutem oportet autem eum regnare, donec ponat omnes inimicos sub pedibus suis novissima autem inimica destruetur mors, omnia enim subjecit pedibus ejus. Cum autem e subjecta forint omnia, tuncam ipse filius subjectus erit illi, qui subjecit sibi omnia, ut sit Deus omnia in omnibus.
when he hath evacuated every principality, and potestat, and virtue, for he must reign until he put all his enemies under his feet, the last enemy death shall be destroyed, for he shall subject all things under his feet. And when all things are made subject unto him, then also the Son shall be subject unto him, who hath made all things subject unto him, that God may be all in all. Whereby it is evident, that the Catholic magnetical virtue, which resideth in God's eternal Spirit, shall at the last be exalted after his glorious victory, and draw all things unto him, and all things shall be one in him, and he in them, and consequently all discord and hatred being banished and laid apart, love, peace, and unity, shall erect the perpetual and never-dying trophy. Love, peace, and unity, shall erect the perpetual and never-dying trophy of this hallowed victory. This universal magnetic virtue is acknowledged by the Spirit of Christ in these words. Si exaltatus fuero a terra, omnia trahem ad me ipsum. If I shall be exalted from the earth, I will draw or attract all things unto myself. That is, I will by mine attractive or conjoining, unite all things and, as it were, engraft them into mine own nature. So that in the beginning all things came from one unity, as comprehending in it implicitly, all things which are explicitly unfolded, and comprehended under two contrary principles, so in the end all things contained under discordant principles shall be again reduced unto one and the same radical beginning. But as yet we are subjected under contrary principles for the whole world, and the members thereof are composed yet of strife and concord, of enmity and friendship, of darkness and light, of evil and good. And therefore, under the protection of this divine wisdom, which governeth all things, and striveth to have the victory over confusion and dissension in this world, that a general peace and union may be made, and therefore that all things may return and live in him who is onely love, the creature hath power to make a sympathetical accord with his like, and to repel, by an irascible or antithetical property, his contrary. Now therefore, since that this Spirit is all in all, and therefore in every specific, it consequently followeth that it attracteth sympathetically that which is conservant, or of a like nature and condition, in the animal, vegetable, or mineral kingdom, and expelleth antipathetically from it that which is harmful, odious, and detestable, or of a contrary disposition unto it. And thus much touching a brief of my precedent sympathetical and antipathetical theory, mentioned in my precedent discourse, I will now enter boldly into the practic of them both, that thereby you may be the easier induced to believe that such things as are spoke of before theorically are feasible and easy to be brought to practice, and that only naturally without any kakomagical act or diabolical assistance, as many temerarious and rash-headed fools of this world have scandalously blazed abroad, not only in their vain and windy words, but also by their inconsiderate writings. I will proceed therefore unto my purpose, and divide this present book into two several members, whereof the first shall handle such sympathetical effects, and the second such antipathetical events, as are magnetically produced in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms.